Do I sound like I'm underwater or do I underwater? Okay. Yeah, it's still onward. I was trying to see if I remove myself from one feed and put myself on another feed, but okay, sure.
State of Nevada versus Devyn Michaels. Being able to report that Ms. Michaels is present with her attorneys, Deputy District Attorneys on behalf of the state, and both parties stipulate to the presence of our jury.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, State, you want to call the next one?
Your Honor, the state's first witness for today is Yoshida Masao.
Yoshida? Follow me on. This way, sir. Sir. This way. You ask him where he remains, can you raise his right hand and close and swear? Hold on, just 1 second.
Like that he is being assisted by a court interpreter. Mr. Interpreter, can we have your name for the record?
Takuya Kawamoto.
Okay, you have a card you can leave us when you leave? You have a business card you can give to us?
No.
Okay. Okay. Can you spell that for us? Can you spell it?
Takuya. That's first name. And last name is Iwamo.
Okay. And sir, we're going to swear you in first. So if you could raise your right hand, we're going to swear you in.
Sir, which language are you interpreting?
Japanese.
Japanese? You do solemnly swear that you will interpret from Japanese into English and from English into Japanese the questions and answers to be propounded by counsel to the defendant/plaintiff to the best of your ability, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
That's to the witness. Okay? All right, and sir, and now we're going to swear him in. If you could ask him to please raise his right hand.
Good morning. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So he can translate what you're saying.
Hi.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. And sir, if you please state your full name and spell it for the record.
Masao, first name, Yoshida, last name. First name, Masao, last name, Yoshida.
And can you just give me that? Okay. All right. And Mr. Turner, if you could make sure you guys can scoot up so he speaks right into that red light. Okay. Okay. State whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Hi.
Yes, if you can just speak right into that light right there, that microphone, that's the one that we'll be able to hear you with, okay?
わかりました。
How old are you, sir?
はい。
何歳ですか？
あー、78歳です。
78?
78 years old. Okay. And where do you reside? Do you reside at 2698 Paladura Drive?
現在住まれているところは2867のパラドラドライブです。
はい、その通りです。
Yes.
Who do you live there with?
どなたと一緒に住まれてますか？
ヨコさんと一緒に住んでます。
I live with Yoko.
And who is Yoko to you?
ヨコさんはあなたにとってどういう関係ですか？
ボーイフレンド、ガールフレンドだと思います。
Boyfriend and girlfriend relationship.
So Yoko is your girlfriend.
ヨコさんは、
はい。
Yes.
How long have you known Yoko?
ヨコさんはどのくらい知られてますか
26、7年、26、7年ですね。
？About 26 and 27 years.
How long have you been in a relationship with Yoko?
ヨコさんとそういう関係はどのくらいですか
10年ぐらいじゃないですか。10年ちょっと前。10年ぐらい。
？About 10 years.
And when you've been in a relationship with Yoko, have you always lived with her at the 2698 Paladura address?
ヨコさんとそういう関係になって今の住所にずっと一緒に住まれてますか？
はい、そうです。
Yes, that's correct.
Turning your attention then to August 6th of 2023.
8月6日の2023年のことについてこれ話します。
Who were you living with at that address?
その時その住所にどなたと一緒に住んでましたか？その時その住所にどなたと一緒に住んでましたか？
ヨコさんと住んでました。
With Yoko.
Was anyone else living at the house at that time?
その時にヨコさん以外にどなたかと住んでましたか？
ジョン。
With John.
And who was John?
ジョンさんって誰ですか？
あ
ジョンさんって誰ですか？
ヨコさんの息子ですね。
He's the son of Yoko.
Now, did John stay in a downstairs living room that became a bedroom?
ジョンさんは1階のリビングルームを自分のベッドルームにして使っていました。
そうですね。1階のリビングルームに住んでましたね、彼は。
That is correct.
And did you and Yoko share a bedroom then upstairs of the home?
そしてあなたとヨコさんは2階の。
2階の。
That's correct.
Okay. So on August 6th of 2023, were you aware of a person named Nikki?
この8月3日2023年に、ニッキーという人を知ってましたか？
知らないです。意味も一緒。
8月6日、そのニッキーという人をその時に知ってましたか？2023年の8月。
知ってました。
Yes.
And who was Nikki?
ニッキーという方はどういう関係方なんですか？
全く何もないです。
I don't know.
ヨコさんと息子のガールフレンドだと思ってました。
The only thing I know is that
じゃあワイフかな。わからないです。
I don't know quite well, but I assume that she's the girlfriend of the Yoko-san.
Of John.
Or wife.
Okay. They had children together, correct?
子供さんがおられましたよね。
はい。
Yes.
Two girls?
2人の子供。
Two
Two girls, yes.
And then John had an older son not with Nikki, correct?
ジョンさんは、年の上の子供がおられましたか？その2人以外に。
もう一人最初の、奥さんといましたね。デビエラという子で。
Viviera, probably that the son of children of her former marriage.
Okay, so John's former marriage, he had a son.
ジョンさんの最初の結婚の時の子供さんがおられたんですか？
どっかカリフォルニアの方から来て、住みたい、ジョンが住みたいと言ったんで、ヨコさんに聞いて、OK、いいですよと、私はそれで答えました。その前にね。それだけです。
ジョンさんカリフォルニアから来て。
ヨコさんがそれを聞きました。
Can I ask him again? Question.
So did John have a son not with Nikki, with somebody else?
ジョンさんがニッキーさんとの間の子供じゃなくて、他の方との子供だったんですか？
最初の、 奥さんがいたみたいですね。別れた、離婚したみたいですけど、それは陽子さんから聞きました。
He heard from Yoko that John has a previous marriage, and then that's what he's heard from Yoko.
John had an older son named Devier, correct?
デビエラという方がおられたんですか？
そうですね。
That's correct.
Okay. So then turning your attention to August 6th, 2023, did you see Nikki at that house at 2698 Paladura?
8月6日、2023年にそのニッキーさんとそのこれお家にいて会ったんですね。
全く見てないです。8月その当日ね。
I didn't see her on the date of the August 6th.
Did you see her vehicle?
車は見ましたか、その日に。
犬を散歩連れてったんで、帰ってきたら、車があるなと見ました。
I saw his car. I saw her car.
Her car?
彼女の車ですね。
そうですね。
Yes.
Nikki's car.
はい。
ニッキーの車ですね。
はい、そうです。
ニッキーの車ですね。
はい、そうで
Yes.
す。
And then on that evening, eventually you go to sleep, correct?
夜、ベッドに疲れて休まれたんだと思いますけども、
もう散歩から帰ってきて、2階に行って、テレビ見て、もう10時には寝ました。
After I took a walk with the two dogs and came back home, and I went to bed at around 10 o'clock.
Whose dogs were they?
その犬はどなたのものですか？
いや、ジョンのです。
belongs to John.
So then you went to sleep on the night of August 6th, 2023. On the morning of August 7th, 2023, did Yoko come and talk to you about something?
で翌日の8月7日に、陽子さんがその岡田さんにその話を持ってこられたんですか？話が。
私はまだ寝てたんですけど、陽子さんが私を起こしに来て、下に来てくれと。
Yes, she came. He was sleeping. She came and then woke him up and asked him to go downstairs.
And did you and Yoko ultimately call 911?
その時下に降りて、最後に911、911を電話されたんですか？
そうですね。これはもう死んでるって思って、911しましたね。
I called 911 because I assumed that he's dead.
And when you say he, do you mean John?
ジョンさんが死んでると思ったんですね。
はい。
That's correct.
And did the police eventually come to the house?
で、警察がうちに来たんですね。それ電話して警察が来たんですか？
それでいろんな人がたくさん、警察の人がたくさん来ましたね。
Quite a few policemen came.
What time did you see Nikki's car
何時に
the day before?
その8月6日にニッキさん
降りてきて、これは大変だと。8時20分か30分、ちょっとその辺ですよね。
On August 6th of 2023, the day before, when did you see Nikki's car?
8月6日だからに、いつ頃そのニッキーさんの車を見ましたか？
朝は見なかったですね。だから
8月6日
彼女は10時ぐらい来たんじゃないですか。6日っていうのは事件の日ですか？夜ですか
？You're asking August 6th, right?
Yes, what time?
だから事件の日です。
事件の夜ですか？
何時に彼女の車を見たんですか？
8時ぐらいじゃないですか、夜の。
8 p.m. around 8 p.m.
Did you see Devier that night?
デビエラさんをその、時見たんですか？
デビエラは見てないです。
I didn't see her.
Did you see Devier the next morning when you woke up?
そして翌日朝目が覚めてこの彼女を見たんですね。デビエラを。
デビエラは見てないです。
No, I didn't see her.
ヒムですね、デビエラは。
デビエラ、him. I didn't see him.
Days later, after the police came, did you notice that there was a knife missing from your kitchen?
ポリスが来た後に、そのキッチンからあなたのナイフがなくなったのに気がつきましたか？
誰が？
あなたが。
ジョンは？
Yeah, let me clarify the question. You ask him whether he noticed that his knife was
Yes.
あなたのナイフです。
ワイフ。
いや、あなたのナイフ。
ライフ。
ナイフ、ナイフ、ブッチャーナイフがなくなった
To
のが、
cut food.
そう、ナイフ。
ああ、ジョンたちはあんまり餌あげないんで、私がいつも大体犬の餌を作ってあげてたんです。その時に使うのがチャイニーズのブッチャーナイフっていうので細かくしてチキンをあげてたんで、それが前の夜使ってたのは、あら朝そこで売ったら乾かしてるところにない。
I was using a butcher knife to prepare the food for the dogs and do it every day. But the next day, so he used that knife the night. But next day, he realized that the knife was gone.
Okay. Did you ever find that knife?
その後、ナイフは見つかりましたか？
No.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. In the years that you had lived with Yoko, was there a period of time that Devier lived in the house?
I'm sorry, I can hear you.
In the years that he lived with Yoko, was there a period of time that Devier lived in the house?
ヨコさんと住み始めて、でそのディビエラは、その頻繁にうちに来ましたか？
いやいなかったですよ。そして何年前からで覚えてないですけど、ジョンがこっちに来てラスベガスに来たいと、それでOK って言っただけです。それ以外はもう何も知らないですね。
ディビエラ didn't come. And only John asked Yoko, he want to come back to Vegas. That's the only thing he knows.
Okay, but you do recall during some time that Devier lived in the house with you and your girlfriend.
その時、その彼とからその彼女がね、その一緒に住んでたということは知ってましたか？ディビエラとが一緒になんか住んでた。
ああ、知らないですね。
I don't know.
You don't remember, or you?
その思い。
Hey guys, so just to let you know, I think they are about to do jury instructions in Latasha Daniels' trial. So I'm more than happy to get y'all the links. Y'all can teleport over there if y'all really interested in looking at jury instructions. If not, then I guess you could stay over here. But it looks like we're gonna be doing jury instructions. Give me a second. Okay. For those that want to stay here, I'm a keep playing. So guys, they are back for
出せないのか知らないのかどっちですか？
知らないで
I
す。
don't know.
Okay. On the weekend, and if I told you that August 6th was a Sunday, the weekend before all these things happened was Jonathan moving out.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Okay. August 6th, August 7th was Jonathan moving out.
この8月6日、この週末にジョンがムーブアウトしたんですか？ Is your question move out?
Yes, I'll just make it real simple. Was Jonathan moving out of the house?
そのジョナサンさんはもう家から出てったんですか？
引っ越すというんで、そう引っ越すという話だけは聞いてました。だから私はもう2階に行っちゃってたんで、もう
I've
何も
heard
わ
that
か
I've
んない。
heard only he was moving out. That's the only thing I know.
Okay. During the time that you were living with Jonathan, did you have an issue that the money that you gave Jonathan, he was just buying alcohol?
ジョンと一緒に住んでる時に、なんかいろいろ問題とか起きたり、あるいは彼がお金がいる時に貸したりしましたか？
ああ、私にはないです。
I never did that.
You never gave Jonathan money?
ジョンにお金を貸したりしたってことはないですね。
ないです。
Never.
And you were never part of a discussion that he was just spending that money on alcohol? And maybe were you ever part of a discussion where Jonathan was taking money and spending it on alcohol?
そうなんかこう話の中で、彼が、お金を、使ってアルコールを買ってるとかそんな話聞いたことありますか？
まあ、全くそういうの私は知らないですね。
I didn't know anything.
Okay. Was there discussions in the days before that weekend Jonathan was moving out?
この週末の前にジョナサンはもう出てったんですか？
いや、出てってないですね。
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any follow-up statement?
No, Your Honor.
The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, sir, you are excused. Thank you very much.
終わりました。Yoko will let.
I'm gonna ask you to remain standing. Can you let her know that she's gonna be sworn?
立って先生します。それ
And just for the record, we are going to swear in Mr. Interpreter again because she is being assisted by the court interpreter. So we swear in the interpreter.
最初私がやります。
You do solemnly swear that you will interpret from Japanese into English and from English into Japanese the questions and answers to be propounded by counsel to the victim to the best of your ability, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
She's the witness.
ではヨコさん。
To the witness.
The witness, excuse me. Okay, I apologize.
And then now, ma'am, we'll swear you in. You
Yes.
raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth,
真実だけいうことを誓いますか？
the whole truth, and nothing but
す
the
べて
truth,
真実だ。
so help you God.
やりますか？ Yes.
Thank you, you may be seated. And if you would please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
名前を全部言っていただいて、そしてスペルを申し上げてあげてください。
Mr. Interpreter, do you need to move those chairs so we actually need you sitting the closest to the microphone because we need to hear you.
Oh.
So if you want to have a seat, I know you have to stay in during the proceedings, so we need a chair so you can have a seat.
名前、
これに向かってくださ
私も言うの。はい。
い。名前
State her name and spell it for us.
名前を全部言ってください。はい。
ヨーコ、ウィレット。
Can you spell it for us?
YOKO WILLETTE
今まで何度か会いましたね。
はい
That's correct.
And you have always spoken in English to me when we've spoken, correct?
話すとき常に英語で話していただきましたね。
はい
Yes.
You asked to have the interpreter present today, so everything was very clear for you. Is that right?
今回は通訳がついてますんで、すべてのことについて明快になりますね。
はい
That's correct.
So because we have an interpreter, you may understand my question, but you have to wait until he interprets and answer in Japanese, okay?
彼から聞かれた質問は分かると思いますけども、日本語で答えて、私がそれに対して英語で話しますので、そういう順序で進めていきたいと思います。
はい
Did you live at 2698 Paladura for a very long time?
2366のパラレルに長い間住まれてますか？
はい
That's correct.
How long did you have that house?
どのくらいですか
29年
？29 years.
Did you live there with your sons?
子供さんと一緒にそこに住まれてますか？
はい
That's correct.
How many sons do you have?
何人子供さんがありますか？2.
And what are their names?
名前は何ですか？
ジョナサン・ウィレットジョナサンとケネス・ウィレット
Jonathan Willett and Kenneth Willett.
Are Jonathan and Kenneth's father the same person?
父親は同じ父親ですか？ Yes.
Is that person here today?
今日その父親来られてますか？
わかんない朝聞いてます
Yes.
Is he sitting in the front row up here?
Yes
That's correct. That's correct.
When did you and Dad split up?
何年前にお別れになりましたか
2012年
2012
Okay. And did you stay living in the Paladura home?
その後もずっとこのところに住まれたんですか？
はい
That's correct.
Did your sons stay with you for some period of time?
子供さんが何年間か一緒に住まれてましたか？
はい
That's correct.
And did Kenneth move out sometime after high school?
ケネスは高校出て、That's correct.
Did Jonathan move in and out of your home for a period of time?
ジョナさんはそのうちに来たり出てったりそういう方です。That's correct.
And how old was Jonathan when he died?
亡くなった時の年は何歳ですか
46歳
？46 years old.
How many children did Jonathan have?
ジョナサン何年子供ですか？3 children.
Yoko, don't forget to wait until he interprets.
そう。
What were his children's names?
その子供さんの名前は何ですか？
はい一番最初デビエラ
First is Deviela.
で2番目がタマヤ
Second is Tamaya. 3番目が
ジャネヤ
Third is Janea.
Who is Devier's mom?
デビエラのお母さんは誰ですか？
アメンティア
Amentia.
When did John and Amenthea split or separate?
アメンティアさんとデビエラさんがスプリットしたのはいつ
Only
ですか？
if you know. Only if you know.
もし知ってればいつ何年スプリットしたか？
もう20年ぐらい前だからよく覚えてない
About 20 years ago.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when Devier lived with John in your home?
デビエラもそのあなたの家で何回か一緒に住んだことがあるんですか？
ちっちゃい頃ね
When he was small.
Okay. Did he move back in when he was a little bit older in between California trips?
カリフォルニアとの間でちょっと年取ったら行ったり来たりしてたんですか？ That's correct.
And did he work with John for that period of time?
その間ジョンに限られた期間働いてたんですか？ That's correct.
Who is the mother of Tamea and Janea?
じゃあメイとタネアのお母さんは誰ですか？
ニッキー
ニキ。
Did Nikki ever live with you at the Paladura home?
ニキはパラデラの方に住んだことありますか？
あ
No.
ります
Do you know when John and Nikki split?
ジョンとそれからニッキーがスプリット別れたのはいつですか？
いつか覚えてないけど、はい、
別れた。
別れたことは知ってます。
Yes, they separated.
Do you know when?
When?
It's crazy.
Don't, that's okay.
あんまりよく覚えてない。
I don't remember well.
でも子供が2、3歳の頃、玉屋が2、3歳の頃。
They separated when the Tamaya was 2 years old,
Okay.
about 2 years old.
After they separated, did John move back in with you at Paladura?
その後、ジョンがそのパラダに戻ってきたと。That's correct.
Did there come a point in time when you learned that Nikki lost custody of the girls?
その後、ニッキーがその子供の親権を失ったということを知ったんです。That's correct.
And at that time, did John get full custody of the girls?
その時にジョンが全親権を得たということですね。Yes.
As a result, did the girls move into the Paladura home?
その結果、その女の子たちがそのパラデラホームに戻ってきたということですね。That's correct.
Do you know about what years they lived in your home or how long the girls lived in your home?
その子供たちが戻ってきた年と、その後どのくらい一緒に住んだかという時間が分かりますか
2022年の11月か12月頃から2023年の5月まで。
They lived together from November 2022 to May 2023.
Okay. While the girls were living with you and John, do you know where Nikki was living?
その女の子たちがあなたと一緒に住んでる間、ニッキーはどこに住んでましたか？
ニッキーの家、自分の家、彼女の。
Her own house.
Do you know the street or the address or anything?
住所は知ってますか？
今は知ってますけど、その時は知らなかった。
I know now, but at that time I didn't know.
Okay. Do you know who Nikki was living with?
その時ニッキーが誰と住んでたか？
知りませんでした。
I don't know.
Okay. When the girls lived with you, did they have their own rooms?
その子供が住んでる時は彼女たちの自分たちの部屋がありましたか？
ありました。
Yes.
Where did they sleep?
どこで休んでました？
うちの2階に部屋がありました。
Upstairs.
And where did John sleep?
下。
で、ジョンは
下の。
downstairs.
Did you observe John with the girls on many occasions?
どういうオブザー？
Did you observe John interact with his girls on many
その
occasions?
時にジョンが子供たちといろいろこう、話し合ったり、子供そういうの
ありました。
Yes.
Did they have a loving relationship?
その親と子供それは愛情を持った関係でしたか？
はい。
Yes.
Did John cook for them?
ジョンが彼らに料理を作ったり、Yes.
Kept them clean and safe?
そして彼らの部屋をきれいにしたり、
そうですね。
That's correct.
And at some point in time in the summer of 2023, or May, did the girls go stay with Nikki?
2023年の夏にこの子供たちがニッキーと一緒に、
はい。学校終わってからちょっと行ってました。
After the school.
After school in 2023.
That, yes.
So for the summer?
夏ですね。夏の休みです。
向こう行ってました。
Okay. So when the girls, after the girls left, did at some point you learn that John was going to move out of your home?
その彼女たちがいなくなって、そしてその後ジョンが自分の家から出て行ったことを知りましたか？ Yes.
Did that discussion go on for an extended period of time?
その議論は引き続き続いてますか？ Yes.
Do you know where he intended to move?
どこに移りたいっていう希望してたんですか？
知ってます。ニッキーの家。
Move to Nikki's house.
Okay. Where the girls were?
そこに子供たちがいたからですか？Yes.
I should have asked this, I apologize. While the girls were still living with you, did Nikki have supervised visitation every week?
子供さんが一緒に住んでる時にニッキーが来た時はそのスーパーバイズ、まあ、監視されて来たということを知ってましたか？
まあジョンが見てましたよね。はい。
When she came, John was with her.
Understood. So did Nikki come to your house many times while the girls lived with you?
子供さんが住んでる時にニッキーはかなり頻繁に来てましたか？
はい。
That's correct.
Did you know that Nikki and Devier were married?
その時ニッキーと息子がビエレと結婚したの知ってましたか？
その時は知ってました。
Yes, I knew at that time.
Okay. I now want to focus on August 6th of 2023.
で8月6日の23について、焦点を合わせていきます。
You understand that's the day before you found John.
そのジョンを見つける前の日のことも知ってますね。Yes.
Tell me about that day, what you remember.
覚えてることを言ってください。
はい。6時頃ジョンは一人でパッキングしてました。
Around 6 o'clock, 6 p.m., he was packing by himself.
Did John have a truck?
トラック持ってましたか？ Yes.
Did John have a moving trailer attached to that truck?
それにトレーラーがついてましたか？
はい。
Yes.
Did John have one set of keys for that truck?
そのトラックは一つのキーしかなかったんですか？ワンセットのトラック。
私は一つしか知らないけどスペアがあったかどうかは知りません。
As far as I know, he has one key, but that's
でもスペアあったかどうか知らない。
I don't know whether he has a spare key or not.
Okay. Did John carry a wallet normally?
彼は常に財布というものを That's correct.
And you said he was packing his truck alone
彼が一人でそのパッケージしてたんですか？
そう。
That's correct.
around 6 p.m.?
6時頃ですね。
はい。
Yes.
で、8時頃ニッキーが来ました。
And around 8 o'clock, Nikki came.
Did Nikki come in her own vehicle?
彼女の車で来たんですか？
はい。
That's correct.
What type of vehicle was that?
どのような車でしたか？
Is it a small car or an SUV or a truck?
私はその時見てないから知らないけど、後でニッキーの車はバンみたいな車だっていうのは今は知ってます。
I didn't see the car at that time, so I didn't know what type of car he was driving, but she was driving. But now I know she was driving
Okay.
van.
Thank you for clarifying. We don't want to hear anything you learned after. I want to know what you knew at the time.
今のことだけして、後から知ったことを言わないでくださいって。
So did you know she came in her own car because John was there?
彼女の車で、来たのはジョンがそこにいたからですか？
はい。
Yes.
Okay, but you didn't see the car.
で車は見なかったんですね。No.
Okay. What did they do after Nikki arrived?
ニッキーが来た後、彼らはどういう行動を取りましたか
8時頃に2人で出てきました。
？Around 8 o'clock, 8 p.m., they both went out.
They both left?
Both left.
Do you know which vehicle they left in?
その時、どちらの車で
トラック。
Truck. By truck.
Okay. While John and Nikki were at your home, do you know who was with the girls?
ジョンとニッキーがそこのうちにいる時に誰がその子供さんたちと一緒にいたんですか？
その時知りません。
I didn't know.
Okay. But the girls are not with them.
でも子供さんたちは一緒にいなかった。
い
No.
なかった。
Do you remember what time John and Nikki came back to your home?
帰ってきたのは何時頃ですか？
10時頃。
Around 10 o'clock.
Were the girls with them that time?
その時子供たちはいどこに
ません。いない。一緒にいない。
They were not with the girls.
You were still awake when Nikki and John got there at 10?
10時に帰ってきた時にまだ起きてましたか？ Yes, I woke.
Did you interact with John?
その時ジョンと会いましたか？
会いました。
Yes.
How did he seem to you?
その時彼の状況はどうでしたか？
普通。
Normal.
What was he doing?
彼は何をしてたんですか？
マイクロウェーブの前でなんか料理してました。
He was cooking in front of the microwave.
Where was Nikki?
その時ニッキーはどうだったんですか？
ジョンの部屋にいたと思います。一緒にはいなかった。ジョンの部屋にいた。
I thought that she was John's room.
And is that the lower room where you found John?
Yes, yes.
Okay. After 10 p.m., do you go to bed?
10時以降、ベッドに来ましたか？
ベッドっていうか2階に行きました。
Yes, I went upstairs.
Did you go to sleep or did you stay awake upstairs?
その時、休みましたか？それとも起きてましたか？
起きてました。
I was awake.
Did you stay awake for several hours?
その後、数時間起きてましたか？ That's correct.
Around 1 a.m., did you go back downstairs?
1時頃、午前1時頃下に置いたんですね。
はい。
That's correct.
Okay. So you stayed awake between 10 and 1.
10時から1時の間起きてたんですね。That's correct.
During that time, did you hear any yelling or arguing or fighting
その
downstairs?
間に大きな喧嘩してるとかそういう音とか聞きましたか？
聞きません。
I didn't hear.
Did you hear any gunshots?
その鉄砲の No.
Anything out of the ordinary between 10 and 1?
通常以外のなんか音とか聞きましたか？
聞きません。
No.
What did you do at 1 a.m.?
で1時に何をしましたか？
ベッドのサイドの時計見て、もういないと思ったから下に降りました。
When I saw the 1 a.m. at the clock, I assumed they're gone. Nobody downstairs, so I went down.
Did you expect John to be gone from the home?
その時にもジョンが出てると思ったんです。
はい。
Yes.
Why did you expect that?
なぜそれを予知したんですか
10時に帰ってきた時にちょっと休んでまた出かけるって言ってたから。
He said when he came back around 10 o'clock, he mentioned to her that he will, get out after the short break.
He go out.
He will go out. He will go out. When he came back 10 o'clock, he told her that he will have a short rest and then go out.
And go where?
どこに行くかって
ニッキーの家。
Go to the Nikki's house.
Do you know why?
なぜか分かりましたか？
まだ荷物が残ってたから、それをまたもうちょっと持ってくって。
He said that some his belongings left, so he tried to pick up.
Okay. And he had a bunch of belongings still in the room downstairs,
そ
correct?
の下の部屋にたくさんの彼のそういうのがたくさん残ってたんですか？
まだ残ってました。
Yes.
When you go down at 1 a.m., what happens?
その時何が起きたんですか？1時に戻られて。
私はキッチンの方に行ったら、ニッキーが部屋から出てきて、ニッキーと会いました。
When she went to the kitchen, she encountered Nikki coming to the kitchen.
And how did Nikki appear to you?
どのように見えましたか？ニッキーがその
なんか
時。
びっくりしたような感じ。
She was she feels that she was surprised.
Surprised to see you?
そうそうそう。
That's correct.
Did you observe anything weird about Nikki at that point? Did she have any blood on her or
その時
anything
に
at all?
彼が血がついてるとかなんか様子は分からなかったんですね。
何にも変わってない。
That's normal. I didn't see anything.
So she appeared startled or surprised to see you?
その時だからあなたは見て驚いたんですね。That's correct.
And what happened when you ran into her? Like what happened next?
その後何が起きたんですか？
彼女は向こうの部屋からステーキの残りとかお皿持ってきて、で私が洗ってあげた。
She brought a couple of dishes, still some food left, and then brought to the kitchen, and
洗って
she washed, cleaned.
She washed who?
Yoko washed.
Yoko-san washed.
Yoko-san.
Okay.
Yeah.
When Nikki brought the dishes, was she bringing them from John's room?
ジョンの部屋から持ってきたんですね。That's correct.
Could you see if the light was on in John's room?
その時彼の部屋はライトがついてましたか？ That's correct.
So the light was on?
ライトがついてたんですね。
はい
Yes.
ついてました。
Did you talk to Nikki about what John was doing or where he was?
その時にニッキーにジョンはどうしてるんだって聞きましたか？
私は聞かないけど、ニッキーが飲み始めちゃったんで寝てるって言いました。
Yoko-san didn't ask her, but Nikki voluntarily told her that John started drinking, and then went to the bed.
Okay. So So you did not ask her about John. She volunteered that John was drunk and went to
だ
bed.
からあなたが来てなくて彼女が言ったんですね。Yes, she voluntarily.
Was John a drinker?
ジョンは飲むんですか？
時々飲みます。
Sometimes.
And when he drank a lot.
飲むときはたくさん飲むんですか？
たくさんがどんなかわからないけど、普通にビール飲んでました。
I don't know how much is, but it's normal. I think it's a normal occasional drinker.
Okay, but it wasn't surprising to you that it wasn't weird that John was drinking or she claimed John was drinking. Is that fair?
彼が飲んでる間にそのニッキーがその部屋をクリーニングしてる、そういうものを持ってくるっていうのはなんか変だと思いませんでしたか？
思わなかった。
I didn't think so.
So not really strange to you at that point.
その時は別におかしくなかったんですね。No.
So you saw the lights were on in John's room. Did you hear anything coming from the room?
その部屋に電気がついてましたけど、そこから何か音とか聞こえましたか？ No.
How long did this interaction with Nikki last?
そのニッキーとのそのそういうその遭遇はどのくらい続きましたか？
多分15分ぐらい。
About 15 minutes.
Did Nikki go back and forth between the room during that 15
その
minutes?
15分の間に部屋から出たり入ったりしてましたか？
お
That's
皿
correct.
2回ぐらい持ってきたんで。
She brought dishes twice.
And did the lights in that room remain on the whole time?
その間ずっと部屋の電気がついてましたか？
はい。
Yes.
After that 15 minutes or so, did you go back upstairs?
15分終わってその後2階に上がりましたか？
はい。
That's correct.
Did you leave Nikki behind with John?
ニッキーを残してジョンと一緒に行って上に上がりましたか？
はい。
That's correct.
Was there anyone else in the home other than you, Yoshida, Nikki, and John?
その4人以外に部屋に行った人はいましたか？
いません。
No.
What happened when you went back upstairs?
その2階に上がって、その後何が起きましたか？
何が起きたっていうか本読んでて、
ね
本読んだり YouTube 見てたりしてました。
When I went upstairs, I was watching YouTube and reading books.
After you went back upstairs, did you hear a noise from downstairs?
2階に上がって何か音が聞こえましたか？
聞きません。
No.
No noise?
音がしなかったんですか？何も。
ね、その時はしません。
At that time, no.
Okay. At some time, did you hear noise later?
その後音を聞きましたか？
ちょっと1時15分頃2階に行って、でそれから寝たんですけど、多分2時頃だと思うけど、よくわかんないけど、犬が庭で鳴いてるのと、なんかドスンと音を聞きました。
Around 2 a.m.
と思うけど。
He assumed around 2 a.m.
She assumes?
What, 1:15?
After
1時15分に上がったんでしょ？
に上がった後寝たんだけど、その後寝てる時に音が聞こえた。大きな。
1:15, she went to the bed, and then around 2 o'clock while she was sleeping, she got some noise. One of them, when the dogs were embarking
庭で。
in the garden, and then other strange noise was heard.
Okay, so let's break that down a little bit. So after 1:15, you're sitting in bed, you're looking at videos or something.
1時15分の後は寝てた。
At 1:15, she went to bed and then sleep.
Okay. So are you saying at 2 o'clock you got woken up by a noise?
2時
なんか
頃だから
2時頃だと思うんだけど、わかんないけど、寝てる時になんか聞こえた。
while she was sleeping around 2 o'clock, she's not sure, but around 2 o'clock, she's heard some noise.
What type of noise did you hear at
そ
2
の時
o'clock?
の音は何ですか？
ドスンと。結構大きなドスンと。なんか物が落ちたみたいな。
Something like something dropped from the like shells, some strange noise.
Okay, was it like a bang?
バンみたいな、そういう感じ。
Something like that.
Okay. You said you heard the dogs too,
犬の鳴き声も聞こえたんですよ。Yes.
and the interpreter used the word garden. Does that mean backyard?
バックヤードでしょ。
そうそうバックヤー
Yes,
ド。
バックヤード。
Okay. Did John have dogs?
ジョンは犬を持ってたんですか、
はい
Yes.
How many dogs did he have?
何匹いたんですか？
その時子犬が生まれたばっかだったんで、大きい犬2匹と成犬ね、それとパピーが2匹。
So 2 adult dogs and 2 puppies, altogether 4.
Were they John's dogs?
それはジョンの。
はい
Yes.
Where did they normally sleep?
それからこの犬は普通はどこで？
ジョンの部屋。
In the John's room.
Is it normal or was it normal for the dogs to be outside in the middle of the night?
その夜中にこの4匹の犬が外に出てるというのはちょっとおかしいと。
不思議です。
It's not normal.
Okay, so when you heard the dogs barking in the garden or the backyard, that was different than normal.
犬がだからバックヤードで吠えてるというのはもうノーマルじゃないわけですね。
ノーマルじゃない。
It's not normal.
Okay. When you heard the noise and the dogs barking, did you go downstairs or just go back to sleep?
それが聞いた後何が起きたかと思って
寝ちゃった。
went back to sleep.
What time did you wake up in the morning?
で朝何時に起きたんです
8時。
か？8 o'clock. Wake up.
8 a.m.?
8 a.m.
What did you do when you woke up?
起きて何されたんですか？
下に
Went downstairs.
キッチン。
Kitchen.
Describe what happened next.
その後何が起きたんですか？
階段を降りてきたらジョンのトラックが見えたんです。だからあれおかしいなと思って。
When I was using stairs going down, I saw the John's truck through the window, and I feel something strange.
Did you expect John's truck to be gone?
その時はもうジョンはいないと思ってたんですね。That's correct.
What did you do next?
その後何をされましたか
ジョンに電話しました。
？She called the John.
And did he answer?
答えましたか
えない
？No.
What did you do next?
その後何しましたか
コーヒー作ってまた2階に上がりました。
？She prepared coffee and then went upstairs again.
You didn't look in John's room at that time?
ジョンの部屋に行かなかったんですね、その時は。
その時は行ってない。
Didn't go John's room at that time.
After you went upstairs, did you come back down?
また電話し
その
て、またもう1回電話して、また降りてきました。でもおかしいなと思って下降りた。
She called him again and no answer, so she feels strange and then went downstairs.
What happened then?
その後何が起きましたか？
ジョンの部屋見たけどいないから、で、また2回行ったのかな。
I looked around the John's room and I couldn't see him, and then 2回行った。Went upstairs again.
Okay. What happened then?
その後は
それで、またちょっとおかしいなと思ってまた降りた。
And then after I went upstairs and I still feel strange, so she went down again.
Okay, describe what happened next.
それと後は
そしたら犬がドギドが出てて庭にいて、でガレス見たら椅子が倒れてて、コンピューターの椅子が倒れてて、あとガレージが開いてた少し。
When he went downstairs, he saw dogs.
She
saw the dog still outside. The dog's door was closed, and then also computer's chair was fell down, and
ガレージと
the garage door half open.
Okay, so let's break that down. Did you go down into John's lower room
ジョンの部屋に帰Yes, ジョンの部屋に帰ったんですね。
はい、
and you saw the doggy door was down?
Yes.
そうそう。
そうですね。Yes.
There was a computer chair in John's room
ジョンの部屋
overturned,
のコンピューターの椅子が倒れてたんですね。That's correct.
and you said the garage was open. So did you go out the garage door?
ガラージはオープンだったんで
です
か
行かない。ガレージの方には行ってない。見えただけ。
I just saw the garage half open, but I didn't go to the garage.
So are you talking about the door from that hallway that leads into the garage?
ホールウェイからガレージに行くドアがオープン。
オープンしてたね。
Yes.
That was partially open?
それは部分
開い
的
てました
Could you see through and see the big garage door?
ガレージが全部見えたんですか？
見えた。
She could see entire garage.
Was the big garage door open too?
大きなガラージドアもオープンだった。
そう。
That's correct.
Did John normally have a lot of tools in the garage?
ジョンはガレージにたくさんの工具を持ってるんですよね。That's correct.
A lot of power tools?
パワーツールとかいろんな持ってるんですね。
よく知らなきゃあると思います。
I think so.
Did you return back from the hallway into John's room?
それからジョンの部屋に行ったんです。
違う違う違う。ガレージからジョンの部屋入れるかって聞いたから入れます。
Yes, can go to the John's room.
Did you lift the chair up that was down?
その時倒れてた椅子をこう起こしたんですか？
はい
Yes.
And then what did you do?
その後
で、ジョンのベッド、もしかして寝てるかと思って、毛布でこう全部ラップされてたんです。それでこうちょっと開けたら足が見えたの。
I went to his bedroom and he was wrapped by the なんだかblanket, and then but she could see that the part of the she just opened that blanket and then could see that the part of that feet.
The feet. Okay, what did you do next?
その後どうしました？
で、ベッドの方をちょっとこう頭の方に動こうとしたら、動いたらたくさんの血を見たんで、すぐ部屋の方に行って911。
She tried to move the other side of the bed, showing a head side, and then before that, she saw many bloods.
Many blood?
Many bloods, and then so she
Went back.
decided went back upstairs and then called that
911。
911.
Okay. And Judge, we would move for the admission of one. I don't plan to play the game, but that's a 911.
No objection.
After you called 911, did the police arrive?
911電話した後に警察が来ましたか？
はい
Yes.
And did they interview you?
そして彼はインタビューしました。Yes.
はい
And did they search the house for a long, several hours?
そしてうちをずっとサーチ何時間もしましたか？
はい
Yes.
A couple of days later, did you notice a large knife missing from your kitchen?
そして2、3日後にキッチンから大きなナイフがなくなってるのに気がつきましたか？ Yes.
All right. Thank you, Yoko. I'll pass the witness, Judge.
ありがとうございま
Yes.
今度この人に質問するね。
す。そうそう。
Is Your Honor intending on taking a break in about 15 minutes, or?
About, yeah. I'll try to give you time to finish.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
おはようございます。
My name is Robert Draskovich. That's my partner, Michael Horvath.
ロバートさんとパートナーのマイクさん。
We have never spoken, have we?
今まで話したことないですね。Never.
Just to clarify a couple of things.
ちょっといろんなことをちょっと明確にしたいんですけども、
The girls left your house and went and lived with Nikki, as you know her, in May
ガールが離れて、そしてニッキと住んでたと。
はい
correct?
そうですね。
はい
Yes.
You said it was at the end of school,
学校終わってから。
学校ですね。After the school.
and if I told you that was May 27th of
5月
2023,
27
would you have any reason to disagree with me?
5月27日。
日にち覚えてないけど、学校が終わってから、
He didn't remember the actual date, but after the school.
This whole summer, before these events, though, the girls were living with Nikki.
その夏の間ずっとニッキーと住んでたんですね。That's correct.
John had been living with you for a long time,
ジョンは長い間一緒に住んでたんですか？
そうです。
That's correct.
and it was understood he was moving out August 1st, or August 7th, I'm sorry.
8月1日かなんかに。
7日、8月7日に動くって知ってました。
Yeah, yes, I do.
There had been many discussions that Jonathan was moving out in the weeks or even months leading up to
彼
this
女が
weekend.
彼が移るのにいろんなディスカッションとかあったんですか？
誰と？
ジョンと。
ジョンと私と？まあ動くって聞きました。
I've just heard that he was moving out.
Okay. And we'll get into this a little bit later, but as part of this investigation, you're aware that the police took your phone to analyze its contents.
その間にそのチェックしている間に警察が陽子さんの携帯を取っていろいろ分析してたっていうのを知ってましたか？
知らない。
I didn't know.
Are you aware that they have copies of your texts?
I'm sorry. What?
Are you aware that they have copies of your texts?
What?
で、テキストを
She'll tell you.
私の電話を全部チェックして私のテキストを見てたっていうの知ってましたかって言ったら知らないよ。
I didn't know.
And just as another preliminary matter, Devyn lived with you for about 2 to 3 years, correct?
デビエラは2、3年一緒にいたと。
2、3年トータルで
Is that a total or?
When he was 21 on,
1年ぐらいじゃない？
About 1 year.
I think 1, 2.
so
not
if he
three.
had said if he had said 2 to 3 years, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
3 yearsはいなかったと思う。
I don't think that she has been 2 or 3 years.
Okay, fair enough. On August 6th of 2023, you were aware Jonathan was moving out, correct? You
8月
saw
3日に出てったのをご存知ですね。
he and Nick
Yes.
moving
Yes.
things.
Oh.
And they had actually been in your home the day before, August 5th, moving things, correct?
8月5日に来たんですか？
8月5日に何をした
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Yes. Not only on August 6th were they moving things, but they were actually at your house August 5th, moving things.
8月5日には、I don't remember.
Okay. They could have been. Is it possible that you just don't remember right now?
まあ、
それは知らない。
I don't know.
覚えてない。
Okay. You don't recall them being there very late on August 5th?
夜遅く来たのを覚えてませんか？彼ら8月5日。
なんか日記来たような気がする。
It might be so. I think.
Okay. After you find Jonathan, you call the police, and the police come to your home, correct?
ジョナサンが電話して警察電話して警察が来ましたね。
意味がよくわかんない。ジョンを見つけたとき警察が来た。
そうですよね。
6日ね。はい。
Yes, that,
I'm sorry, ma'am, was that it? Yes?
yes.
Yes, she's agreeing. And you gave a pretty long interview with Detective Ozawa and Detective Skinner, correct?
ディテクティブの大沢さんと
スキナ
シナさんと
はい
長い間調査だったと話し合い、
はい。
Yes.
The interview began, and let me ask you this, that the interview was recorded, wasn't it?
そのインタビューは録音されたんですか？ That's correct.
And they asked you questions,
まあいろんな質問されましたね。Yes.
and you'll agree with me that when they're asking you questions, you're wanting to give them the best information as possible, correct?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
During this interview, you're wanting to give them the best information
そ
possible.
の時に質問されたらもうとにかく
そうですね
一番の正直。That's correct.
You're as truthful as possible,
非常に真実を語ったんです。That's correct.
and you're as detailed as possible.
でいろんな詳細についても覚えてる限り語った。
はい
Yes.
Obviously, the events that you talked to them about are fresh in your mind, correct?
その人たちと話したことを覚えてフレッシュに覚えてますね。Yeah.
And you'd agree with me that your recollection of events would be far better then than it is now, well, 2 years after these events.
その時の方がもっとこうよく覚えてたわけですね。今2年後だから。
それはそうだけどよく覚えてます。
Still I remember it pretty well.
Absolutely. And today you testified, I mean, don't hold me to this, Your Honor, but maybe 40 minutes so far, correct?
40分間証言する。
そんな知ってます？
Give or take. I mean, we're all here, but this interview that you had began at 10:43 and ended at 11:28. Fair to say?
10時43分に始まって
今日
11時28分 Today?
When they interviewed you
最初のインタビュー。
the morning of.
だけど
August
時計今10時10分になってる。
She said the clock is still 10:10.
Okay, so you're pretty specific on time, aren't you?
もう
Yes.
時間に対してはYes.
You are very exact when it comes to time, aren't you?
時間については非常に正確です。
なぜかというと、その日は8時とか10時とか時計見てるから。
Because on that day I was frequently watching that clock.
Okay, so again, you're very conscientious of times, correct?
その時は非常に意識が自分のことに
いつも
That's every day.
Every
It's
day.
not
I
only
keep
that day.
forgetting that.
It's my usual character.
Fair enough. You've been provided a copy of the transcript of your interview, correct?
インタビューのそのトランスクリプト書いたもの全部出されましたね。
意味がわからない、それ。
そのインタビューの話した内容を全部内容を裁判所に出されましたよね。
話はしてますけど、ペーパーは何もないけど。
I didn't see any paper, but
Okay, but it was provided to you was my question. It was
Provided.
the transcript of your interview, it was provided to you.
その
I didn't clarify what
そ
you
の
said.
そのトランスクリプト、その自分が答えた内容についてそのペーパーをもらいましたか。
もらってないですよ。
No, I didn't see.
Okay, so it wasn't, you didn't see it, and I'm trying to clarify, was it given to you and you didn't read it, or was it never given to you?
Never see.
You testified before a grand jury for this matter, correct?
大審員にこの
前にね。
Yes, yes.
And that was in September 21st of 2023, correct?
9月21日の23年にしたんですね。
日にち覚えてないけどしました。
Yes, I did, but I don't remember the exact date.
Okay. If I told you it was that date, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
So what?
I said, if I told you it was that date, September 21st, 2023, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
この日にちを言いましたけど覚えてない理由とか何かあります。
日にちは覚えてません。
I don't remember the exact date, but I remember that I was in the grand jury.
Okay. And this, now turning, so there's two. Turning your attention now to the interview, August 7th.
8月7日のそのインタビューについて話しましょう。
はい。
It was in English,
英語でしたね。Yes.
and you were asked questions by Detective Ozawa and Detective Skinner, correct?
小沢さんとそのYes.
はい。
You had told the detective in that interview that this sound was dogs barking, and that was at 3 a.m., correct?
その時にその犬が鳴いてるのは3時だと。
いや、3時って言ってないと思う。2時頃だと思う。でも寝てたから、
I don't think I said 3 o'clock, but while I was sleeping, so
2時頃だと思う。
I still believe that around 2 o'clock.
3時って言ってないと思う。
Hey, ma'am, I'm going to read your statement.
言ったことを
Counsel,
読む
page 3, line 62. Then this morning, then last night, like at 3 a.m., I heard a dog barking in the yard, correct?
それに書いてあるんですって。
で、言ったか覚え、それはちょっとわからない。
You said that to the detective the morning of.
でも覚えてない。
I don't remember.
でも、
You're very conscientious at time, and obviously this is close to the
非常
events
に
in
時間に対
question,
して
correct?
貴重な面の利用させてください。
でも寝てたから覚えてない。
I was sleeping.
But you told the detective it was 3 a.m. when you heard the dogs barking, and that was unusual, correct?
だから3時だから非常にアンニュージュアルだと
でも
思って。
3時とは覚えてない。でも寝てる時に聞いたことは確か。
I've heard while I was sleeping.
You would agree with me that through the course of this case, you learned that Nikki left your house at 2:04 a.m., correct?
この中で2時4分に彼女ニッキーが家を出たということを知りましたか。
私は何時に彼女が帰ったか知らない。
I don't know what time she left.
Okay. But at the time, morning after, you said that at 3 a.m. you were woken up and the dogs were barking. Fair?
だから
I just read it to you.
今、そう言われてもその日の朝に小沢さんと話したけど覚えてよくわからない。多分そう言ったかもしれないけど時間はわからない。
I don't remember 3 o'clock, or I might say that, but it's not
Okay.
clear.
That's right, and その後すぐ後だったから殺された後だったから
だから気がどう
よくわからない。
right after what had happened, so I don't remember.
Okay. And when you talked to detectives, you didn't talk about some bang or anything, did you? That's new today.
その時にこうポンという音がしたということは言ってなかったですけど、それを今日言われたのは新しい発見なんですけど、
覚えてだけどそれはほら殺されてすぐのことだったから動転してたかもしれない。
That was right after the accident, and my emotional situation was a little bit, unusual.
Understood. And that's your testimony today. Are we fair to say?
今日はね、証言初めてですもんね。Yes.
But this wasn't the first time that you were asked about time being woken up and what you heard that night, correct?
その時に起きて、で音がしたわけですね。Yes.
You testified before a grand jury, a group of people kind of like this, in a prior proceeding, correct?
こういう人たちの陪審の前で話したんですね。Yes.
And you told that grand jury, page 65, that on the night in question, you were woken up by the dogs barking at 3 a.m.
I didn't wake up. 起きてはない。ただちょっと聞いただけ。
Actually, I didn't wake up. I've heard while I was still half sleeping.
So you agreed now that it's still 3 o'clock on 2 separate occasions.
3時かどうかは知らない。
I'm not sure whether it's 3 o'clock or.
Page 64. So you went upstairs, right? And if anything, did you hear after that, around 3 a.m. in the morning, were the dogs barking in the yard? And you agreed, correct?
最初に犬がいたと泣いたと言ってますけど、それに。
で3時っていうのはちょっとわからない。泣いたのは聞いてたけど、3時っていうのは覚えて。
I've heard that the dog barking, but I don't know if it's 3 o'clock or not.
Okay. But in both occasions, you say that this was unusual, didn't you? Dogs barking at 3 a.m.
まあ3時に
2時とか
2時とか3時だととにかくアンニュージュアルですね。
Unusual.
Yes.
So just so we're clear, this idea of 3 a.m. has been talked about on 2 prior occasions that we're aware of, correct? In your interview and during your grand jury testimony, correct?
一応3時にその最初のインタビューとグラン大陪審の時に3時だということをまあ言った。
言ったけど覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay. And during the grand jury proceeding, when the prosecutor told you or asked you about 3 a.m., you didn't disagree, did you?
まあその時にそのまあ検察側が3時に行ったという言ったはずですけれども覚えてるんです。
いや3時にって言われたことないと思う。
I never been told that the 3 o'clock from the prosecutors.
But you'll agree with me on both instances when you talked about this noise in the middle of the night. It was the dogs barking and it was unusual. Fair?
と犬が聞こえてるのはアンニュージュアル。Yes, I agree.
Today you talked about when you came downstairs and it was at 1 o'clock. You said that you saw Nikki and she seemed surprised, correct?
その実際に降りた時にニッキーがその非常に驚いたということを言われましたね。Yes.
You didn't talk about her looking surprised or startled on August 7th, 2023, did you?
8月7日にそれについて驚いたとかそういうこと言わなかった。
驚いたかあったとは言いましたけど、驚いたって言ったかどうかは分からない。
I don't remember what I said or not, but I told them that I met her.
Okay, yes, you said that you spot. The point I'm making is you didn't say she was startled or surprised, did you? When you were interviewed by the police.
驚いたということを言わなかったかもしれない。
かもしれない。覚えてない。
It might have been that way, though.
And when you testified before the grand jury on September 21st, 2023, you didn't talk about Nikki being startled or surprised either, did you?
その時もそのニッキーが驚いたように見えたというふうに言わなかったんじゃないですかと。
覚えてません。
I don't remember.
On your interview on August 7th, you talked about after saying at 3 a.m. the dogs are barking, you go back to sleep, you wake up at 8 a.m. and then you go downstairs, correct?
8月7日に、3時頃目が覚めて、そして8時頃下に降りたというふうに言いましたけど、覚えてますか？
覚えてます。
You don't talk about. I'm sorry. Did you? You'll agree? Are you agreeing with me?
3時でいいですね。Yes.
Didn't talk about seeing his truck and being surprised or anything like that, did you? You didn't talk about being surprised at seeing Jonathan's truck in front of the yard.
その彼のトラックを見た時も驚いたりとかしなかったんですか？
だからいないと思ってたのにトラックあったからおかしいなと思いま
When
した。
I saw that his truck, usually not there, I was,
But I'm talking about the statement, the accurate statement that you agreed me with, that you gave to the police on August 7th. You didn't talk about being surprised about Jonathan's truck.
その時警察のあれではその時にそのトラックがいなかったと驚いたとは言わなかったと。
覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay. You did talk to the police that morning the kids were supposed to start school over at Nikki's house, correct?
その時に、その子供は日記の力で学校に行くということをしてたね。Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Is that a correct statement?
それは正しいんですね。Yes, correct statement.
You told the police on August 7th when you came downstairs, things were a mess, correct?
その8月7日のその警察に下が非常にもう混乱してたというふうに言われました。
そう言った覚えないけど、どういう意味でメスっていうの？
I don't remember. She wants to know what the mess means.
Ma'am, you stated, and I'm referring to page 11 of the voluntary statement, lines 415 through 418. So I don't know about it because this morning I went downstairs. Two chairs were upside down. So messy downstairs. And those were your
2
words.
つの知恵がさ超えてメスだったと言ったと。
メスって言ったかもしれない。もう覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay, but are you going to disagree? Actually, may I ask you this? May I approach the witness? Show me page 11.
このトランスクリプトにする。
Upside down. Chairs are upside down. So messy downstairs. Pick up a chair and hit it. なんだかわからない。覚えてないそれは。
I don't remember.
メスってのは何だろう。
She agreed that your memory was far better the morning, August 7th, than it would be now, correct?
8月7日ですね。の一応トランスクリプトです。
じゃあ部屋が汚れてたってことかな。覚えてないそれは。
I might, so that the room was very dirty,
Maybe.
and they might say messy.
And your words, ma'am. I'm not putting words in your mouth. Your words that two chairs were upside down, correct?
2つのチェアが壊れてる。
2つかな。1つは覚えてる。もう覚えてない2年前のことで。
Since 2 years ago, I don't remember. It might have been 2 chairs, but I remember the one chair was fell down.
Okay, so now you remember the one chair, but at the time you said two, correct?
コレクトかどうかっていうか覚えてない。
I
2
don't
年前の
remember
こと。
2 years ago. Yeah.
Fair to say that there appeared to be some signs of a struggle.
その時になんかここ戦ってる様子とか、なんかこう揉めてる様子とかそういうの見るの。
っていうか椅子が倒れてて、だから何があったかわからないけど椅子は倒れてた。
So the chair fell down, and I don't know what had happened, but that's the fact that the chair.
In this point in time, and I don't mean to beat this, but 2 chairs. You said 2 chairs, correct?
2つのチェアですね。
それも覚えてない。
I don't remember.
1つは絶対に覚えてる。
One chair, surely I remember.
But you read here and it says 2 chairs, and those are your words, correct?
2年前のことは覚えてない。
I don't remember it 2 years ago.
The police officers followed up. Which room were the chairs overturned in? Again, plural. And you said in the same room, Jonathan's
そ
room,
の
the family room.
そう同じ部屋で2つのチェアが倒れた時にポリポリスになったと。
覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay. And at that point in time, you're asked what John does. You say he's a handyman, but you never talked about power tools, correct?
パワーツールについて何も言われませんでしたけど、ジョンはですね、ハンディマンだから、まあ、でもそういうのは結局、まあ、
まあ持ってたと思うけど知りません。
I don't know what the power tool is he might have.
I don't know.
Okay. At this point in time, you do remember the girls' ages, correct?
What?
At this point in time, when you give the interview, you remembered your granddaughter's ages, correct?
その時の年は、
ああ、
孫
覚えて
の年は。
知ってますよ。
Yes.
They were 7 and 9.
7歳と9歳。
その時、今13歳だから、そう23年、2年前、9と7歳、と思う。
I think so.
Through this interview, and I'll just talk for a bit about this August 7th, 2023 interview.
2023年8月7日のインタビューについて、まず追加質問があります。
During this weekend, that Jonathan and Nikki were talking about moving together and raising the children together,
その時に
correct?
2人が話して子供を育てると出てってっていうのを話したというのはご存知ですか？ Yes.
They were back together again.
そして元によりを戻すという話ですね。Yes.
That it was a very good day. They were very happy.
その時は非常に彼らは幸せそうな日だった。Yes.
And they were happy to move, correct?
で、もう喜んでその出ていく
That
と。
he was moving.
Yes.
This is something that had been talked about and you were aware of for months leading up to this. Fair? I said this move was something that she had known about for months leading up to the move, correct?
これに至った経緯はその前から前から知ってたんですね。Yes.
Let's talk now a few minutes about 1 a.m. And you did tell the police it was 1 a.m. when you came down the stairs.
それは
1時に降りたということはプレスに言われましたね。
はい
Yes.
You said you came down and that you were washing the dishes,
その
correct?
時、まあ、降りて皿を洗ったんですね。
ニッキーがお皿持ってきたから洗いました。
The reason I wash dishes is Nikki brought.
Okay. This was something that was kind of common. Jonathan would eat and he wouldn't really clean up, correct?
ジョンは、まあ、食べた後そのものを、まあ、そのクリーンアップしないというのは
しない。
Yes.
And ma'am, I'm going to ask you a number of questions, and I'm not trying to attack your son who's deceased, but these things are important to establish, and these questions will be based upon things that you have either
その
said
辺
or
の
texted.
彼の習性についていろいろ説明したいと。
Nikki's bringing you alcohol bottles too, correct?
アルコールのボトルを持ってきましたか？
覚えてないそれは。まあ覚えてない。
I don't remember.
お皿は覚えてる。
I remember the dishes.
Okay. You had said they were a mess. There was a mess that was being cleaned up from Jonathan, correct?
I beg your pardon?
I said you were washing dishes, she was bringing dishes and alcohol bottles because Jonathan was kind of messy, correct?
まあ、そのお皿を洗いますと、でジョナサン、まあ、そのアルコールのボトルとかね、持ってきてその彼の部屋はそのメッシーだったということで、
いつもメッセージ。
Yes,
Yes. And Nikki tells you that Jonathan's drunk.
ミッキーがあなたにそのもう彼はもうアルコール中だと言いましたか？
じゃなくてニッキーはジョンが飲んじゃったから寝てるって言いました。
Nikki told her that on that day he went to bed because he was drunken.
Yes. And ma'am, I'm referring to your own words. You said that, yeah, Nikki told me that he was drunk, correct?
ドランクっていうか寝てるって言いました。
And then he was sleeping.
And you told the police, counsel page 19, that Nikki had alcohol bottles in her hand, and she was
だ
cleaning
2
up.
年前
い
の
やアルコールのボトル持ってきました
覚えてない
I don't remember.
You told the police, page 20, Jonathan would leave all the alcohol bottles around, correct?
その彼はいろんなそのアルコールのですねカラビンをあの辺にこう置いたりとか残したりとかしてましたか？
時々飲んだ後置いてるのは知ってるけど、でも2年前のことだからそこまで覚えてる
I don't remember well.
And ma'am, later on in this very same interview, now we're on page 24, you talked to the police about waking up and the dogs are barking at 3 a.m., correct?
だから3時は覚えてない
I don't remember.
Counsel, I'm referring
3
to
時か
page
どうかはわから
24.
ない
And again, this is the second time that you tell the police, now well into this interview, that it's 3 o'clock, not 2 o'clock, correct?
だからコレクトじゃなくて、でも3時ってはっきり3時時計見たわけじゃないから覚えてない知らない
I didn't see the clock at that time, 3 o'clock, so I don't remember.
But you again say that it's unusual and it's 3 a.m. That's what you told the police.
そうだけどその頃と思ったかもしれないけど覚えてない
答えなきゃいけないと。
覚えてない
I don't remember.
That night, during the 15 minutes that you're talking to Nikki, she told you that she didn't want Jonathan driving and drinking, correct?
その彼女だった時に
そうでした
Yes.
That was a concern of hers, wasn't it? Based
そ
upon
れ
your
は彼女の
15-minute
心
conversation.
配だと思って。
彼女は私に、ね、飲んでるから運転させたくないから朝5時に彼は起きて自分の家に来るって言ったの
She said that she didn't want him to drive while drink, and then she also said he will wake up at 5 o'clock and then come to her house.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. But this issue with Jonathan drinking and driving had been an ongoing issue and a family concern, wasn't it?
彼がそのアル中なの家族の中でもやっぱりちょっとこう問題でいろいろ。
違うとにかく飲んでるから運転はさせたくないからってただそれだけ
She said that she doesn't want him to drive while drinking.
And you'd agree with me that the best way to do that is to take his keys, correct?
その時は運転させたくないから彼女がキーを持って、その真ん中でもそのキーを取って、そういうふうにするのが普通じゃないか
違うと思います
I don't think so.
For years, you had sent your son texts concerning his drinking, correct?
4 years.
For a number of years, you have sent your son texts concerning his drinking, correct?
何年もの間その息子に今酒飲むなとか言ってテキストしてたんですか？
っていうかお酒飲むのは良くないからやめた方がいいお金もないからやめた方がいいっていうのはテキストしてました
Yeah, I told him not too much drink. It's better. It's not a good idea. That's she sent a text to him.
For years, was my
何年も。
question then.
何年も。
何年もじゃないけど、そういうふうに教えました運転しなきゃいけないからアルコール飲んだ時は運転しない方がいいとか、
I told him not to drive while drinking, and that's I keep telling him.
And for years, you were concerned about his doing drugs. Same issue. He could be a danger
Drug
on the
ですか？
road.
っていうか私は一般的にとにかくドラッグとかアルコールはしない方がいいって教えてました
I was teaching him, don't take alcohol, don't take drug. Educate him not to do that.
そうだから子供にみんな教えるでしょ親は、ドラッグはするなアルコールするなそういうふうに教えてました
So that's the kind of a general education from the parent to the kids, not to drive on about drinking and then not to take drugs.
And the reason we're gonna address this, ma'am, is that you had said on direct that his drinking was normal, correct? And we're gonna go through some timelines and things, ma'am, because on direct you had said that his drinking was normal, correct?
まあ、いろいろこの、まあ、中に見せますけども、その
ドリンクは
彼のドリンクが通常だと思われるかどうか、彼のね。
まあ普通はみんな普通に飲むでしょう。ただたくさん飲むのは良くないと思い
I
ます。
think it's, normal to drink, but not too much, not over drink is not good.
You sent him texts in 2018 about his drinking in relation to driving, correct? And drugs.
2018年のにその飲むのとドライブとの関係についてテキストしてますね。
覚えてませんけど、いつも普通に教えてます。赤ホールしたら運転す
I
る
don't
な。
have a particular text, but usually I told him not to drive when you drink.
July 18th, 2018, if you're drinking, don't drive, you will mess up, you will lose things. I'm sure you're drinking into
2018
this
年にそういう
hour.
テキストを彼に送ってるんですね。
That was sent at 11:16
でも
p.m.
普通教えませんか、親としてみんな。
But as a parent, is that a normal to educate the kids?
Oh, I completely agree with you, ma'am. I have 3 sons and a daughter, and I completely
Yeah,
understand.
so
these
it's-
issues.
私は飲まないし、タバコも吸わないし、もちろんドラッグもやらないから、そういうのはいつも子供には教えてました。
I don't drink, I don't smoke, and also I don't drug, so I keep teaching the kids not to take it.
And ma'am, that's a good thing, and these texts are not a reflection on you. It's just important that we address these issues right now for the
まあ
purpose
それは
of
非常
this
に重要
trial.
なことでお願い
I
し
would
ます。
object at this point, Judge. She has acknowledged that she sent the text messages. There's no need to go through them. What the relevance, cumulative,
And if the state agrees that this was an ongoing concern for years, up until the
何
time
年
of the
間もそういう
event,
ふう
I
に
can
テキストを
stop
送って、
asking.
そういう注意をしてきた。
what I would agree is that in 2018, she sent some text messages.
In 2018, there was a concern for her. I think that's what everybody can agree on.
And 2019, many texts, the same concerns.
2019年も同じの送ってるんですね。Yes.
2020, many texts, the same
2020 年
concerns.
も同じような
Correct.
内容で送ってますね。
私はいつもそういうふうに真面目に働いて、真面目にやるように教えてました。
I always tell him to work hard and not to drink, not to all the time. I educate him.
2021, many texts, the very same concerns.
2021年はたくさんのテキストを送られました。
2022, many texts, the very same
2022年
things.
もそうですね。
言うこと聞かないから。
Correct?
そうですよね。
多分
Yes.
テキストしてま
I
す。
think so.
And 2023, many texts, the same concerns.
2023年もそうですね。I think so.
You had told the police on August 7th of 2023 that Nikki had given you a car key concerning the car that was out front. Andrea's car, correct?
Yes.
2023年8月の
はい
Yes.
Fair to say that Nikki's the one that handles the keys in reference to issues
あの
about
時
が
your son.
そう持ってきた、ジョンの部屋から。
ニッキーがですか
そう鍵を持ってきました。
Yes, Nikki brought a key from John's house.
ジョン
John's
のルーム
room.
And just so we're clear, ma'am, there's another time, a third time that you tell the police about the dogs barking at 3 a.m. in this interview, correct?
3時に行って泣いたと。
あ、それ覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay. You did tell the police that Jonathan doesn't get along with his son, Devyn, correct?
ジョナサンはそのいわゆるうまくいかなかったというふうに言って。
それも覚えてない。
I don't remember.
You told the police that Devyn had a girlfriend and you thought that she was 30, correct?
その時デビューはそのガールフレンドがいて30の。Would you repeat?
Absolutely. You told the police on August 7th, 2023 that Devyn had a girlfriend and that you think that she's 30.
デビエラはガールフレンドがいて、その時彼女は30だというふうに言った。
覚えてないけど、ニッキーと話した時にキッチンで1時過ぎに私がデビエラがいるけど大丈夫なのって言ったら、ニッキーがデビエラハズガールフレンドって言ったんです。その時に8月7日の1時過ぎにキッチンで彼女と話してる時に、デビエラがいるけど、ジョンが言って大丈夫なのって聞いたら、彼女がデビエラハズガールフレンドって言ったの。
She told her that around 1 o'clock when they talk to each other, that she has a girlfriend.
Okay.
No, no.
Are we talking about Devier?
She asked them,
だからね、
I don't think she understands the question. Ma'am, did you know if Devier had a girlfriend who was 30?
30歳。
Can I speak English?
Please.
Okay. When I talked to the Nikki after 1 a.m., I asked her, "Is John okay to go your house? Because Devier is there." And she said, "Devier has a girlfriend." That time she told me. So Nikki told me.
And did you tell that to the police?
I don't remember 2 years ago. So sorry about.
And ma'am, you didn't tell that to the police. That's something that you're saying right now for the first time.
Sorry, but because I didn't get asked this.
Okay. You could just, they asked you about Devier, and Devier said, oh, he has a girlfriend, correct? So this idea that she told you
She
this, this
told
is
me.
something that you're just bringing up or making up right now for the first time. Isn't that right?
初めて言ったかもしれないけど、2年前のことそんな覚えてない。でそれはほらあの事件の起きたすぐ後の話だから、私も動転してたかもしれない。
That interview came right after the accident happened, and I was not normal mental status.
Page 34, you're asked, does he get along with his son? Your answer, not at this time. They say, okay. That's why Devier was used to live in my house too, but he moved to Nikki's. So he's a grown man, and he's 21. I think he's about, 27. He had a girlfriend. She's 30, I think, correct?
30かどうか。
That's what you said.
覚えてません。
I don't remember.
And then next statement, just a minute, but he's trying to move out this time, this week. That's what he's saying, correct?
彼がその後にムーブアウトすると。
誰が？
その Who was he?
Devier.
デビエラ。
デビエラはもうとっくにムーブアウトしてました。
デビエラ went out a long time before.
Yes, if I may approach the witness.
Sure.
And I'm referring to page 34 of this page.
They're here.
Yes.
Deviera used to live in my house.
Move to Nikki. That's why. She had a girlfriend.
And then
She's 30ってここら辺覚えてね、そう言ったとこ思えないけど。
I don't remember this statement, around this statement.
Do you agree with me? You
あ
said
れは
that
自分が言っております。
30なんて言ったことない。
And then he told you he was moving out of Nikki's house, correct?
ニッキーのハウスに行ってない言ったんですか？ニッキーのハウスに移ると言ってない言ったん
言っ
ですか？
てないよ。彼はただ誰かガールフレンドのうちに移るって言っただけで知らない。When he moved 知らない。
He just said that he's going to move some girlfriend's house.
知ら
And
ない。
just so we're clear, and I'm just
Don't
going to
remember.
read your statement, just a minute, but he's trying to move out this week, that's what he's saying.
This week ってオーガスト7のこと？
The 23, August 7, 23.
Correct.
のもうデビエラはいなかった。
At that time, Deviera was not my house.
I know. You talked about him moving out of Nikki's, correct?
そのムービングアウトっていうのは、ジョンがムーブアウト、オーガスト7。デビエラの
John moved out August 7th, and Deviera.
デビエラはもうロングタイムアゴ
So
にもう
Deviera
ム
moved
ー
out
ブ
a
だ。
long time before.
No, ma'am, but my question, I just want to make a clean record, is you told the police that Devier told you that he was moving out of Nikki's house, correct?
コレクトじゃない。じゃない。
It's not correct.
何の話かわからない。
Did they get the transcript wrong, do you think?
I think wrong.
I think the transcript is wrong.
だってデビューラーはもうとっくに20年ぐらいにはもう私の家から出てる
So
はず。
Rivera moved out around 2020.
いや、もう全然家にいなかった。
I have no further questions. Thank you, Mike.
Yes, I will try to be brief, Yoko. Just a few more questions. You were interviewed right after you found your son dead, correct?
子供さんが亡くなってその後、直後にインタビューを受けたんですね。Yes.
That incident was obviously traumatic for you.
非常にもう自分としても very shocking.
When the detectives interviewed you, was it at your house?
どこでそのインタビューしたんですか？
家の近くの車の中。
Inside the car, nearby the house.
Did they bring a Japanese interpreter for the
その
interview?
時に日本人の通訳と来ましたか？
い
No.
ません。
Okay. So were you asked some questions and provided some answers that may have been a little unclear?
質問されて、英語でされて、そう答えた時に若干不明な点とかありましたが、Yes.
And when I questioned you at the grand jury, do you remember that?
その大陪審でしましたね、覚えてますか？ Yes.
We did not have an interpreter for you, if I remember. Do you remember?
その
いやいや
時通訳
いましたいました。
Yes, she had an interpreter.
So you had an interpreter at the grand jury proceeding,
グランジュリーでも通訳いたんですね。
女の人。
Yes,
and you obviously have one here today.
yes. 今日もいますね。Yes.
Okay. Do you know if you were asked the same questions every single time you have talked about this?
その聞かれた時にそれ全部通訳されましたね。
それで大体同じだけど、今日のその3時に犬がどうの吠えたっていうのは知らん。
Yes.
Okay. Today, you are testifying off your memory, correct?
まあ自分の記憶から今こう証言してるんですね。
はい
That's correct.
And these papers that the attorney showed you, you didn't read these before coming in today.
その今見せてくれた紙は読んでないんですね。
読んでない。
Never saw that, never seen that.
Yeah, so you're testifying from memory.
その時は記憶で話したんですね。
はい
Yes.
As you sit here right now, do you remember hearing the sound that woke you up at 2 o'clock?
2時にその音がして、まあ、起きたと。
だから
いうことは
私が言ってるのは2時頃だと思う。で3時って言われたけど時間は覚えてな
I
いけど。
believe it's around 2 o'clock.
Okay. The dogs are separate, and let me ask you about the dogs.
で犬についてね。
The dogs, I presume, didn't just bark once and shut up.
その犬は1回だけ超えて、そうなくて、もう引き続きどんどん、
ちょっと泣いてた。
for a while.
I'm going to allow a limited meeting for the purposes of the language barrier at this point.
For a while.
The dogs barked for a while.
Yes.
You heard them outside at some time in the night, correct?
外でそれ犬が鳴いたのを聞いたんですね。Yes.
And then when you came down at 8 a.m., the dogs were not in John's room, correct?
そして8時に置いてきた時にドッグはそのジョンの部屋にいなかったんですね。
いなかった外。
Still outside.
So the dogs could have barked many times from 2 a.m. to 8 a.m., I would
2時
presume.
から8時の間にドッグが
泣いたかもしれない。
Hold on just one second, ma'am, go ahead and answer that question. That objection is going to be sustained if she doesn't know if the dogs could have barked for that extended
Sure,
period of time.
sure. I'll just ask you, do you know if the dogs barked once or if they barked many times?
1回か何回も泣いた
1
から。
回じゃないことはわかるけど、ちょっとワンワンって泣いてたのはなんとなく記憶にある。それだけ。
Not once.
Not once?
Not once.
Okay. Mr. the attorney asked you if you believed that John and Nikki were happy to move out. Do you remember that question?
彼ら2人がその喜んでその出て行こうとしてるのは覚えてますか？Yes.
You would agree with me that you don't know what was going on in Nikki's head,
その
correct?
時にニッキーが何を考えているかとかさっぱり分かんなかったですね
それは。知りません。
No.
Okay, so you can't say whether Nikki was happy about the move or
その
not.
時にニッキーが幸せだったのかどうかということは分からないですね。
分からない
I don't know.
You were asked about text messages. Remember that?
テクストメッセージについて聞かれますよね。
John was 46 when he was killed.
ジョン46歳で亡くなりましたね。
はい。
And he's still your baby at 46, I presume. Is that right?
だからその時亡くなったから彼は46歳のままの子供ですね。That's correct.
So even though he's 46, you're still trying to coach him on life and guide him in the right direction like my mom does all the time.
だからその時もとにかくその正しい方向に行くようにいろいろコーチングしてたんですね。Yes.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Yes. Before today, you said it was 3 o'clock, you were woken up by the dogs 5 times, correct?
だから
3
覚えて
時に起きて
ない。
5時になったと。
でそれだから3時って言ってるけど覚えてない。
I don't remember.
And today you're saying it's 2, correct?
そして今日2時と言ってるんですね。
2時頃だと思う。
Around 2 o'clock,
I think.
I think around 2 o'clock.
And in front of this grand jury, you told them about the 2 chairs being upside down, correct?
そしてそのグランドジ
その
ャージには
2年前のことは覚えてないけど、一つは絶対に覚えてるんだけど、もう一つもあったか
That
も
was
しれ
2
ないけ
years
ど
ago. I don't remember, but I'm sure that one chair was filled.
Okay, but ma'am, my question is, before the grand jury, September 21st, 2023, with the interpreter, you testified that chairs were knocked upside down, 2 of them, correct?
その時
だけど覚えてないけど、もしかしたら2つかもしれない。
I don't remember, but it might be 2.
で、それはそのすぐ後だったから、今と違う2年前の。
That was right after the accident, and my mental status was kind of terrible. But right now, it's kind of become normal.
Okay, but ma'am, this grand jury, and we discussed this, was September 21st, 2023, correct?
そのグランジュリーと9月の21日
で、その
の23
日
年に
にちも覚えてないからね。
I don't remember the date.
One final, maybe 2 final questions. You were asked if you were shown transcripts from an interview or the grand jury. Did you listen to a recording of your interview?
それをそのレコードされたり、そのcould you rephrase?
Yes, did you listen to a recording of your interview before
その
today?
時そのインタビューが録音されてるのを聞いてまし
聞いてない。
た。No.
Thank you, I have no further questions.
Any follow-up statements? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, ma'am, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you. そういいのね。
Okay, we're gonna take a brief recess, ladies and gentlemen. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not reach listen to news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test, theory of the case, repeat an aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express any opinion regarding this case or response to you. Ladies and gentlemen, 10:50 will be a recess till 11:05.
All rise for the jury.
Devyn Michaels, for the record, Ms. Michaels is present with her attorney. Deputy District Attorney on behalf of the state, and both parties stipulate to the purpose of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state your card next week.
State's next witness is crime scene analyst Nicole Merriam.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Thank you.
Ma'am, can you please state your full name and spell it?
Sure. Nicole Merriam, NICOLEMARIAM.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Yes, still morning. How are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
Good. What is your position?
I am a crime scene analyst 2 at the Henderson Police Department.
Okay. How long have you worked in that capacity?
Total almost 15 years. I've been at Henderson for just over 9 years, and I was with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department for nearly 6 years prior to that.
And you mentioned crime scene analyst 2. What does that mean?
It's just a level, are you the 2 specifically, or?
Yes.
It's a level, so in both Metro and Henderson, there are 3 tiers of crime scene analysts. At Henderson, they're classified as tech is the bottom, the lowest when you start out, then 1, and then 2. So I'm the top level crime scene analyst that Henderson has.
Okay. What is some of your background and training that you have done to become a crime scene analyst?
Sure. So I have 2 bachelor's degrees from University of Nevada, Las Vegas, one in criminal justice and one in psychology. Upon starting at Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department back in January of 2011, I started with a training course at an academy that was nearly 300 hours, so about 8 weeks-ish of training. Then after that, did a 12-week field training program where we're paired up with more senior crime scene analysts, and we investigate scenes with them until we progressively get to the point where we're on our own. And then in my nearly 15 years, I've taken upwards of 1,000 hours of different training ongoing throughout my career.
So the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have heard from a crime scene analyst in this case, but can you just generally go over what some of your duties are?
Sure. So we respond to crime scenes where we identify, document, collect, and preserve physical evidence. So we use ways of doing that like photography, fingerprinting, blood spatter analysis, trajectory, and then we collect the evidence and preserve it so it can be processed or tested later if need be as well.
And you also impound evidence,
Correct.
Is that correct? So the items that you do locate, you undergo an impound process.
Correct.
What is that impound process?
So we package the items in their inner packages. So depending on the item, it depends on what type of packaging we use, a paper bag, a box, depending on its shape and size. And then we put that inner package, that individual package, we label it with the item number, the DR number or the event number associated with the case, with the date of the case, and also my P number and initials, so my identifying personnel number. And then that package is placed in a larger outer package, which then is sealed with red tape. I initial it and date it, so that way it can show that the seal has not been broken, no one else has gotten in and tampered with it. And then a label goes on the outside of that bare outer package to tell you what's inside the package.
So I assume when you're collecting evidence, obviously you and members of your team are wearing gloves.
Correct.
Okay, and what's the purpose of that?
In order to prevent cross-contamination. I don't want to put my fingerprints, my DNA onto the item. Also safety for me. Some items we handle may be bloody, and I don't want to get that on myself as well. But it's in order to not cross-contaminate and leave anything behind that wasn't there naturally.
So I know you have 15 years of experience, but can you approximate about how many scenes you have documented? Are we talking hundreds?
All scenes in entirety. We do everything from burglaries up to homicide. So we don't just do major calls. I honestly don't even begin to know what that number would be.
Safe to say hundreds?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Oh, definitely.
So then directing your attention to August 7th of 2023, were you called out to a scene?
I was.
What was the nature of the scene?
It was a search warrant reference a homicide investigation.
Okay. And was that location that you were assigned to 5510 Porcupine Rim?
Yes, it was.
What information did you have about the call?
I knew it was a homicide where the victim was located decapitated. And this residence was the house of, I believe, the girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, and that we would be serving a search warrant on it.
What time, and did you arrive around 6:30 that night at that Porcupine Rim residence?
Yes, 6:34 was my arrival time.
Okay. And when you arrived at the scene, were people already there?
Yes.
Who was there?
The detectives were there. We also had Sergeant Kyle Slattery. We had, I believe, 6 detectives. Detective Ozawa, Detective Pappas, Detective Lina, Detective Christopher, Detective Skinner, and Detective Redsole.
So a handful of detectives, including
Correct.
yourself, correct?
I'm not a detective, but yes.
Oh, thank you for correcting me. So you get there, and the search warrant has already been obtained, signed off by a judge, and now is ready to be executed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you walk, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, sort of the process of what happened when you got there with that search warrant?
Sure. With search warrant, job largely is photography. So I take pictures of the scene, the residence as it is. So the detectives have not yet searched anything. The photos I take in the beginning are as the scene is when I arrive. So I go through and I photograph any vehicles that would be related and the residence. all the different rooms, closets, to document the scene as it was when we arrived before anything has happened yet.
So you mentioned photographs.
Yes.
I have in my hand here hundreds of photos, specifically exhibits 235 through exhibit 441. Did you have a chance to review these items prior to testifying today?
I did.
And they're a fair and accurate depiction of the photos you took at this residence, correct?
Yes, they are.
And I believe by stipulation of the parties, the state is going to go ahead and move for the admission of these exhibits at this time.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, those exhibits will be admitted pursuant to stipulation.
So you get to the residence. Did one of the detectives have anything in their possession that was documented?
Yes.
And what was that?
Detective Skinner had a black cellular phone.
And publishing, permission to publish, Your Honor, states 236. Is this that cellular phone that was with Detective Skinner when you arrived?
Yes.
Was there anything of note that you observed on this phone?
Yes, there was an area of apparent blood on the screen.
And did you ultimately collect a sample from that?
I did, yes.
And you went ahead and impounded that?
Correct.
Okay. And was it positive?
It was presumptive test positive using phenolphthalein, yes.
So can you walk us through what you do in that process of testing?
Sure, phenolphthalein is a product we use to determine if an item, an area swabbed, is potentially blood. So it's a presumptive test, not completely definitive. There are false positives, but it is a good indicator that this is likely blood. Also, with my training and experience, the appearance of the stain, reddish brown stain, also did appear consistent with blood. And then the results of the phenolphthalein test being positive indicated it was very likely blood.
So you essentially swab the area, is that
Yes.
right?
So we take a sterile cotton swab, almost like a Q-tip, put sterile water on it, and then rub it on to the stain. So I moistened the swab, rubbed the area of blood on the phone, and then I took an extra swab to be able to test it. That way I didn't ruin the swab that we were impounding. I took 2 swabs actually that I booked impounded with the blood, and then 1 extra one to test with the phenolphthalein to presumptively determine if it was blood.
And you mentioned that you did impound those items, and that would have been under, and you would have marked them under event number 12-15229, correct?
It was the first 2 digits are 23-15229.
And obviously you observed the front of the residence, is that correct?
Yes.
Showing 239. Is that the front of the residence there?
Yes.
Were there vehicles at the residence when you arrived?
Yes.
And I think we can see it here, but there is a vehicle sort of in the driveway to the left. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then there's a work truck in the front of the home.
Correct.
And then behind the work truck, kind of hard to see in this photo, but there is another vehicle parked to the right part of the driveway.
Yes.
And did the search warrant also include, states 241, a search of this work van here?
Yes.
Okay, and it was searched?
Yes.
Anything of evidentiary value found inside that vehicle?
No.
States 242, were these vehicles searched as well?
Yes.
Reflected
Well,
here.
the one on the right, the Honda Civic.
Okay, and what about the one on the left then?
The one on the left is a Nissan Armada. It was locked and it was sealed and then towed to our secured garage at the Henderson Police Department. It's our crime scene garage, and it was searched later with a different search warrant.
Anything of evidentiary value that you know of in either of these vehicles found?
I do not know about the Nissan Armada, but I do know the Honda Civic was searched on scene where I was present, and no, there was nothing of evidentiary value in the Civic.
Showing 265, what do we see here?
So to the right on the screen there is the front entry door. So that's the main entrance door into the house. And this is the front formal room. It's also connected to the formal dining room.
And sort of near the door to the right of this photo, do we see sort of a shoe rack there?
Yes.
And on that shoe rack, did you locate any black Nikes with a swoosh, white swoosh on them?
No.
Publishing 267, what is this here?
That's a different angle of that same room. So again, on the right, you see the couch, and on the left is the dining table where the family room meets up with the formal dining room area.
268, what do we see there?
That's a close-up of one of the larger seats or couches in the room, in the living room.
And then I'm specifically sort of pointing towards the left of the center chair. Those items there, were those, did anyone look at those?
Yes.
And what were they?
Some types of swords.
276, what do we see here?
That's a photograph of the kitchen in the residence.
Okay. And this kitchen was searched thoroughly, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Publishing, 277, what do we see here?
That's a picture of me standing in the kitchen, looking out to the dining nook, and then the living room. That's a different one than the front entry, the family room. This is the living room.
And then when you were searching the kitchen, you didn't find any sort of murder weapon, anything with blood on it, anything like that, correct?
Correct.
278, what is this?
That's the master bedroom. That's on the first floor of the residence.
And then 279
It's a different angle of the same master bedroom.
and 280,
Same, just another angle of the master bedroom.
288.
That's the master bedroom looking into the attached master bathroom.
And then we have 289,
That is the master bathroom, and then the master closet is off the bathroom there.
291,
And that's one of the pictures of inside the master closet.
and then 291A.
That is the other half of the master closet.
And in the closet, anywhere in the home, were any black Nikes with a white swoosh found?
No, we did not locate any.
Publishing 295, what do we see here?
It's a picture of the laundry room.
And the laundry would have been searched, correct?
Correct.
296,
That's a linen closet, and I believe the door that goes out into the garage.
and then 297 then.
That's a close-up of the closet.
Okay. 299,
That is a picture of the garage, the three-car garage.
and this area was thoroughly searched, correct?
Yes,
No murder weapons, nothing like that found inside this garage, correct?
correct.
307, what do we see here?
That's the second floor loft. It's like a playroom.
309,
That is a linen closet, I believe, upstairs on the second floor.
then 311,
That's one of the upstairs bedrooms. It was set up as an office area.
318,
That's a different bedroom upstairs. It was kind of a sewing storage room.
and what do we see inside this photo?
Appears to be a wedding dress or a white dress.
320,
That is the upstairs hall bathroom.
321,
That is the bathtub in that hall bathroom.
322,
That is one of the other bedrooms upstairs on the second floor.
and it looks like sort of on the head of the bed, some stickers on there, maybe
Yes.
childlike stickers?
Yes.
326,
That is a picture of the fourth bedroom upstairs.
looks like on the bedding some sort of cartoon of sorts.
Yes, print, yes.
328,
Those are just photos of miscellaneous receipts that were located during the search warrant.
do you recall where they were located?
I believe the kitchen, but I'm not 100%.
Okay. 329,
That is a picture of the dressers in the master bedroom.
was there something located inside of one of these drawers?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was a collection of plastic bags, 6 in total, with the inner one being knotted, tied in a knot, containing a black wallet that had miscellaneous cards and also the driver's license in the name of Jonathan Willett, and then a set of keys were tied in that inner plastic Vaughn's bag, grocery bag.
So then publishing 347, is that bag? you were
Yes,
talking
that's
about?
the inner, you can see the knot at the top, so that's the inner bag, and there were 5 other plastic bags around it.
344, are those extra bags that were around it?
Yes, that's the clump of all of it.
Okay. And then 348, is that the wallet and keys you mentioned?
Yes,
And then 349, the driver's license you mentioned.
correct.
And whose name is on that driver's license?
Jonathan James Willett.
Inside of the bedroom as well, states 330. What do we see here?
That's a BB gun.
And then a 331.
That is the nightstand if you're looking at the bed on the left side. And there's a Glock 19X semi-automatic firearm, 9mm, in that top drawer.
Showing you 334. Were there some writings found inside the master bedroom as well?
Yes.
And same with 335,
Yes.
336.
Yes, that's a close-up.
Okay. 337, sort of a notebook with writings, correct?
Correct.
338, another writing.
Yes.
339, another writing.
Yes.
Inside the garage, states 353. Did you locate a bag with something inside?
Yes.
And what do we see there?
So that red bag was found on top of those trash cans in the garage, and there were 2 Ring cameras, security cameras, that were located inside that red bag.
So then states 356. Is that a close-up of that red bag?
Yes.
And states 355. Are those Ring cameras you mentioned?
Yes, they are.
Showing you states 360. What do we see there?
That is the bed in the master bedroom with a blue and gray striped dress laid out on top of it.
362.
That is a receipt.
Then looking at 366, what do we have here?
That's a mini backpack purse that was located on top of the bed in the master bedroom.
And states 363, something of evidentiary value found inside that purse?
Yes.
And what was it?
A social security card in the name of Jonathan Willett.
And you found other electronics inside that bedroom as well, correct?
Yes.
There were several.
Yes.
And those would have been collected as well.
By detectives. I did not collect them. I photoed them.
And you mentioned several writings that were collected in this case, right?
They weren't collected, they were photographed.
Thank you. They were photographed. Showing you states 394. Was this located as well?
Yes.
Okay, and what do we see toward the card underneath Jonathan's social security card there?
Appears to be a business card in the name of Devyn J. Michaels as a realtor.
And again, some devices were located.
Correct.
In an abundance of time, I'm not going to go through each one of those. Members of the grand jury will have these. $413, what is that?
2 debit cards.
Showing you 414. What does that depict?
That's the upstairs hall bathroom, so that's the sink vanity area, and underneath in the cabinets was a safe.
And 415, is that just a close-up of that same safe?
Yes.
And you located items inside of the safe, correct?
Yes.
416, what do we see inside the safe?
That's a 9mm 6-hour handgun. Looks like live ammunition as well as extra magazines, and maybe a magazine and a speed loader.
And you would have documented the backyard as well, correct?
Yes.
422, 423. And then did you take photographs of the female that was there?
I did, yes.
Okay. And publishing 424, is that the female that you photographed?
Yes.
And you knew her to be Devyn Michaels, correct?
Yes.
Publishing 425. What do we see there?
That's just the back of her.
426.
Those are close-ups of her hands.
And we see sort of a ruler here. What is that?
That's called an ABFO scale. It's just a scale to show the general size of items.
States 427. What do we see there?
That's just more of a close-up of her other hand, again with the scale.
428.
And those are the pictures of the palms of her hands.
Did you also take a picture of a male that was there?
I did, yes.
And that was Devyn Willett, correct?
Correct.
Showing 429. Is that the front picture of him?
Yes.
430.
It's his back.
431.
Those are, again, the same style pictures of his hands.
Do you notice any cuts on his hands or anything like that?
No, he had no apparent injuries.
Oh, no bruising, nothing like that,
No.
correct? 432.
And those are his palms.
Same thing, no injuries there, correct?
Correct.
When you were taking pictures of Miss Michaels, what was her demeanor like?
I honestly don't recall too much.
Nothing out of the ordinary?
No, I don't. Nothing stands out to me one way or another.
Same thing with Devyn, correct?
Correct.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Correct.
Okay. Turning your attention then to August 9th of 2023, did you assist in collecting an item back at that 2698 Paladura Drive?
Yes.
And did that include black boxers?
I believe they were gray.
Okay. But they were boxers
Yes, boxer
nonetheless,
shorts.
correct? And those were located on top of a couch,
Yes.
correct? Okay, and that was inside of sort of that recessed, informal, makeshift bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Then on August 15th of 2020, and you collected those and impounded them, correct?
Correct.
On August 15th of 2023, you then returned to the 5510 Porcupine Rim,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And you were there to collect and document some more items with a search warrant, correct?
Correct.
I believe you took photos of cleaning products that were located in cabinets, correct?
Yes.
A pair of blue cloth shorts in the first floor of the master bedroom,
Yes.
and a pink tank top in the first floor of the master bedroom.
Yes, the first
All
one.
impounded.
I did not impound the cleaning products or the tank top, but I did collect and impound the blue shorts.
Under that same event number that we discussed.
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Okay, just one moment. Good morning.
Hi.
You were shown hands of both Devyn Willett photographs and Devyn Michaels, correct?
Yes.
Were those all the photos that you took of both of these people's hands, front and back?
I don't believe so. In general, those photographs. I typically take pictures of the two together, the two flipped, individual more of the left, individual more of the right.
Okay. And you were asked questions as to whether or not you saw any injuries on Mr. Willett's hands?
Correct.
In your testimony that you saw that?
Right, there were no apparent injuries that we noted.
You were not asked questions concerning Ms. Michaels' hands. Same questions. No injuries, front or back, correct?
Correct, I didn't notice any injuries to her hands either.
You testified that you arrived at the Porcupine residence, I think you said 6:34 p.m.?
6:34 p.m. was my approximate arrival time, yes.
And you generated a report in reference to the efforts that you took through the course of this investigation.
Correct.
You authored 2 reports?
For this entire,
The Porcupine residence.
for the first Porcupine Rim search warrant, 2, a main crime scene report and then an evidence impound report.
Okay. Did you author any other reports in reference to your analysis or the collection of evidence at the Porcupine residence?
There would have been a biological stain presumptive test form, which is a form we fill out regarding that phenolphthalein test, the presumptive test for the blood, that documents the lot number and the expiration of the specific phenolphthalein batch that I used, and whether or not that presumptive test came back positive or negative.
Okay. The report that you authored concerning this search on August 7th, Porcupine residence, it's 2 pages and then a signature page, correct?
Just depending on how you print it out, but yes, that's how it printed out for me as well.
Okay, and obviously you reviewed that in preparation for your testimony.
Yes.
Because as you've testified, you have been involved in at least hundreds of crime scene analysis, documentation of such, correct?
Yes.
Been yours. We'll go through this. Are these all the exhibits?
There's some right here too.
Okay. Are those all the exhibits that were taken at the Porcupine?
These,
Mhm.
between those two, yes. Yes, they have. Yeah.
Okay, we'll go through it. Okay. You were asked questions specifically concerning tennis shoes, correct?
Correct.
Your testimony is that you didn't photograph, didn't collect any evidence concerning tennis shoes? Black
That
tennis
we did
shoes?
not locate the specific shoes she was describing.
Are these specific shoes that you've given testimony concerning, that you now say that you were looking for, is that documented in your report?
That we did not find shoes?
That you were looking for?
I don't document what we were looking for, no.
Okay, but you just gave testimony concerning what you said you found or didn't find, correct?
I gave testimony saying what I photographed and booked.
Okay. Did you have a list of things that you should be looking for? while
No,
you were
the
at that
detectives
residence?
are the ones who pretty much dictate the search. I'm there largely as a photographer, and then I collect the evidence that we locate. So the detectives are the ones that know what they're looking for.
Were there any black shoes that you located at that residence, black tennis shoes?
Perhaps we could go through the photos and look, but nothing that I specifically photographed.
You don't recall photographing a shoe holder near the front door?
I do, but I don't want to testify officially without examining the photograph that there were black tennis shoes on there, because that was not something that I specifically documented.
Do you recall specifically capturing a photo of black tennis shoes in a closet?
Again, no, I took overall pictures of the closet, and then I photographed the items the detectives locate and deem of note. I then photographed those more closely.
It's your testimony that you reviewed, and I believe it was the first exhibit under this pile that was published to the jury concerning a work van, correct? A
Yes,
white
there was a Nissan cargo van parked out front.
And you testified that there was nothing of evidentiary value contained within that van, correct?
Correct.
Did you photograph the contents of the van?
I did.
Power tools in the van?
I'm not sure we can look at the photographs, but I just took overall pictures of the inside of the van.
Any saws found in that van?
Again, I'm not sure.
But nonetheless, it's your testimony that there's nothing in the van that was of evidentiary value.
Correct.
You were shown pictures of 3 samurai swords.
I believe there's 3, but yes, of swords.
Did you pull out the swords?
Yes, the detectives did.
Did you photograph the blades?
I'm not sure if the blades were photographed or not, but if there was anything like blood or any type of item of note on there, we would have photographed it.
Were these samurai swords wiped for anything of evidentiary use? DNA testing, fingerprint testing, anything like that?
Were they swabbed? Is that what you're
Correct.
asking?
Yes.
No.
Now, you were aware that this case involved a decapitation, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of the manner or means in which this decapitation may have occurred, or how?
No.
But nonetheless, you're going through this investigation, making determinations what's of evidentiary value or no, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that you, as you sit here today, and it'll be borne out in the photographs, you don't recall photographing the actual swords other than they're on the ground, correct?
I have a more close-up photo of them. I don't know if I photographed them unsheathed.
Okay, but it's clear you didn't collect anything from them
Correct.
for further submission.
Correct.
You don't recall photographing a sawzall or a saw in that work van, correct?
Correct.
Or submitting anything for any secondary tests, correct?
Not from anything in the van. Correct.
You make reference to some soft scrub bleach located in the laundry room of this Porcupine residence, correct?
Yes.
And you felt that was of evidentiary value?
The detectives told me to specifically photograph this bottle of bleach.
Soft scrub, that's a fairly common household item, is it not?
I can't testify to I don't have it at my house, but it's
Soft scrub, I mean, you've heard of it, you know of it, correct?
I don't know that I've well versed on brands of bleach, but I was not shocked by seeing the brand.
Common occurrence, I
guess.
mean, fair to say these hundreds of crimes seen, I mean, people have soft scrub at their house, correct?
Like I said, I can't testify to who has it, but I'm sure people possess soft scrub bleach, yes.
What do you use?
I have Clorox bleach, or the Walmart brand.
Okay.
But I just have liquid bleach.
Fair to say, no blood, anything indicative of blood contained within the house, correct?
Just on the cellular phone that was in possession of Detective Skinner.
Okay, that's it.
Yes, that's all we saw.
In reviewing the Armada, did you take pictures of that?
Just on the exterior, because it was locked, and we did, like I said, sealed it and then towed it to the crime scene garage, where it was then processed by a different crime scene analyst at a later date.
Okay, so you're unaware of any results or the lack thereof of any blood or anything of that?
Correct, I don't know what was inside the Armada.
Through your review of the house, you found no signs of blood on any clothing or anything else for that matter,
Correct.
Nothing found in any trash cans of that nature,
Correct.
correct? I have the court's indulgence just for a moment. I don't have any more questions as witness. Thank you very much.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Okay, so your responsibility is excused.
Thank you.
Very much for your testimony here today. State, you may call your next witness.
Dr. Stephanie Yagi.
And counsel approach while she's coming in.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Amen. And Doctor, if you please state your full name and spell it for the record.
First name is Stephanie, Stephanie. Last name is Yagi, Yagi.
Thank you. Ma'am, what do you do for a living?
I am a medical examiner at the Clark County Coroner's Office.
And how long have you been so employed?
About 3 years.
What is it that you do on a day-to-day basis at the medical examiner's office?
So my role, my primary role at the medical examiner's office is going to be determining cause and manner of death in any sudden, unexpected, violent, or suspicious deaths.
How do you go about examining a deceased person that comes into your office?
So to determine cause and manner of death, oftentimes we will do a medical type of examination, and one of which is an autopsy.
Are you trained in conducting autopsies?
Yes.
Can you please describe your education and training in order to do what you do?
As a medical examiner, I am a medical doctor. I have my degree and I'm licensed to practice medicine in the state of Nevada. I am also board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
And if you didn't say already, how long have you been conducting autopsies with the Clark County Coroner's Office?
About 3 years.
You mentioned the terms cause and manner of death.
Yes.
What is a cause of death?
So a cause of death is going to be a natural disease or traumatic injury that ultimately leads to cessation of life.
Do you conduct autopsies to determine cause on every single death within Clark County?
No.
Which do you focus on when it comes to autopsy specifically?
So our office, again, is responsible for conducting medical examinations on any sudden, unexpected, violent, or suspicious thereof deaths.
Can you give a couple of examples of causes of death?
Sure. So causes of death might be something like hypertensive cardiovascular disease, which is high blood pressure, blunt force injuries due to motor vehicle accident, something like gunshot wounds.
Is there a difference between a cause of death for your purposes and the mechanism of death?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jury?
So the mechanism of death is more what's happening inside your body. So the pathophysiology of our particular disease process or traumatic injury, where a cause of death is going to be the overarching event that led to death.
You also mentioned the term manner of death. What does that mean?
Manner of death is how the circumstances of the death arose. It's a categorical determination of which we have 5. So those are going to be a natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined.
When it comes to homicide, what does that term mean?
For us, homicide is death at the hands of another.
And what does the undetermined manner mean?
Undetermined is for situations where we can't make a determination. So it is either unknown or we can't determine between one or more other mechanisms or manners of death.
We'll get back to that in a moment. In your prior testimony, you mentioned the term autopsy, and I think I glossed over it. What does an autopsy actually entail?
So an autopsy is a medical type of examination. It has multiple parts. The first of which is going to be an external examination. So we look at the body. We document any identifying features, eye color, hair color, tattoos, any external trauma or injuries that we can see with our eye. Then we'll move on to an internal examination where we open the body in a surgical-like fashion. We again inspect the internal organs for things like natural disease or trauma and injury. The autopsy also includes ancillary testing, such as like toxicology testing. We can do imaging like x-rays. We can get other consultations as we see fit, as well as look at tissue under the microscope if needed.
And I would presume that every autopsy is a bit different and determinative of what types of testing you're going to conduct.
Yes, so we perform these things on a case-by-case basis.
I want to bring your attention back to August 8th of 2023. On that date, did you receive a body ultimately identified as Jonathan Willett?
Yes.
And was that your work documented under Clark County Coroner's Office case number 23-04811?
Yes.
What was the condition of John's body and how did you receive it?
So the body is received at our office in a sealed body bag. Once the seal is broken, the body undergoes forensic processing and goes through the autopsy procedures I've previously discussed. At the time of the external examination that I performed, there was absence of the head of Mr. Willett's body.
While the autopsy process is occurring, are you or other staff photographing the body?
Yes, photographs are taken at every step of the process of the autopsy examination, which are done by our forensic technicians.
Those forensic technicians, do they go hands-on with the body at any point during the process?
Yes, our forensic technicians are actually responsible for moving the body and eviscerating the body, which is, again, doing the internal examination or internal dissection portion of the exam.
Do those forensic technicians work in tandem? Do they work alone? What is the common process?
The forensic processing is usually done by the forensic technician in singularity prior to the exam, and during the exam we do work in tandem with the forensic technician.
Weird question, but I have to ask it. What percentage of your forensic techs are female?
Currently at this time, 100% of our forensic technicians are female.
And is it common for those female forensic technicians to flip bodies on their own?
Yes.
All the time?
Quite often.
In this particular case, you and forensic techs documented the process of the autopsy and have move for the admission of 464 through 494, Judge.
Any objection to those?
No, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
Thank you. May I publish?
Yes.
Starting with 464, what are we looking at here?
So this is a photograph of Mr. Willett as received in the body bag.
465, is that his lower body?
Yes.
What are these items on his hands?
These are bags to preserve possible trace evidence that are placed on the body at the scene.
During this process, do you measure the body?
I personally do not, but the body is measured, yes.
Yeah, and when I say you, I sometimes mean the team. Somebody in the process measures the body, correct?
Yes.
In this particular case, what were the body's measurements?
The length was measured at 68 inches and the weight 169 pounds.
So his body as received is 169 pounds, correct?
Correct.
I would presume it would be more if his head was attached.
Yes.
Do you know the average weight of a human head?
Probably on the line around 10 pounds.
During your external examination of the body, what general things did you notice?
So, as previously stated, there was the absence of the head and upper neck, as well as there was some changes to the front side of the body that were consistent with some kind of chemical type burns.
Back to 464. If you could point to what you mean by chemical type burns.
So all along the front of Mr. Willett's body, we have changes of the skin, which again are consistent with a more chemical type burn.
Are all of the changes or the discoloration in the skin we're seeing those chemical burns, or is there something else going on here?
There is additional to the burn type pattern, there's almost like a diamond weave type pattern that you can see on predominantly the chest, which is actually consistent with the pattern that was seen on the mattress where Mr. Willett's body was found.
Okay. Ma'am, what is lividity?
Lividity is the postmortem pooling of blood in the gravity-dependent areas of the body.
And what is slippage?
Slippage is a term that we use for the appearance that the skin can show when there's separation of the top layer of skin that happens.
Okay. Does that typically happen post-mortem?
Yes.
Showing you the front of John's right arm. Do you see that there?
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
So this looks like to be an area of some postmortem changes, which could be, as previously described, some area of skin slippage.
When it comes to lividity and these postmortem changes that occur to a body, is it possible for you to establish a time of death based upon that?
Sometimes.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
So there are a lot of factors that we need to evaluate for determining time of death. Most of these factors are highly variable, which includes things like the actual decedent's natural state of health. In addition to that, the environment that the body is found, things like heat, humidity, et cetera, as well as any external factors or the environment, such as water or air or soil that the body is found in.
Not to mention, you're typically not conducting an autopsy immediately after death, correct?
Correct.
In this case, I believe you did it on August 8th.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And so, do you have an opinion as to John's time of death?
No, our determination on time of death is, again, highly variable, and it would have to be given within a range of time based on the state of the body. In this particular case, it would probably be within a half day or hours.
States 472. Oops. Is this John now laying on what would be his belly?
Yes.
Is there an anatomical or I guess a forensic term for that?
Prone?
So he is prone with belly down now, correct?
Yes.
What is this kind of discoloration we're seeing on the side?
This could potentially be an area of liver.
What's liver?
As we previously discussed, blood pooling in the gravity-dependent areas of the body.
What does this tell you about John and his circumstances of his death?
At one point in time, he may have been face down or face up. This is a lateral aspect of the body, so I can't tell you.
Okay. Showing you 473. What are we looking at here?
This is kind of the neck region of the body.
From the back?
Yes.
474, same position basically?
Yes.
Now with a ruler? Did you or your forensic techs clean up John's body?
Yes, the forensic technicians.
Before I move on, did you notice anything about the blood that was abnormal? Is this normal? The coloring?
I can't tell anything from this photograph.
475. What are we looking at here?
So this is now a cleaned up photograph of that same area, the neck region from the back.
Is there anything notable to the back of the neck?
Yes.
What is that?
So in this photograph, you can see that there are some superficial incised wounds that are somewhat parallel to the main area of defect at the neck here.
476, is that a little bit closer on those areas that you were describing?
Yes.
What does this tell you, if anything, as a forensic pathologist?
This may indicate there were previous attempts to use a sharp force injury in this area.
Previous to the decapitation itself?
Yes.
Did you document John's hands?
Yes.
478, is that his right hand?
Yes.
479, another angle of his right hand.
Yes.
480, same thing, another angle.
Yes.
481, inside of John's right hand.
Yes.
Did you observe any bleeding injuries to his right hand?
No.
482, is this John's left hand?
Yes.
483, also his left hand?
Yes.
Do you see these little things here?
Yes.
What do these appear to be to you?
Some type of callus or blister.
Any bleeding injuries to his left hand?
No.
484, another shot of his left hand.
Correct.
485, the inside of his left hand.
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
Again, I would consider these blisters or calluses.
Any bleeding injuries to his left hand at all?
No.
Did you observe any minor injuries to the rest of John's body, staying away from the head and neck?
Yes, there are a few contusions or bruises to the extremities.
When you say a few, how many do you mean?
At least 3.
Were those minor in nature, meaning not very apparent?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now another kind of graphic photo. 466. Can you reorient us?
Yes, so again, this is a photograph of the neck region, and now the body is on its backside.
Okay. Can you just describe what you're seeing in this photograph?
Sure. So there is a kind of irregular defect that has resulted in a complete decapitation of the body.
When you say irregular defect, can you provide any further context to that?
The surface of the wound looks kind of ragged. It doesn't look straight.
468, are we now looking down into essentially what would be John's neck?
Yes.
What did you observe during your internal examination of this portion of the body?
So on the internal examination, Anatomically, or just by looking at it, this wound did not appear to be ante-mortem. It appeared to be post-mortem, so made after death.
And how are you able to determine that?
So when the body is alive, there are some features that we can look at anatomically or with our eye, as well as microscopically, to indicate that there was a body's response to an injury. And I saw neither of those, again, grossly or microscopically in this particular case.
So, to oversimplify it, the decapitation happened after he was killed.
Yes.
470, is this a side view of that same area?
Yes.
What type of surfaces or types of the body are actually sliced through when a decapitation occurs?
So in this particular case, we would consider this a complete decapitation. So there is transection through the soft tissues, which are like skin and muscle, as well as any vasculature that is within that soft tissue. In this case as well, the decapitation went through the spine. So both the bony parts of the spine as well as the spinal cord, as well as the structures in the neck. So again, the muscle, soft tissues of the neck, as well as kind of the throat area.
States 486, what are we looking at here?
So this is a internal photograph of that same area, taken from the front side of the body.
What is the purpose of you eviscerating the skin and taking these photographs?
Well, as part of the autopsy examination, we examine all parts of the body, one of which is routinely the neck. So we would do this naturally in every case.
Did you see any evidence of strangulation with what was left of the neck?
No.
What would you expect to see in the event of strangulation?
So in some strangulation cases, findings that are suggestive of that would be intramuscular hemorrhage of the anterior neck muscles, as well as sometimes we can have fracture of the hyoid bone, which is a bone in the neck.
And is the hyoid bone in this particular case gone?
Yes.
So you weren't able to examine the hyoid bone, but you didn't see any of that hemorrhaging you just described?
Correct.
When it comes to eviscerating a body, is it common for you to use tools?
Yes.
Do you use mechanized tools or just hand power tools?
Both.
When you use mechanized tools, do you get blood splatter in your face?
Not me personally, no.
Okay. Are there times in which there will be splatter?
Yes.
How so?
So if a saw is being used and there is active bleeding, say within the brain or within the head, sometimes as part of the technique of taking off the skull cap, blood could splatter.
When there's active bleeding inside the head?
Yes.
Okay. If someone is dead, how is there active bleeding inside the head?
Well, there is blood within the cranial cavity, and the sheer mechanism of the saw can splatter blood.
Got it. When it comes to the autopsy process, is there ever a time in which you need to decapitate a body?
No.
Okay, so that's not a thing that you actually would have to do.
No.
And so, in this particular case, did you use tools to take some items out of John's body to forward on to someone else?
Yes, tools were used.
What type of body parts are you removing?
So as part of this particular examination, segments of the cervical spine were removed for a forensic anthropology consultation.
Okay. States 488, is that one of the sections?
Yes.
And
488 or 48?
488.
488, okay.
And 489, is that the same section? Was it one section you took or multiple?
Multiple cervical vertebrae were taken out.
States 490, are those the cervical vertebrae that were taken?
Yes.
And 491, what is this little piece here?
I don't know.
Okay. Was this obviously removed from the body
Yes.
and provided to the forensic anthropologist?
Yes.
Is that Dr. Jennifer Burns?
Yes.
Why is it that you need to enlist the assistance of Dr. Burns?
So a forensic anthropologist can help us. Well, she can look at the bones that were removed from the body and possibly do studies, either by eye or with the use of microscope, to see what kind of marks were left on those bones.
And that was done in this case?
Yes.
Once that is done, do you receive her report back?
Yes.
And after that, is it that coupled with a bunch of other stuff that you make your ultimate cause and manner determination?
Correct.
And you mentioned toxicology earlier, 492, what is this?
No, this is a urine drug screen cup.
493,
Same thing, just different side.
494, same thing?
Yes.
Did you send those items out for testing as well?
Yes, we sent multiple samples for official toxicologic analysis.
And what were the results associated with John's tox analysis?
So in the peripheral blood, ethanol or alcohol was detected, as well as caffeine and I believe cotinine, which is a metabolite of nicotine. Those items were also detected in the urine and gastric contents.
Was there a low level of marijuana?
Oh, yes, I apologize.
That's okay.
Delta-9 THC, which is the active ingredient in marijuana, and its metabolites were also detected in the peripheral blood.
And was there findings associated with GHB?
Yes, so in addition, in the heart blood, GHB, which is gamma butyric acid, was also detected at a low level.
What kind of scientific explanation is there for the GHB?
So GHB is a chemical that can be endogenously produced, which means our body naturally produces it. And at the level that was detected through the toxicology report is consistent with natural levels of GHB.
Okay, so we all have GHB in our bodies?
Yes.
So the level found here is not as though he ingested some drug. It's actually consistent with naturally occurring levels in our body.
Yes.
And you mentioned alcohol was found in his body.
Yes.
What was the level with association to that?
In the peripheral blood, I believe it was 29 milligrams per deciliter.
And does that, I guess, is there a percentage or a decimal that's associated with that?
Yeah, so that would equate to like a blood alcohol level of 0.029.
And are you familiar with the legal limit in Nevada?
Yes,
What is it?
0.08.
Okay, and that's considered legally drunk?
I guess so.
Okay. Well, 0.02 is a relatively low level.
It's below the legal driving limit, yes.
Are there post-mortem changes that occur that could affect the level of blood alcohol concentration?
Yes, there could be.
And how would that potentially affect the level?
So as the body decomposes, the microbes that are in our body actually also produce alcohol. So in advanced decomposition cases, there could actually be alcohol detected that wasn't necessarily in the body at the time of death, or could falsely elevate the level that is detected.
Okay, so I don't want to oversimplify it, but at the time of John's death, he had a blood alcohol concentration of 0.02 or less.
Yes,
It wouldn't be higher.
correct.
Ultimately, did you make a determination as to John's cause of death?
Yes,
And what was that?
homicidal violence.
What does that mean in your world?
So it's a term that we use in forensics to indicate that there is no anatomic cause of death that is identified at exam. There's no toxicological cause of death that is identified. And the circumstances surrounding the death are objectively suspicious. So in this case, there is a postmortem decapitation.
Had a blunt force injury to his head killed John, is it fair to say that you would need his head to make that legal determination?
Yes,
Okay. That you never received his head up until today's date?
correct. There was no head available for evaluation.
And ultimately, what did you determine was John's manner of death?
Homicide?
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Ross?
Yes, was Your Honor going to take, or were we going to take it?
No, we're gonna finish our for lunch.
Okay. Good afternoon. Ma'am, in reference to your testimony concerning lividity, start with that, the beginning of your testimony. Just
Okay.
walk through this. You're not able to give any opinion as to the position that this body was in when this person was decapitated, correct?
Correct.
Can't say if the body's been moved or anything like that based upon your review of the body.
Correct.
You're unable to say whether the body was face down or face up when the decapitation occurred. Fair to say?
Correct.
In reference to the wounds that you had testified concerning, you had said that they may indicate a pre-attempt to decapitate. Do you recall that?
Previous.
Okay, a previous.
Yes.
Could have been a post, though. I mean, you can't say for sure one way or the other, correct?
Correct.
So that's an assumption.
Yes.
At this point in time, on August 8th, when you conducted this examination, approximately how many autopsies had you performed?
At that time, I would estimate maybe 500-600 autopsies.
Okay. How many years had you been conducting autopsies when you conducted this autopsy?
2023. 2 years.
2 years. However, due to these, perhaps can we say out of the ordinary circumstances, this was sent to a Dr. Burns. There were tissue samples and things sent to Dr. Burns. Fair to say, the anthropologist?
The bones were sent, yes.
Yes, bones were. You had testified that you were unable to approximate the time of death, other than half a day, something like that, correct?
Yes, a large range of time.
Large rate, okay. So you couldn't say 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock the previous day, could you?
That's correct.
When the body is examined and further dismembered, the body is refrigerated, correct?
Yes.
At what temperature is the body when you examine it? Just give or take.
At the time of examination, room temperature.
Okay, but previous to the examination?
While refrigerated? Or-
Yes, yes.
Okay.
When it's brought, why don't we go through the process a
Sure.
little bit? The body is brought to the coroner's office, correct?
Yes.
Where is it placed?
The body is then placed in our refrigeration area. Yes.
Okay, and this refrigeration area, kind of like you see in the movies, has bodies, trays, things like that?
Yes, there are other bodies.
And what temperature are those refrigeration units where the bodies are stored?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Cold enough to preserve the bodies, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say just above freezing?
I can't say.
Okay, you don't know.
I don't know.
You were asked questions concerning through the course of your examinations, these autopsies, limbs, other things are severed, correct?
Sorry, can you
They
repeat the
can be.
question?
I mean, you were asked on direct. At times, there's a necessity to cut a body, correct?
Yes.
And these cuts are generally made by yourself, the coroner.
No, not always.
Who are they made by?
So our forensic technicians assist us in the evisceration portion of our examinations.
And during this evisceration portion, the bodies have just been brought from the refrigerators or the cooling, freezing devices, correct?
Yes, in our storage area.
Fair to say then you're not going to have cast off or splatter because the blood contained within the cadaver is very cold, correct?
Well, the heart is also not beating, so we don't have spurting blood.
We're not talking, we'll get to that. But as far as, obviously you'll agree with me that there's a congealing mechanism when the body is refrigerated, correct?
Blood can clot, yes.
And this evisceration of the body occurs sometime after the death, generally, correct?
Yes.
It can be perhaps like a day, in this case, 2 days, 3 days, multiple days, correct?
Correct.
So we've got a body now that has obviously been dead for some period of time in conjunction with this element of refrigeration, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me then that when the tools are used, and you'll agree with me that these tools that are used are designed to cut through tissue, bone, things of that nature.
Yes.
So they're made to sever limbs or sever necks, things like that, correct?
Yes.
So when you're using these specialized instruments made for the dismemberment of a body, it's done with a special instrument. It's done when the body's been refrigerated. It's been done sometime after the person has been deceased, correct?
In my experience, yes.
Let's turn our attention to the facts and circumstances of this case, okay?
Okay.
Let's say a person is decapitated a fairly short time after that person or upon that person being killed, okay? You'd expect that if the neck is severed or the body is severed from the head, there's going to be fresh blood, correct? Perhaps if the person is dead and the heart's not beating, but we have liquid blood, correct?
I would expect there to be blood, yes.
Let's say a sawzalls are used or some other electric saw. Fair to assume that we're going to have some blood if this head is being severed, correct?
Possibly.
Closer in time to death, the more likely that we're going to have blood that's able to be cast off, correct?
Possibly.
And we're not talking about a slight possibility, we're talking about a real possibility, aren't we?
Can you be more specific? I don't know what you're asking. Sorry.
Okay, what part of my question is unclear? Just so I can ask you questions so we can be on the same page.
Yeah, the specification of real possibility, I don't
Okay,
know.
you say it's possible. I mean, it's likely, correct?
Depending on circumstances, yes.
Okay, so now we're getting from a near possibility to a likelihood. This person is dead. This person is immediately decapitated with a non-specialized device. Likely we're going to have some cast off of blood, aren't we?
I wouldn't say yes to cast off. There likely is blood, yes.
And when we talk about likely blood, we're talking about basically the kinetic energy from a saw going back and forth. We're going to expect to see blood spatter, aren't we?
Possibly.
Likely, correct?
I have no experience in this particular situation,
Okay.
so I can't give my opinion as to that.
So when you're asked questions concerning when you're doing this in the very controlled circumstances of an autopsy, you can't really compare, so you can't really give an opinion, but obviously it's more likely there's blood that's going to be spit out or sent out if a person's being decapitated close in time to their death, correct?
Possibly.
Okay. You would agree with me that you can't say to any degree of medical certainty that this person was actually dead when this decapitation occurred, correct?
In my opinion, this decapitation was a post-mortem event, so yes, after death.
Okay. How close in time then? Do you know?
I do not know.
Today you've just testified that it's homicidal. Basically, the death was homicidal in nature, correct?
Yes.
I believe your term was homicidal violence,
Yes,
but you can't tell us how this person died, correct?
that is correct.
There had been questions concerning, is it the hyoid?
Yes, hyoid bone.
And that would indicate perhaps a strangulation, correct?
Yes,
However, in this case, you didn't have that bone to review, correct?
that is correct.
I mean, you can't say if this person died choking, correct?
Can you specify the nature of the choking?
Choked.
No,
You can't say then that could have happened, correct? That's possible.
that's possible, yes.
This person could have had a pillow placed over his face, correct?
Correct.
And then decapitated, isn't that right?
Correct.
This person could have been shot in the head, correct?
That is correct.
So you can't give an opinion excluding that, can you?
That's correct.
You were asked questions concerning any bleeding injuries on the body, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say at this point in time, this body wasn't bleeding, correct?
No active bleeding, correct?
I mean, the head's off, it's not bleeding, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say, and you'll agree with me that, I mean, a decapitation is a fairly rare event in your line of work, as opposed to other manners of death, or
Yes.
would you agree with me that it would be difficult to effectuate a decapitation?
I don't know. I have never attempted one myself.
Okay. Based upon the physicality of this, I mean, there's a number of things that are involved, correct?
Yes.
We have the blood system, the veins, things of that nature in the neck, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that that person is dead or not? I mean, we have what, the aorta veins? Big veins, correct?
The aorta is not in the neck.
I'm sorry, the heart, but I mean the neck. We have the
Carotids.
carotid artery. That's a fair amount of blood there, correct?
Yeah, can be.
Dead or not, correct?
Well, if they're dead, there's no blood in the carotids.
Okay, so they're saying, let's say that person died shortly before or at the time of decapitation, there's going to be blood in your carotid arteries, correct?
There might be.
Okay. And if those carotid arteries are severed, we're going to expect cast off from the blood contained within the carotid arteries, correct?
If the person is dead, no.
Okay, so let me say, in the arteries, is there going to be blood? And we're not talking a person that's been dead for days. We're talking minutes, perhaps.
Yes, there may be some residual blood.
Okay, and this residual blood, if those arteries are cut with a power tool, we're going to expect there's going to be some form of cast off, correct?
There may be, yes.
The musculature, obviously that would have to be severed, correct?
Yes.
And there's a fair amount of musculature in the human neck, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say that the neck contains a fairly complex arrangement of tissues, major blood vessels, trachea, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
The vertebrae in this case were severed,
Yes.
as well as the thick ligaments connecting such, correct?
Yes.
We also have the spinal column that would have to have been severed, correct?
Yes.
And again, that's fairly a lot, isn't it? I mean, we're talking about a big cut, aren't we?
Yes.
Dense ligaments, cartilage, correct? All that had to have been severed, correct?
Yes.
So this is fairly different than, let's say, a limb, correct?
That depends.
Okay, an arm. I mean, neck's a lot more going on there than an arm, correct?
Yes and no. There are still some of the same elements that you see in the neck and arm, including bones and soft tissues.
Okay. But would you agree with me that the neck is a more complex portion of the body than the arm?
Yes.
Obviously, you have the heart supplying the brain with blood, correct?
Yes.
So you have large arteries supplying the brain with blood, correct?
Yes.
In your report concerning the postmortem examination of the body of Jonathan Willett, you arrive at a conclusion that it was consistent with the use of two tools.
That was not my opinion personally. That was integrated from the forensic anthropologist consultation report.
Okay. But this was the report, and I'm referring to the autopsy report. You authored this report.
Correct, but I garnered that information from Dr. Burns's report.
Do you adopt it? Do you have any reason to disagree with Dr. Burns's analysis?
No.
So then in your report where you incorporated Dr. Burns's conclusions, two tools, correct?
Per her report, yes.
A hand-powered knife, correct?
I don't recall if the wording was knife.
And if I told you it says a hand-powered knife, would you have any reason to disagree
No.
with me? And a mechanically powered saw, correct?
Sure.
On your pathologic findings, in addition to the decapitation, you also found hepatic steatosis,
Correct.
and that is,
Fatty liver disease.
okay. You were given, asked questions concerning the blood alcohol content, correct?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that that was the blood alcohol content at the time of death?
Most likely, yes.
Would that blood alcohol content changed following the time of death?
It could. So, as previously discussed in the postmortem interval, there is postmortem development or formation of ethanol that can be produced by the body's microbes.
So then it would be unfair to say what the blood alcohol content was actually at the time of death. Fair to say?
Correct.
And also that person's blood alcohol content would have to be, you say at the time of death, but then we don't know what the time of death is, do we?
Not exactly.
We can't say it was 3 o'clock, 3:30, anything like that, can we?
No.
Now, it's that possible based upon your understanding the physiology of how we process alcohol in our bodies. This person may have had a much higher blood alcohol content, let's say at 1 p.m., correct?
Can you specify the time that you're using in relation to the question?
Okay. You were asked a question, this person's blood alcohol, 0.02 something, remember that?
Yes.
0.29 milliliters per milliliter of blood. You gave it an opinion concerning the blood alcohol, correct?
Correct.
But you'd have to know the time of death, correct? That's part of this analysis.
No.
Okay. My question to you now is, let's say the time of death is 3 o'clock, okay? Are you able to give us with an estimation, and I won't hold you to it specifically, but can you give us an estimation of that person's blood alcohol at 2 o'clock, assuming that person died at 3?
No.
Can you give us the blood alcohol content at 1 o'clock, assuming that person died at 3?
No.
Midnight, you can't, can you?
No.
In addition to the alcohol that was in the blood, you also found evidence of THC, correct?
Correct.
And what was the level of THC in Mr. Willett's body?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Okay. Fair to say that the combination of both alcohol and THC affects a person's ability to drive a vehicle?
Possibly.
Possibly.
I'm not a clinical toxicologist. My patient population is very specific, and those patients have no clinical signs and symptoms at the time that I see them. So I cannot opine as to their behavior living with those certain levels.
Very, very fair to say. So I'll ask you a more general question. You'll agree with me that the combination of alcohol and THC cause a person to be more intoxicated?
I don't know.
And then thirdly, you had testified concerning the presence of GHB, correct?
Yes.
And you opined that that may be a result just of natural antecedents, fair to say?
Yes, it's consistent with the level that we would naturally produce in our body.
But you can't give an opinion as to whether or not this person had ingested drugs or GHB specifically.
That's correct.
So this person may have, in addition to ingesting alcohol and marijuana, this person may have ingested GHB, correct?
Yes, possibly.
And again, the combination of these three substances would presumably lead to an intoxicated state.
It might. Again, I'm not a clinical practitioner.
Yeah, the course indulgence. Fine, brief question. Through the course of this dismemberment or evisceration, do you wear goggles?
I wear a face shield,
Okay, and that's because of cast off and things that you may get, correct?
along with other bodily fluids that we may encounter, yes.
Apron on, correct?
Yes,
For the same reason, to protect yourself from cast off of blood or other bodily fluids.
correct.
And again, the height of this autopsy table, what is the height?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Is it made for the ease of moving a cadaver?
Yes, so it can be moved up and down.
To ease in the flipping back and forth and such of the body, correct?
Also to help with our technicians who are of varying heights. So they're the ones doing the evisceration, so we want everyone to be ergonomic and comfortable.
Understood, and to work together as a team to move the body, correct?
Yes, sometimes we do.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor, thanks.
And ladies and gentlemen, do you have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, Dr. you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take our lunch recess. It's gonna be a shorter than normal lunch recess because we are going to adjourn today at 3 o'clock, so I'm gonna shorten lunch a little bit if we needed to go home early. You're welcome. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news, or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research such as consulting dictionary, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make an investigation test to theory of the case, recreate an aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express any opinion regarding this case or the facts submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, 12:30 will be in recess till 1:15.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, and regular clerk, outside the room, tell our jury, do you guys have a matter outside the room?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll be back at 1:15,
1:15, yeah.
1:15, okay, we're back at 1:15, with the understanding we're stopping at 3.
Yeah, we have Dr. Burns coming up.
Just hold me on, okay?
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may have a seat. Sir, if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Devyn Michaels,
Can you spell that for us, sir?
DEVIEWILLETTE.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Devere, how old are you?
29, sir.
I can scoot this in so you don't have to. What is your birthday?
March 1st, 1996.
What was your relationship to Jonathan Willett?
I was his son.
Do you have siblings?
I have 2 younger sisters.
And what's your mom's name?
Arminthia Sanders.
Do you remember or know when your dad and Arminthia split?
I was probably about 9 years old.
When they split, you were 9 years old. Where were you guys living generally? Was it here in Vegas?
I don't remember.
Did you go back and forth between Vegas and California?
Yes, sir.
Quite a bit in your life?
Every summer.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where your dad moved here and stayed in Vegas pretty much permanently until his death?
Yes, sir.
And where was he living in the latter years of his life?
On Ball, Georgia.
Is that with your grandma?
Yes, sir.
Is that Yoko?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a point in time when you were introduced to a woman by the name of Nikki?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, you end up getting married to Nikki. And we have a lot to unpack here. I'm sorry to air your dirty laundry, but we have to ask a lot of questions about this, okay? When you first met Nikki, was she dating or in a relationship with your dad?
They were dating at the time.
They were dating at the time?
Yes, sir.
Where were they living at the time, if you know?
I don't remember.
When your dad and Nikki were together, did they eventually have children?
Yes, sir.
And is that your 2 sisters?
Yes, sir.
We don't need to say their names, but what are their approximate ages?
I don't know.
Okay, that's okay. I just need an approximate. So are they right now under the age of 13?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So were you in kind of living with that or anything like that when he was with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
And when they had the children together, were they living together?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember where that was?
Not the numbers, but it was on Blue Magic Street.
Blue Magic? Is that here in Vegas? Before the girls were born, did there come a point in time where you and Nikki became intimate? Or was it after?
It was after.
Okay. So girls are born. Do Nikki and your dad stay together after the girls are born?
Yes, sir.
And for how long did they stay together before they split? When eventually, after the girls are born, do you and Nikki enter into an intimate relationship?
Yes, sir.
About how old were you at that time?
19.
19 years old?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how old she was at the time?
No, sir.
How was it that that relationship kind of started? Do you remember who kind of, I don't mean to be crass, but like who made the first move or any of that? Okay, it was a long time ago, right?
Yes, sir.
While you were intimate with Nikki initially, was she still dating your dad? Or in a relationship with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Does it embarrass you to admit that in front of a bunch of strangers?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue being intimate with Nikki for an extended period of time?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if your dad found out about the intimate part of your relationship?
No, sir.
And I'm not going to say it a bunch of times, but when I say intimate,
This transcript, you agree with me that
I'm not going to show you a text message, but you remember sending a text message. Do you
Yes, sir.
remember the time of that text message?
I believe it was 10 p.m.
Okay. And so, after the text message is sent, do you remember receiving a response from Nikki, or you just go to bed?
I just went to bed.
And if I didn't ask you, where did you go to sleep?
Downstairs in the master bedroom.
The normal place you sleep.
Yes.
When you went to bed, was Nikki home?
No, sir.
And that would be why you sent her the text, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember waking up at any point after falling asleep that night?
I remember waking up around 2 to her getting in the bed, and since I work early in the morning, I didn't ask anything of her. I just looked over, I saw her, and I went back to sleep.
This was, to you, a normal night, right? You would have no reason to ask her anything, right?
No, because if they're moving things around, if they're just working through the night to try to get it all done.
Okay. When you looked over, did you see anything out of sorts about her? I mean, I understand it was a normal night for you, but like, did you observe anything that was different?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you go back to sleep after that around 2?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you woke up the next morning?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
Around 6 a.m.
Tell the jury how that morning progressed.
I woke up around 6 a.m. and I got ready for work. I'm usually the first one that's up, so I got dressed and I went to work.
Do you remember seeing Nikki or the girls or anything that morning after you woke up?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you remember where your job was that day by chance?
I worked at Hometronics, so I was all over the place on the days.
Okay. And when you're working, do you drive the, work van?
Yes, sir.
When you're on your off days, do you drive the work van or the car?
The car.
Okay. So on this day, can we presume that you're driving the work van if you're doing a job?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, I believe you said you work normally around 8:30.
Yes, sir.
At some point in time, do you get a phone call?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury.
It was a phone call from my grandfather saying that my father was critically injured and he's in the hospital.
Okay. Okay. When your grandfather tells you that, what do you do?
I proceeded to call my boss to take off work.
And did you learn a little more information from another family member after that?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
That he had passed away. I didn't get any information on how he actually passed away. It was just that he passed.
Okay. So initially, the first call, critically injured, but you tell your work, hey, I got to go. You learn after that he's passed.
Yes, sir.
Well, I guess where do you go from work?
Straight in.
What do you do when you go home?
Started drinking.
Okay. Did you drink back then?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember before you started drinking if the girls or Nikki were home when you arrived home?
No, sir.
You don't remember, or they were not?
They weren't home.
They were not home? Okay. On that date, August 7th, do you continue drinking after learning of your dad's death?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the next time you saw Nikki?
I don't. I drank myself to sleep for the next couple of days.
Okay. So is it fair to say those couple days, after learning that on August 7th and maybe into the 8th, maybe the 9th, you're drinking pretty consistently?
Yes, sir.
Is it a bit of a blur for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At some point in time, do you remember police coming to the Porcupine Rim?
Yes, sir.
And did they come inside and they do a full search and everything?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what day that was?
No, sir.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about items in your home. At the time you were working for Hometronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had the work truck.
Yes, sir.
I presume you had some tools.
Yes, sir.
Were there times in which you had saws and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
Do you normally carry a saw, or is that something you use for particular jobs, or how does that work?
I had a drywall saw inside my bag along with a screwdriver, a flathead, an electric drill, measuring tape, muffler.
Okay. Is there a safe inside your home, or was there back then?
Yes, sir.
What was that safe used for?
Guns.
Did you have guns?
Yes, sir.
How many do you have, or did you have back then?
3.
Are you you're allowed legally to possess guns, right?
Yes, sir.
So you have 3 guns. Are they handguns?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember having them on August 7th, or was this general around that time frame?
We've owned the guns for a while.
Okay. Did your dad have guns too?
No, sir.
Okay. So you had guns, your dad didn't?
No, sir.
At least to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So try to give us any memory you have, but you don't remember the next time you saw Nikki, but you did see Nikki back at the home, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember her being there when the police came?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at least when we can figure out from the police when they showed up, you know you saw her then.
Yes, sir.
When is it that you have any conversation with her about your dad's passing?
I believe it was the night the night that I had found out, I was drinking heavily, and I believe she came home and said, "I'm sorry that this happened," and I kind of just wanted to be alone.
Okay. You eventually, during the course of that search of your home, you're interviewed by police, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that was recorded.
Yes, sir.
At some point in time, you give a lengthier interview, correct? An interview.
Oh, yes, sir.
And with that, you understand that was recorded as well.
Yes, sir.
You ultimately learn that Nikki is arrested, correct?
Yes, sir.
When is it, if you remember, that you learn she's arrested for the murder of your dad?
I want to say a week afterwards, maybe 2 weeks.
Okay. So somewhere in the range of a week or 2 weeks after the actual death.
Yes, sir.
In the interim, before she gets arrested and after your dad's death, do you remain at Porcupine Rim?
Yes, sir.
Do you question what happened to your dad?
Yes, sir.
Are there a lot of kind of unanswered questions you have during that time frame?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a point in time after her arrest that she contacted you from the detention center?
Yes, sir.
And Judge, we would move to admit 631, which is a recording of that contact. No objection. Thank you.
631 will be a minute.
Permission to publish.
Yes.
Free call from an incarcerated individual has entered the detention center. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Why the...
What?
What would you like to talk to me?
I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to get some information. They won't tell me anything.
There's some news about you, and they're not very pleasant.
I was told they're holding me here while they look for evidence. Because they don't have any evidence. They have no murder weapon, no motive, no nothing. They're holding me here to find it.
You should have been released already.
What?
You sound like you should have been released already.
I haven't gone to court yet. I go to court tomorrow.
Okay, well, I'm not even in California.
Okay.
CBS at the girls. Really my grandfather. Already getting him fingerprinted so they can go with him, and then I go with you right here. So will they get released tomorrow?
I should. That's what I'm hoping for. Because that's literally what's going on. They have
Did you
absolutely,
ask what's going on?
yes, they have absolutely nothing on me. They showed me a picture of a bottle of soft or cleaning detergent. And they said, you have one in your house. And I'm like, okay. They're like, well, this was used at his house. fucking joking, like, that's literally what they're joking.
If you're getting released, come on, I'll leave it over.
So, I hear doing, if you go to California,
I'm very funny, because I'm supposed to leave. All these articles about you says you're not leaving.
all the way up.
And one of those articles about you and what happened.
News article?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I don't know until you get released. I still don't know what to believe. I'm sorry. But, yes, I'm going to have one. And if you are getting released tomorrow, I'll leave it over. If not, then I have to do something with them. My current hope is I'm ready to get close to those.
You just started taking movies or news articles about me and have literally nothing.
Was so bad and points that you did it. The second one was very graphic and still points that you did it. Like I said, if you're going to court and they're going to release you, I still don't know what to believe and I can't be here.
Devyn, you mentioned a couple of news articles there.
Yes, sir.
When was it that you first learned of the graphic nature of what happened to your dad after his death?
I believe it was a day prior to the phone call that I was sent an article from the Las Vegas News explaining what happened to my father and that she was involved.
Okay. At the end of that phone call, somebody hung up. Who did that?
She did.
When you were telling her, I'm leaving to California, I'll leave the dog, did you already plan when all this kind of madness started to break it off?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that essentially what the jury just heard, your breakup conversation?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember if you ever talked again after that?
We never talked to me after that.
Okay. Look at me. Did you kill your father?
No, sir.
Did you have any involvement in killing your father?
No, sir.
Did you have any involvement in what happened to his body after?
No, sir.
Pass witness.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen.
Amy Tilly, husband, like this is crazy.
Deputy District Attorney of the United States, you both are stipulated to the presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and sir, I just remind you that you are still under oath. Okay, Mr. Dustin, are you ready?
Mr. Blunt, my name is Robert Draskovich. My partner, Mike Horvath, and I represent your wife. You and I have never spoken, have we?
No, sir.
You've never spoken with my investigator, Ken Hardy, have you? Investigator?
No, sir.
No. So this is the first time that we're actually having an opportunity to communicate, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir, if you just get a little closer, that microphone for me. Thank you.
You had testified today, fair to say, for the first time, that you had a relationship with your wife that went years back.
Yes, sir.
You'd been asked that by a lot of people, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd been asked that before under oath, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't tell the truth, did you? Sir, you were given copies of your prior statements in preparation for your testimony today, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were. You're a smart man, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And you reviewed those copies of your statements in your testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you wanted to be prepared for today, correct?
Yes, sir.
I see.
Sir, if you could speak up for me, please.
You would testify today that you learned of your father's death for the first time about 1 o'clock on August 7th, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd said, I believe it was your grandfather?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were interviewed by police just shortly after that, correct?
No, sir.
You were interviewed at 2:35 p.m. August 7th by Detective Ozawa.
Yes, sir.
He came to ask about you, your wife, stuff what was going on in the house and at the other house, correct? The Paladera house.
Yes, sir.
He asked you how you got along with your father, and you told him we never really got along, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's a little bit different than what you testified to today, correct?
No, sir.
It's the same, or it's different?
It's the same. I work with my father.
I'm sorry, in this low voice, you can speak up, please.
I worked with my father, so we bumped heads on all the things, but it doesn't mean that I didn't love my father.
Okay, but the question is, how do you guys get along? And your answer is, we never really got along, correct?
Only over work.
I'm sorry, sir, you have to speak up.
Only over work.
Only over work.
Yes, sir.
Well, it was just a few seconds after that that you said that you knew he was going to move in there, correct? And you didn't want to talk to him when he was at the house.
No, sir.
On August 6th. You don't recall telling the detective that? I mean, you have this transcript that I'm going to start referring to. You referred to it and you reviewed it before and to prepare for today's testimony, correct?
Yes, sir. I was told shortly after his death that he was going to be in, then I didn't know prior to that.
Counsel, I'm referring to page 4. I'm sorry, I'll start on page 3. I did see him here when he was unloading everything into the garage, but I just didn't speak to him. You're asked, okay, is that you guys just don't get along or just? And then you stated, we never really did. And the detective says, okay. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you say, so not to cause any complications here, because I know he was going to move in here, I just didn't want to talk to him.
That was after the death.
But you're talking about, you saw him the day before, he's moving stuff in, and you're not going to talk to him because you know he's going to move in, and you guys don't get along. You were talking to the detective about what was going on in your head the day before, correct?
No, sir. I was told that they were moving the desk and a bunk bed into the house for the girls.
So when you're telling the detective on August 6th, I didn't go and talk to him because I never really got along with him. And I didn't want to cause any complications here because I know he was going to move in here. I just didn't want to talk to him. You're now under oath saying that meant something else?
No, sir. I'm answering the question. I was told after my father's death that he was going to move into the house, but I had no idea prior to that.
That's because you read your grand jury testimony, correct?
No, sir.
A little bit further down, same page. He wasn't really there for me. Correct? I mean, you had resentment for your father. Fair to say?
No, sir.
And then kind of realized who he was as a person. And when you were talking about moving out of Yoko's house, he said, I got out as soon as I could. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Page 5, you're asked, and then I guess, so your mom tells us that he was going to move in here. What's that arrangement? And you said she was going to tell me to move out, or she was going to give me some time, but he needed to get out of Yoko's house, and she was going to let him stay here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you were going to move out, and you say, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're telling the detective who you speak to for the first time that you knew that Dad was pushing you out and that you were moving out of the house, correct?
I was told that the day before.
Oh, so now, you said before, until after your death, now you're agreeing you knew at least the day before that your dad was pushing you out of the house, correct?
No, I'm talking about the interview. So when I had the interview with Ozawa, that's when I found out everything prior to the interview.
But you're talking about not talking to him the day before because you know you don't want problems and you know that he's moving in. Page 6. So we don't get along. So she was giving me the heads up so I can move out. Correct?
No, sir.
You're saying no? And I won't misread anything. I mean, these are your words.
Can you repeat it?
So we don't get along. This is like the third time you're saying this. So she was going to give me that heads up so I can move out.
Yes, sir.
And then the detective asks, and this is the second thing about your marriage. He asks you about your marriage, correct? And you say, yeah, we're married.
Yes, sir.
Correct? And you tell the police officer that we're certified, but it's not like we're really. Because she has a whole bunch of health problems, all that stuff. Remember that conversation you had with the detective?
Yes, sir.
So he asked you, so it's just like worked out for like insurance, you're saying? And you say, well, not like anything bad, but like for the girls, correct?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't true, was it? What you were telling the detective after you're saying that you learned for the first time that your dad's been murdered, what you told him about your marriage wasn't true, was it?
I was also drinking that day, I don't remember.
You've read through this transcript, you agree with me that you appear to be pretty coherent, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they're
I'm gonna pull us back just a little bit, but we should be right in here. But let's see if this one sounds a little better. I don't know.
Yes, sir.
You've been asked that by a lot of people, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've been asked that before under oath, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't tell the truth, did you? Sir, you were given copies of your prior statements in preparation for your testimony today, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were. You're a smart man, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And you reviewed those copies of your statements and your testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you wanted to be prepared for today, correct?
Yes, sir.
I see.
Deputy, speak up when you go in.
You would testify today that you learned of your father's death for the first time about 1 o'clock on August 7th, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd said, I believe it was your grandfather,
Yes, sir.
Now, you were interviewed by police just shortly after that, correct?
No, sir.
You were interviewed at 2:35 p.m. August 7th by a Detective Ozawa.
Yes, sir.
He came to ask about you, your wife, stuff what was going on in the house and at the other house, correct? The Paladera house.
Yes, sir.
He asked you how you got along with your father, and you told him we never really got along, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's a little bit different than what you testified to today, correct?
No, sir.
It's the same, or it's different?
It's the same. I worked with my father.
I'm sorry, and this low voice, you can speak up, please.
I worked with my father, so we bumped heads on a lot of things, but it doesn't mean that I didn't love my father.
Okay, but the question is, how do you guys get along? And your answer is, we never really got along, correct?
Only over work.
I'm sorry, sir, you have to speak up.
Only over work.
Only over work.
Yes, sir.
Well, it was just a few seconds after that that you said that you knew he was going to move in there, correct? And you didn't want to talk to him when he was at the house.
No, sir.
On August 6th. You don't recall telling the detective that? I mean, you have this transcript that I'm going to start referring to. You referred to it and you reviewed it before and to prepare for today's testimony, correct?
Yes, sir. I was told shortly after his death that he was going to move in, and I had no prior to that.
Counsel, I'm referring to page 4. I'm sorry, I'll start on page 3. I did see him here when he was unloading everything into the garage, but I just didn't speak to him. You're asked, okay, is that you guys just don't get along or just? And then you stated, we never really did. And the detective says, okay. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you say, so not to cause any complications here, because I know he was going to move in here, I just didn't want to talk to him.
That was after the death.
But you're talking about, you saw him the day before, he's moving stuff in, and you're not going to talk to him because you know he's going to move in, and you guys don't get along. You were talking to the detective about what was going on in your head the day before, correct?
No, sir. I was told that they were moving the desk and a bunk bed into the house for the girls.
So when you're telling the detective on August 6th, I didn't go and talk to him because I never really got along with him. And I didn't want to cause any complications here because I know he was going to move in here. I just didn't want to talk to him. You're now under oath saying that meant something else?
No, sir. I'm answering your question. I was told after my father's death that he was going to move into the house, but I had no idea prior to that.
That's because you read your grand jury testimony, correct?
No, sir.
A little bit further down, same page. He wasn't really there for me. Correct? I mean, you had resentment for your father. Fair to say?
No, sir.
And then kind of realized who he was as a person. And when you were talking about moving out of Yoko's house, he said, I got out as soon as I could. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Page 5, you're asked, and then I guess, so your mom tells us that he was going to move in here. What's that arrangement? And you said she was going to tell me to move out, or she was going to give me some time, but he needed to get out of Yoko's house, and she was going to let him stay here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you were going to move out, and you say, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're telling the detective who you speak to for the first time that you knew that Dad was pushing you out and that you were moving out of the house, correct?
I was told that the day before.
Oh, so now, you said before until after your death, now you're agreeing you knew at least the day before that your dad was pushing you out of the house, correct?
No, I'm talking about the interview. So when I had the interview with Ozawa, that's when I found out everything prior to the interview.
But you're talking about not talking to him the day before because you know you don't want problems and you know that he's moving in.
That's right.
Page 6. So we don't get along. So she was giving me the heads up so I can move out. Correct?
No, sir.
You're saying no? And I won't misread anything. I mean, these are your words.
Can you repeat it?
So we don't get along. This is like the third time you're saying this. So she was going to give me that heads up so I can move out.
Yes, sir.
And then the detective asks, and this is the second thing about your marriage. He asks you about your marriage, correct? And you say, yeah, we're married.
Yes, sir.
Correct? And you tell the police officer that we're certified, but it's not like we're really. Because she has a whole bunch of health problems, all that stuff. Remember that conversation you had with the detective?
Yes, sir.
So he asked you, so it's just like worked out for like insurance, you're saying? And you say, well, not like anything bad, but like for the girls, correct?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't true, was it? What you were telling the detective after you're saying that you learned for the first time that your dad's been murdered, what you told him about your marriage wasn't true, was it?
I was also drinking that day, I don't remember.
You've read through this transcript, you agree with me that you appear to be pretty coherent, correct?
No, sir.
And you agree with me that the detective was kind of confused, and he's saying, well, wait a minute. She had kids with him, but you're his son, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it is clear Yoko didn't know, correct?
Yes, sir.
Page 7, detective asks again, trying to clarify this relationship and what's really going on. So he asks you, so I didn't know, but you're saying that you guys are married more out of convenience, not like you guys actually love each other. And you respond, yeah, we don't. It's not like that. It's out of convenience. Correct?
Yes, sir.
That was a lie, wasn't it?
No, sir.
So you're telling us that you were telling this detective the truth?
Yes, sir.
Then the detective asks you, but do you guys sleep in the same room? And you say no, correct?
Yes, sir.
You guys actually did sleep in the same room. You slept in the same bed, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
But when he asked if you two slept in the same room, you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then he asks you, are you guys intimate at all? And you say no, correct?
Yes, sir.
It wasn't true, was it?
No, sir.
Fair to say that you were downplaying your feelings for your wife when this detective came to ask you about the murder of your father.
Yes, sir, because I didn't know what actually happened to my father.
Please say it again.
Yes, sir, because I didn't actually know what happened to my father.
Okay. But you're lying to the police officer about your relationship with your wife, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, the detective, page 8. Okay, so then you knew he was moving in, and she told you that you were going to have to move out. And your response recently, yes. It was kind of a short notice, but yeah. And I mean, I know the person he is. So I was like, okay, whatever, I'll deal with it. That's what you said to the detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the detective follows up. Okay, and that's you were going to move out. Did he knew that you lived here, or didn't know that you lived here? And you respond, no, he knows I live here. Correct?
My father?
Yeah. Yeah.
I lived in Vegas?
No, that lived in that house. The detective asking, does he know that you live here? And you say, yeah, he knows I live here. Correct?
Yes, sir.
You did confirm that you knew that she was going over there to your dad's house with the girls, correct?
Yes, sir. That was the joint custody that they had.
Yeah. And the detective, confirming that you know that he's moving in and that you're going out, asks, why was he moving out of the other house? And you said, because they all they do is scream and yell. When I was over there, my grandma would go downstairs at 6 in the morning yelling at him for the car payment, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also say, I think my grandma was kicking him out, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's true. And trust me, I'm not going to tell you anything you didn't say, okay? I'm not trying to trick you. You're asked, page 10 by Detective Ozawa, bottom of the page. Okay, so then how long has, I guess, it been planned for them to move John in over here? Your response, I have no idea. Like, it was ran by me that, because we all know how he is. And it's like, okay, if he's moving in here and if he's going to be homeless, I get it. I can move out and go somewhere because I have a legitimate job, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this isn't some one-off. You repeatedly confirmed to Detective Ozawa that your dad was moving in and that you were moving out, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you had the legitimate job, correct?
We both had legitimate jobs.
You had a good job.
His job was better than mine.
He was a mover, part-time, correct?
He did everything.
Your grandmother was always angry at him because she owed him money. Fair?
Fair.
But you had a steady job at Hometronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you had the good, legitimate job that you were the one getting kicked out, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you go on to state that you're a technician for Hometronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that you do security systems, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you install entertainment systems.
Yes, sir.
You told the officer that you'd been doing that for about 2.5 years. Fair?
Yes, sir.
You were asked again by Detective Ozai, well, since you knew you were moving out, where are you going to move into? Where are you going to move to? And you tell him, and this is page 12, counsel. Yeah, like I have some friends down the street that I could roommate with, correct?
Yes, sir.
That made you angry, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you've been in this house with your wife, your dad's moving in, and you have to leave. You're telling us that didn't make you angry?
No, sir.
Now, today you testified that you'd worked the day before, August 6th, correct?
District Attorneys on behalf of the state, we are outside the presence of our jury.
To save time, Judge, we'd move for the omission of 495 to 607 by stipulation. That's correct.
Okay, that'll be a minute. Is that it?
Yes.
All right, bring in jury. Ready?
Yeah, that's true.
All right, to the jury. Please be seated. Your Honor, the jury's all present and attorney for. We are going to go back on the record and see 377239, State Bachelor's and Devyn Michaels. And the record reflects that Ms. Michaels is present with her attorney, Deputy District Attorney on behalf of the state. You don't party to the presence of our judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state Ms. Honor.
The state's next witness is Dr. Jennifer Burns.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. May I have a seat? And doctor, if you please state your full name and spell it for the record.
Sure. My name is Jennifer Burns, Jennifer, B as in boy, Yrnes.
How are you employed, ma'am?
I am an associate professor at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas.
What's your position beyond that?
Well, so I teach, I do research, and I do service, which includes serving as a consult as needed for the Clark County office of the Coroner Medical Examiner's Office.
And are you what's called a forensic anthropologist?
Yes, so I am board certified by the American Board of Forensic Anthropology.
And so that would be your certification, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Any other certifications?
No, that's it. Otherwise, I have my degrees.
Can you tell us about that?
Sure. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology with minors in Anthropology and Chemistry from SUNY College at Geneseo. I have a master's degree and PhD, both in anthropology from the University of Buffalo.
And obviously you have many degrees, certification. Do you also undergo training and things of that nature ongoing?
Sure. So I regularly attend the American Academy of Forensic Sciences as well as the American Association of Biological Anthropology conferences, which isn't exactly training per se, but it's just demonstrating continuing education because that's where we get to see stuff before it's published.
And do you know someone by the name of Dr. Clara Ralston?
Yes, she is my former postdoc.
And where did you work with her?
She was at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas in my lab as a postdoc scholar. Now she is at the New York City office of the Coroner Medical Examiner as a forensic anthropologist.
So she's a forensic anthropologist as well?
Correct.
Okay. As a forensic anthropologist, I think you mentioned that there are consults that you do. What are the types of questions that you're tasked with investigating when you get a consult?
Sure. So it depends on the case, right? So sometimes we're asked to assist with an identification if they don't know who the person is. Sometimes if they know who the person is, or maybe they don't, we get asked to assist with trauma, which is traumatic injuries, which can include blunt force, sharp force, high velocity projectile trauma or gunshot wounds, and thermal alterations.
Can you walk us through what all of those terms mean, please?
Yeah. So blunt force trauma is probably the most commonly known one. So this occurs when a force is traveling at a relatively slow speed and impacts a relatively large area of the body. So like a motor vehicle accident usually causes blunt force trauma, for example. Sharp force trauma is when an implement that has a small surface area impacts a small area of bone with a relatively low amount of force, such as knives, such as saws. High velocity projectile trauma includes gunshot wounds and other types of trauma that has a small surface area that is traveling at a high speed or high velocity. Thermal alterations are heat or fire related trauma.
And can you sort of describe for the members of the jury here, what is your role as a forensic anthropologist, and how does that complement a medical examiner or a coroner's work?
So a medical examiner is a forensic pathologist who is a medical doctor, and I am not a medical doctor. I have a PhD in anthropology, so my trajectory is different. I work with what we call hard tissue. So this includes bone and cartilage. So forensic anthropologists specialize in the human skeleton. Forensic pathologist is typically looking for any soft tissue damage or changes from pathology. And so if they need additional information, they will call a forensic anthropologist to testify, or write a report on something specific such as identification or traumatic injuries when it impacts bone and cartilage.
Now, what are some of the processes you do during a consult? Can you walk us through that process?
Yeah, so it varies. If you have, it varies based on the nature of the remains. So sometimes you get fully skeletonized remains, which means there's no soft tissue left. All the skin, muscle, organs are gone. Sometimes you have fully fleshed individuals that have traumatic injuries, and that might include blunt force, sharp force, gunshot wounds, where the pathologist calls us in and says, okay, we have this, we want more information about it. Can you help us by looking at this more specifically at the bone level? And we'll go in, we'll advise on how we need the sample or the specimen, and they'll move forward with removing it for us and providing it to us. So it basically depends on what the request is.
Okay, so ultimately you get a request and
Yes.
you follow through with
Correct.
the request, and that request is typically a question that needs answering.
Correct. Yeah. So
Within your-
sometimes it's tool marks, sometimes it's is there trauma, or a lot of times is it trauma, or were they scavenged by a coyote? Right.
So
and
a
so
broad
yeah.
range of things.
Yeah, it's a broad range of things that we get asked with a very specific intent of like what they want an answer to.
Now, you mentioned sharp force trauma or cases. About how many of those have you worked on in your career?
I've worked on 64 cases with actual report that I've generated reports for. 2 of those were sharp force trauma.
Have you ever worked on decapitations in your career?
I've only worked on 1.
And then, I guess, turning your attention to 2023, in your work, do you recall receiving a referral from the Clark County Coroner's Office in that year?
Yes, I do.
And did that referral include examining the remains of a Jonathan Willett?
I didn't know the decedent's name at the time, but yes.
Okay. But during your work on the case, you did develop what his name was, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you did an analysis of those remains, correct?
Correct.
Can you walk us through how you essentially got those remains and walk us through how that
Yeah,
happened?
sure. So it was sometime in August 2023. I got a call from the coroner's office, and the doctor wanted us to come in and give our, feedback on what we could do with assessing tool mark analysis, because it was a sharp force trauma incident. So myself and my postdoc, Dr. Clara Ralston at the time, went down to the office. We looked at the decedent and told them, okay, well, this is what we would need for you to do, is to excise this portion of the neck so that we can look at it more specifically under our stereo microscope. And so they excised that part. They macerated it, which is removal of the soft tissue, in their office under Dr. Clara Ralston's supervision. And then those remains were then packaged, chain of custody was followed, and it was transported by Dr. Ralston to our lab. That is when we go through the intake records on our part to make sure everything is present, nothing has been tampered with, and so we unbox it, take photos of that process. Once that is all completed, that's when we start our analysis, and we keep detailed bench notes that inform our report.
As part of conducting your analysis, are there photos taken of what you're examining?
Everything. Yes, we take lots and lots of photos. So those include photos with a digital SLR or digital camera, as well as with a microscope, which is called a stereo microscope. It's not a what you would traditionally think of as a microscope. It's looking at a higher or a lower level magnification.
And prior to testifying, you did look through
I did.
this package.
Yes.
Many photos here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to publish.
These are all videotaped.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
By stipulation between the parties. Showing states 495. What do we see there?
Yeah, so that is the paper bag that the remains were transported into our lab. That is a picture of the inside of our lab. So it's an unopened, stapled bag with the case number on it. And so that we take right before we open the bag to show the bag is unopened. This is how it arrived at our lab.
Then showing you 496. Is this the inside of the bag you just mentioned?
Correct. So that is the inside of the bag. The staples have been removed.
A little dark, but 498. Do we see that there are contents to this bag?
Yes.
And would those be the samples that you had requested from the Clark
That's
County
correct.
Coroner's Office?
Yes.
So you've unpackaged these items. What do you do next?
Yeah, so once everything is unpackaged, that's documented, we start our report writing and our bench notes. We date everything, we say who's there, and then we describe the remains and what they look like. So these were macerated, again, that means the removal of soft tissue. So the bones look a little different because they were processed. So we describe what they look like, the exact anatomical position that, or the elements is what we would call them, the exact skeletal elements that we have, and anything else that we observe during that process.
Specifically, do you recall which items you were examining?
Yes, so we had possession of, so these are cervical vertebra, which are parts of the neck, which is, so I brought this as a specimen so you could exactly see what we're looking at. The neck.
Do you mind actually stepping closer
okay.
to the jury just so that they
Sure.
can see what you're pointing to? I think that might be helpful.
Okay, so this is the head. The head meets up with what we call the cervical vertebra, which are 7 vertebrae that make up your neck. And that lets you go all around with your head, right? And so what we had possession of was, so this up here is C1, which is cervical vertebra 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we had part of part of cervical vertebra 2. We had almost all of 3. We had 4 and part of 5. And so this was the part that was removed, was from 5 up to the part that we didn't have anything above that. So these were the ones that we were doing the C3 primarily for the trauma analysis.
Is there anything interesting about the front of the skull based on your analysis after just pointing to those vertebrae that you think is important to note?
The front of the skull?
So the front of the neck.
Well, so the anatomy of the neck is complex, just as the rest of the spinal column. So the bones of the neck meet up at many different joints. So we have joints back here. We have a joint up in the front as well. And so when or if you were trying to take this apart, like if we were learning in a classroom, I would take this apart, right? And I'd show you all the different vertebrae. So I can pass these around so they can see that. Okay. So these are 2 different examples of cervical vertebrae. So you can see how small they are. That's like when you see these pictures, they're not going up a lot. So that's cervical vertebrae 2 and 1, or excuse me, 2 and 3, which is where the cut marks go through, are those 2 vertebrae. So the complexity of the joints between your vertebrae make it difficult to take them apart. And they're very, very sturdy, which is why that's when you move, your spinal column is like the base of like all of your movement. And so there's many different joints here that make it complicated to actually remove or take them apart.
But not impossible, correct?
No, not impossible.
All right, if you don't mind taking a seat, doctor. So you mentioned that obviously a lot of photos were taken during your examination. Was there a grouping of photos that had annotations on them as well?
Yeah, so, excuse me, when we write reports, we know what we're looking at in photos, but we want everyone else to know exactly what we're looking at. So what we'll do is we'll annotate them with different colored boxes or arrows in order to show exactly the features that we are trying to display.
Now then, I am going to publish State 603. Can you describe for the members of the grand jury what we're seeing here and what was of note during your analysis?
Yeah, so this is cervical vertebra 3, which was being passed around. So you see how small that is when you're handling it, right? So that's blown up a bit because it's on a screen. But what we're looking at is the sharp force trauma that was analyzed for tool mark analysis on this bone. So the white boxes are in 5 different parts. Those represent what we I guess you'll probably ask me about this. What we determined was caused by a mechanically powered saw. So those are shaved off and polished. It's hard to see because it's such a small bone. The arrows, the orange arrows, are pointing to an area where there are incisions or cut marks that were not made by a mechanically powered saw. And so there's 2 different features there, which is what this overview is picturing. The other thing in this image is there's a tiny part of C2 or the cervical.
There's actually a mouse in front of you, so if you want to hover.
I will not click it. I was informed beforehand not to do that. Yes. Yes. So this, can you see that? Yeah. Okay. This part right here is the bottom or the body of cervical vertebra 2, which also got passed around because it meets up with C3. So this is the bottom of C2. It has it has sharp force trauma through it, which is and it's still articulated, or it still meets up with C3 here. These parts here in the white boxes are showing, again, that polishing that we saw in our analysis that's consistent with a mechanically powered saw that made those marks. And the orange arrows here and there, 3 different parts, are showing incision or cut marks made by a hand-powered implement.
So just to stop you there, Doctor, yeah. 2 separate implements we see evidence of here.
Correct.
And what is the evidence that you see to make that determination?
Yeah, so there's a fair amount of, we use a lot of, verified experimental research as well as case studies to back up our findings based on the features of the defects, which is what we would call these. So there's defects in bone, meaning it does not look like it's anatomically normal. So I'll start with the hand-powered tool or the cut marks from that with the orange arrows. So those, can you show some of the other images? Because those will be more helpful to show.
Absolutely. Showing
how we determine that.
604?
That's good. Yep. Okay. So that small area is the small, I don't know who has the C3 anymore. Yeah. Okay. I can tell you exactly where it is and what you're looking at. All right. Is there a way for me to show them besides just, do you want me to just point? Point? Okay.
Whatever you prefer.
So this is C3, and it's specifically between my fingernails. This is how small the area you're looking at. So this is a joint with C2, which is above it. So this meets up with C2. This is a joint. So you're looking at horizontal ridges in this joint right here. Okay? And those are very uneven and they're not parallel. You can kind of see that, okay, they're all over the place. And so that's typical of a hand-powered instrument, not a mechanically powered instrument. And that's how we determine, okay, that's a hand-powered instrument. It's the striations, which are kind of those scratch marks you see running across the screen, are all over the place. If it were mechanically powered, you'd expect it to be more uniform. The other thing you see with the black arrow, I don't know if you can see that very well. Point it out now that you know the area we're looking at on here. So here are the what we would call striations. or grooves, which were made by a sharp implement or a point, something that has a bevel. And all knives have bevels, that's how you make your cut marks. Right here, where this black arrow is pointing, is so the direction, we can tell that the direction was from the back to the front, and it was with a hand-powered implement, because this right here is a chip. Do you see that kind of triangle? It's not a perfect triangle. It kind of looks like
Yes, right underneath the arrow,
right,
correct?
right underneath that. That's a chip. So that's called exit chipping. So when you're cutting something, sometimes you pull the implement out and a chip will fall off. So that's showing the direction of the implement.
And I just want to stop you right there. So we're able to see that this implement was back to front. Is that correct?
That's correct. So that was back to front. Again, back is, back here. So it was the implement was traveling in that direction. Okay.
And that's based on your examination with a microscope of the grooving.
Correct.
Showing you 605.
Yeah,
What is of note here?
That's the same area. So now instead of looking at that little joint from what we'd call posterior or the back, you're looking at it from the side. So specifically this little arrow right here, this is a very small area. So the scale isn't showing up very well here, but this is less than 1 millimeter, which is, I don't know, I can't do it. It's like that, very small. So this here is a V shape. You can see it's a V-shaped defect. We call that a kerf mark. A kerf mark is the actual base or the floor and the walls of where a sharp instrument has entered bone. Okay, so it kind of looks like a trough, or I don't know how else to describe that. It's a V-shaped defect, and so you see the floor comes to a point, and you see the walls make a V. So that's typical of a non-serrated or serrated knife. So saws have larger, their tooths are spread apart for the most part. The only other saw that could make this is a very fine tooth bow saw, but it's most consistent with a non-serrated or serrated knife because knives come to a bevel, and that is a V shape.
So it would be handheld but not powered.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Yep. It's a hand. So yeah, all of these evidences that you're presenting, the photos, this is like very clear that the cross section of the implement was a V shape. It's consistent with a knife, and then the way the striations are going across the joint are uneven and they're not uniform, and that's again consistent with a hand-powered implement.
So we're still talking about hand-powered implement.
Yep, we're
correct?
still talking about one of the tools that was used.
Okay. Showing 606, what do we see there?
Okay, so that's the bottom of C2. So you're looking at C3 in I keep forgetting I can use this.
Yeah, use
Yeah.
the mouse.
So this is cervical vertebra 3 that you can see in the background. This part here is again the bottom of cervical vertebra 2 that was left on top of C3. Now, this right here is a piece that is missing. Again, I referenced exit chipping earlier in the other slide where you saw the little V shape. This is also a little chip that exited. This shows you directionality again. So this is the front of the body where this is. So this is the anterior front of the body. So you're looking like in the front here. You can't see it very well because the skull's on top. But that means the direction was from back to front, and the chip exited towards the front of the body.
So again, showing directionality.
Correct.
Showing you then 607. What do we see here?
So these again are striations. These are incomplete cut marks or incisions that you see the orange arrows pointing to. So this again, C3 here, this is the back of the body. This is where the back is. You're looking at, again, a very small area we call it the lamellar. It's just a little piece of bone that covers your spinal cord. So it's right here that you're looking at. And so the cut marks if I just put my fingernail in there, they're probably smaller than that, but they're right here. So the other cut marks were here, these are here, and so you can see there's a couple different areas that the hand-powered, non-serrated or serrated knife would have hit.
So, in analyzing these remains, you were able to determine that 2 implements were used. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and they were what again?
So there was a hand-powered, non-serrated or serrated. We could not determine exactly. It was a single, straight blade of some sort. And then the second one is a mechanically powered saw.
Now, are you able to determine which implement was used first? Well,
So
let
they-
me pose it this way. Hypothetically, I mean, how hard is it to cut through bone with a handheld knife? Or cut through a neck?
So knives, anyone who has knives in their kitchen knows that they should be used for soft stuff. Like, if you're cutting chicken or beef, you're cutting through the flesh of the stuff you're trying to eat. If you try to cut through bone with that, it's not going to work. It's just going to leave an incision because bone is too hard. So I don't want to say it's impossible because there are bones that if you used enough force, maybe. But saws are made for a reason. Saws, the teeth are such that they are made to cut through hard material such as wood or bone. That is their job. And so when they're actually going through bone, they're creating a waste material by, if anyone has cut, wood, that it creates wood chips, okay, when you're actually sawing through wood. So I don't want to say it's impossible, but it's very, very difficult to cut through bone with a run-of-the-mill knife.
You would need a tremendous amount of force with a handheld knife, right? In order to cut through bone?
And a lot of persistence.
Okay. Now, how about a powered saw?
So mechanically powered saws are made for ease of use, right? So that saves you time. And it is doing the work of the energy transfer for you. So when you're dealing with a hand-powered implement, you are the one supplying the energy. A mechanically powered instrument, such as a saw, is producing the energy for you, which is why you need a battery or some other power source, right? And so it's doing the work for you and doing the cutting part, or what we would call the because when you're cutting something, it's like you go back and forth, but a mechanically powered saw is doing that for you. So that is going to make it a lot easier because you are not exerting force yourself or energy yourself. The instrument is doing that for you.
Are you able to determine, what brand of knife, what type of knife was used
So that's
first?
called, so we can determine roughly the class of the tool, which is what we did in this instance. Sometimes, and anthropologists typically don't determine an exact tool. That's not our job. Those are tool mark experts, which are beyond our training. Now, because of the type of bone this is, vertebrae have what's called trabecular bone in them. It means it has spongy bone. When you look at a cut mark, can I pass this around?
Up to the judge.
Okay. So this is, I think it's cow bone. It's not human. So
But is it still symbolic of what a human would look like?
Yeah, so this is symbolic of what bone looks like when it's cut through. So this is a saw mark through what we call cortical bone. Cortical bone is very thick. This is a long bone. But cervical vertebrae don't look like this. They have what's called trabecular bone, which looks like spongy bone, so it's like a sponge. So if you walk, does anyone want to touch it? You don't have to, no. But you can see the striations in there too, and you can feel the cut mark itself. But that's cortical bone. That would have been, that's easy to determine, or relatively easy, assuming you have the right parts, to determine further what the type of saw that would have been used for. Now, because of the cervical vertebra, how they're designed anatomically, they don't have a lot of cortical bone. They have trabecular bone. So trabecular bone is spongy. It'd be like looking at a bunch of open spaces and trying to find those striations that you see on the bone that's getting passed around. It's not possible for the most part. So, Yeah, so it depends on the bones in the body. These bones in particular, you're not able to get more specific, which is why we stated it the way we did.
And I don't know if I can simplify it or
Okay.
Tell me if I'm oversimplifying.
Well, I probably overextended
Now,
it, so.
if it's a smaller bone, sometimes it's harder to make further determinations because you're dealing with a smaller bone versus a larger
It's not
bone.
just the size of the bone, it's the structure. So that's what I was trying to get at, is the structure of the bone is different, where if you have a lot of that thick cortical bone and you cut through it with an instrument, then you can see the features that are necessary to make a call on the specific type of saw that was used. These do not have that type of structure because they're small and because they are primarily made of trabecular bone, which is spongy bone, which is some of that you saw in the images too, where you saw these air spaces that were in there. That's the trabecular bone that has been exposed.
Okay. Now, I've stood next to you. You're a petite individual. Is it possible for a petite individual to have decapitated?
Well,
in this way?
mechanically powered saws do the work for you. So the energy transfer is coming from the saw. So, and they're made so that many different types of people can use them to do, whatever it is they're going to do with that saw. So many different people could use a mechanically powered saw to cut through hard materials such as wood or bone.
So it wouldn't be impossible for a smaller female to do so, correct?
I don't know if I want to comment on that specifically, but the energy transfer from the mechanically powered saw makes it so many different types of people can operate that tool to get through harder material.
But there's females and males that
Yes.
use that
Oh,
tool
yeah.
in life, correct?
Yeah.
And they're able to do so.
Yes.
So just to be clear, the incision happened back to front in this case, correct?
That's correct.
2 implements were used, correct?
Correct.
That was a knife.
Possibly a knife. There is a very slight chance it could have been a very fine-toothed bow saw, but it's likely a non-serrated or serrated knife.
Okay. And that was based on your conclusions, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then also a powered saw, correct?
A mechanically powered saw, yes.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Burns, let me just preface my questions of you that we take no issue with your findings.
Okay.
You were asked a question just a moment ago whether or not it would be possible if a small woman could have done this, and you said you didn't want to give an opinion as to that, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I would reference the user manual for a mechanically powered saw to see who should or should not or could
But
operate
all
that.
things, I'm sorry, I did not mean to interrupt you.
Yep, you're fine.
But all things being equal, it would be easier for a large person, let's say a 6'4", 205-pound person, to sever this vertebrae than a smaller person, 5'3", 130 pounds.
Again, I'm not going to comment on the capabilities of different individuals on their ability to operate a mechanically powered saw.
Okay, but you'll agree with me that a larger person is more powerful generally than a smaller person, in general.
I mean, assuming they have full capabilities and they're not disabled and all of that.
Absolutely healthy.
Again, I don't want to comment on the capabilities of different people. Mechanically powered saws do the work for you.
Absolutely, but let me ask you this question. Generally, a larger, healthy person is stronger than a smaller, infirm person.
Yes.
Fair? You had testified concerning the complex nature of the vertebrae in the human neck, correct?
Yeah, sure.
And when you discussed this complexity, are you talking about the interlocking nature of the vertebrae?
Yes.
As in this case, we had part of C2 severed, correct?
Correct.
And that was included in your analysis concerning C2 and C3.
Correct.
So when we talk about this complexity, it's because you've got these bones that are entwined.
That's right. Yes.
You had testified that this area, specifically C2, C3, is very, very sturdy.
Yes.
sturdy and complex.
Yes.
This knife, obviously, you were not given any sort of a sample, and you said that's beyond
No,
your area of
that's correct.
expertise. No comparisons.
Correct.
Same thing with the question concerning the mechanically powered saw. Again, no comparisons.
That's
that you're
correct.
Aware of. But we know that it was a knife.
Yes.
Well, or you said a very fine, another serrating instrument in addition.
So the hand-powered instrument was either a non-serrated or serrated knife, most likely, and very unlikely, but possible, a fine-toothed bow saw for the hand-powered one. The mechanically powered one could be any number of saws. We don't have enough evidence to say one way or another. Now, I wasn't told, they just wanted an analysis done. I was not told any number of instruments when I was given these specimens.
Understood. So in reference to the hand-powered knife, that still could have been electric, perhaps, but very fine.
So I don't know about a hand, like you're saying, like a mechanically powered knife?
Correct. In addition to a mechanically powered saw.
Yeah, so anything mechanically powered would produce very uniform striations, whether it was a knife that was mechanically powered or not. These were very uneven and in different directions. So unlikely.
Unlikely, but possible, perhaps.
Probably not.
But you are very comfortable in your testimony and your conclusion that we had a mechanically powered saw.
Correct.
And that was given the nature of basically the injury to C2 through C3.
Correct.
You are unable to opine as to the width of the saw blade, anything of that nature?
So that we don't have enough evidence for. If you had the other pieces of the vertebra that were missing in this case, and if there were what we call false starts, which would have produced a kerf floor, which is the bottom of the cut mark, we would have been able to say more, but we cannot say anything more than what we said in the report.
These cuts that you examined through C2, C3, the complex, sturdy vertebrae, consistent with the Sawzall?
Can you restate that?
Yeah, consistent, what you saw, findings, would that be consistent with?
With the mechanically powered saw?
Correct.
Yes.
Are you able to opine as to what kind?
No.
Okay. Are you able to opine as to consistency? Like if I ask you, hey, we have a Sawzall that's generally used for cutting through drywall, things of that nature, would that be consistent with your findings here, having been used?
A drywall saw?
A Sawzall.
Yes, so it can include any mechanically powered saw, yes.
Fair. And you're not able to opine as to whether it was battery powered or plug-in, correct?
No.
Are you able to opine as to the amount of time this may have taken?
You mean the time in which it was inflicted on the neck?
Correct.
No. Well, I should say, when we were invited to the office to assess the decedent was fully fleshed. So in our assessment of bone, we call something perimortem, when a defect is, made on a bone at, around, or shortly after the time of death, meaning our interval is wide. I cannot, like a forensic pathologist could tell you different things based on soft tissue. Hard tissue reacts in a wider scale. So we cannot tell if it happened shortly before, at, or shortly after time of death. It could have been any of those, according to our analysis of bone, on how bone reacts to those implements.
So, and please tell me if I'm oversimplifying this, but it's hard to give a window whether the person died, had just died, correct?
We cannot give so it could have been right before they died, they were still alive. It could have been at the time of death, or it could have been shortly after the time of death.
So it could have been before they died or after they died?
According to the way we do our analysis with bone, it could have been at any point in time in that perimortem period, shortly before, at, or shortly after time of death.
Are you able to give an opinion concerning how long it would take a person to be decapitated?
No.
You authored your report in reference to your findings November 20th, 2023?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further
Yes.
questions.
Any reason to state?
Yes, Your Honor, court's indulgence. Ma'am, just briefly, now you're not able to determine whether these incisions happen post-mortem, pre-mortem, anything like that, correct?
Correct. So our definition of perimortem with bone, because of the way bone reacts to trauma, we cannot tell if the timing is shortly before or shortly after time of death. Now we can tell if something is healed, right? So antemortem is what we call that. So healing trauma, if you break a bone, it starts to heal, but bone takes a longer time to heal.
So if the forensic pathologist would have concluded that this happened post-mortem, you wouldn't have a reason to
I would have
dispute
no
that?
reason to question that, no.
Pass witness. Any comment?
Yes, are you able to give an opinion concerning Learning whether it was a reciprocal saw, or, you know what I'm saying, type of saws that go back and forth, or a type of saw that goes
Oh,
in a
yes.
circle?
Can I reference my report?
Please, I have no objection.
Yes, thank you. I do not have it.
Yes, if I may approach.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so because again of what I talked about earlier, the structure of this bone, it has very little cortical bone, or that really, actually, who's got my cow bone over there? Okay, yeah, thank you. Because of the structure of the bone itself, we are not able to say further what type of saw it is. So it could have been any type of mechanical saw.
So you're not able to opine as to the speed of the saw, anything of
No.
that nature either? Or
No,
whether
because
it
there's very little area that is cortical bone, which is where those features would be observable. But because of the type of bone, we didn't have enough evidence to say one way or another.
But again, and just finally, my final question in reference to this complex nature of the cervical spine, small but sturdy.
Yes.
Correct? Thank you. No further questions.
Any comments, Kate?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, no excuse, thank you very much.
Okay.
for your testimony, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
Hey, would you mind gathering her?
Yes.
This goes back to the defense. Okay, thank you.
Statement, Carrie, thank you.
Carrie Skinner.
Good afternoon.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And now, if you please state your full name and spell it for the record.
Yes, it's Carrie, K-A-R-I. Last name Skinner, S-K-I-N-N-E-R. Excuse me. Good afternoon.
What do you do for a living?
I work for the City of Henderson Police Department as a detective.
How long have you been with the city of Henderson in total?
It'll be 10 years in January.
And in which unit are you currently assigned as a detective?
Robbery homicide.
How long have you been with robbery homicide?
It'll be almost 3 years and 6 years as a detective.
And prior to robbery homicide, where were you assigned?
Special Victims Unit.
And what does special victims unit entail?
Basically, Special Victims Unit will investigate anything to do with child abuse, sexual assaults, things of that nature.
And in homicide, do you respond to scenes with a team?
Yes, I do.
With regard to this particular incident, did you respond to a scene on August 7th, 2023 at 2698 Paladura Drive?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember around what time you responded?
I believe that was roughly 8:40 in the morning.
And did you respond with anyone else?
I did. My fellow detectives, one of them being Detective Ozawa.
When you responded to the scene, was it already static and shut down by patrol guys?
That's correct.
When you responded to the scene, did you immediately go in, or did you do a couple things outside before?
No, there's always a few things we do before we go in and do a walkthrough.
One of those a briefing?
Correct.
So you kind of know what's going on and what's happened before you got there?
Yes,
In addition to that, you need to get a search warrant, ultimately to search the home.
that's correct.
You mentioned a walkthrough. What does that mean?
So the on-scene supervisor has already gone inside with his officers. They've already had a little peek of what the scene looks like inside and what we're going to be dealing with, and they've collected information before we get there. That would be the field interviews of any on-scene witnesses, other victims, anybody that's relevant to the investigation, and then they will provide that to us, and then we go in and do the walkthrough.
During the course of your walkthrough, was it notable that there were some things missing from the scene?
Yes.
Such as?
The decedent's head.
In addition to that, were any weapons found that could have caused his death?
Not that were glaringly apparent at that time.
Okay, sure, there were probably some steak knives in the kitchen, et cetera, but nothing that was within our scene.
That's correct.
Did you stay on scene there after the search was conducted?
I apologize. No, I actually went over to the secondary scene, which was on Porcupine Rim.
Okay. So when you go to Porcupine Rim, still on August 7th,
Correct.
did you respond there with Detective Ozawa?
Yes, I did.
Did you make contact with some individuals who were either witnesses or suspects?
At that time, there were some individuals that were persons of interest. However, there were some residual people that we needed to contact that were family members.
Were a couple of those family members two small children?
Yes, they were.
And with your specialized training and kind of history with special victims, did you make contact with them?
I did.
Did you speak to them?
I did.
Did you do it in a big formal interview setting or just like kind of get on their level and talk to them as kids?
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do what's called a child forensic interview, which is a very directed interview. It has guidelines for children, no leading or anything like that, and it has a very strict protocol on how you begin the interview, how you end it, and how you conduct yourself during that interview. Unfortunately, I was not able to provide that level of interview just based on the children's behavior at that time.
Were they kind of all over the place?
To put it politely, yes, they were very active young ladies.
Okay. Did you ask them a couple of questions, just kind of information gathering?
I did. There's a little bit of rapport building. What's your favorite toy? And they're involved. So you want to make them feel comfortable. There's a lot of strangers in their home. So I did my best to make them feel comfortable. And there was some conversations that were had with them.
Did you, did they specifically say anything about a person by the name of Devyn?
Yes.
What did they say?
They referred to him as someone that takes care of them.
Yeah.
They also referred to the fact, when in passing, as we were talking to them about being in the home, there were conversations being had around them, and it did come up that Devyn had watched them the night prior.
So Devyn had been home the night prior, according to the girls?
Correct.
Okay. At some point in time, did you have an opportunity, before the home is actually searched, to interview a person by the name of Devyn or Nikki?
Yes, I did.
What name did you know her by at that point in time?
At that point, it was Devyn.
Okay. Do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Can you please point to that person, describe something she's wearing today?
Yes, she's sitting over here at this table, and she's wearing a light-colored, looks like a floral blouse.
Would the record reflect identification of the defendant?
The record so reflects.
Did you record that interview with the defendant?
Yes.
And where was that interview conducted?
That interview was conducted inside Detective Ozawa's unmarked detective vehicle.
Your Honor, I would move to admit 619, interview number 2.
Any objection to 619?
No objection.
All right, 619, we admit it.
And again, this is an interview conducted before going in to search Porcupine Rim, correct?
That's correct.
August 7th, 2023, approximately 15:08 hours, and my name is Dennis Dow, Detective Dennis PD, badge number 1531. Also here is Detective Skinner, badge number 6333. And we're here shooting again with Devyn Michaels. So you already kind of talked about stuff?
Yeah. So exactly, we have a little recap real quick. That last night when we left, the garage door was open like a couple feet and shut something underneath and then exited out the front door to go around the front. Yeah, correct.
Because everything else I took out the front door,
Okay.
and that was like the last thing I was doing.
Okay.
Is that your voice?
It is.
A little lighter. It sounds like you're a little further from the microphone.
Yes, I'm in the back seat of the vehicle.
Okay, and you said something to the effect of, we talked a little bit before this recording started.
Yes.
And then I believe what I heard was the defendant said she left the Paladura home and the garage was open, she slid something under it, and then she herself exited out the front. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, we're gonna resume.
And then another thing that you and I spoke about is that we did notice some cleaning journals that they were downstairs by the bathroom and the laundry room. Yeah. And you just tried that as being jug and it was not acceptable.
It was like this, and I think it was y'all.
Okay. It's almost like a milk jug size, so a little bit smaller.
Yeah. I just, like I said, because I wasn't really paying attention, it was just random stuff that was all over the house. Like,
it's a pretty clean house.
He usually cleans when he knows we're showing up. So, like, there'd be dog mess and stuff like that. So it's nice to clean when we come home down.
But it would be really interesting and have a job. We also discussed that his ex was doing the Italian tonight, and that last night the ring that he would wear as I was in the wedding ring, he said to you that he threw away.
Yeah. We kind of made a joke of it, 2 points, do it in the trash type thing.
Okay. So, and he would call his anchor death threats.
Yeah, Andrea.
He would call her his wife when you're not sure if you're married or not.
No, I know they weren't married, but yeah, it was just.
Okay.
Well, I guess he's something at the bell's back. Is that right? Yeah. I know, like I said, they were together for a few years. Since 2018, I would say, is when they first got together.
And when they broke up, she kind of moved around. You mentioned Arizona, Utah.
I think he's at Oregon one time.
That she's in Utah right now.
I think so. He says she does this like off the grid type of living.
Okay.
So.
You're not really familiar with her, but she said advice to each other.
Like that, yeah. Because it was kind of awkward talking to
your exes. The last time you spoke to him, as well as his mother, was last night, just before you left, so we were cleaning up like how the alcohol containers and stuff.
Right.
You mentioned putting a pina colada and a juice bottle in the fridge, and his mom had a way to steak.
Right, we were just like randomly cleaning up the different things.
And where was he?
Smoking in the garage.
Okay, and this is smoking marijuana, cigarettes.
Marijuana. He smokes the cigarettes in the backyard usually, and the marijuana in the garage. I'm not sure why the difference, but.
So when you left, this is the left of it around, where was he?
In the garage.
Okay, so did you take a bite and all that stuff, pushed out the box?
And then I just went out the back door.
Detective, is the defendant saying that when she left, Jonathan was up and moving in the garage?
Yes.
No, I went and picked up my daughter's prescription first. Yeah, because I wanted to make sure we had it for her first day of school. Yeah, he was only in boxers when I left, because usually when I leave, he walks me out and everything. But since he wasn't really dressed.
And how would you rate his level of intoxication when he got away last night? Like if it's on a 10 scale, like 10 being the most ridiculous you've ever seen it, 0 being none.
No, I think he was buzzed, but I couldn't say he was way over the top now.
So maybe middle somewhere.
Yes. Like I've seen him much worse.
Okay, so he was functioning.
But I know he's still drinking, so I don't know how much he drank after.
Anytime did you tell his mom he was sleeping or something alone?
I told her that I told him to go to sleep, but that was like when he was done to like sleep it off. Well, I think when she was done cleaning, she just, because we had finished talking and she went upstairs.
And you mentioned that while he's critical, you guys came over and he shut the dog door so the dogs aren't begging for food or watches and stuff. And that gave that up last night.
Yes.
So when you left, do you remember if the dog door was still down?
I know the dogs were outside. I don't know if the dog door was still down because they got that little flap. They were outside when I left.
So just it's not that Devier. So it's kind of just an odd dynamic, you know, that you guys have. So it was basically kind of confusing, you know, when we're talking to Yoko. It doesn't sound like she knows.
She doesn't know that we are married like that. She just thinks that we are living there because we don't really want everybody kind of in our business because it makes sense.
Yeah. No, I get that. Just like I was just saying, because I talked to Yoko and I talked to you, it was like, that we didn't realize that you and Devier were married, but like, you guys been married for 2 years, you said.
Almost 2 years, but Yoko does not know that.
But are you guys, we're talking to Devier, it's kind of like, it sounds like you guys got married, but not because you guys like love each other.
You know, it's convenience. Like, I have a lot of medical issues and he's been taking care of me and the girls.
So what was your reason for getting married to Devier?
Because legally, as my spouse, he has more rights and access to things than someone just as a random.
So like the prescriptions, other
He
things.
can do anything as my spouse. He actually, I had to go into the hospital in an ambulance and he's the one that took care of all of that.
Okay. So are you guys like intimate together? No. Does he sleep in your room?
Sometimes, like he'll fall asleep when we watch TV, but he usually sits on the couch.
And right there, in there. So you guys aren't really, when you say married, you're not dating, and you're not doing stuff together, you're not intimate together, and things like that.
You know, and that's why John was okay, because John knew, and that's why he was kind of okay with everything and being able to move in.
Gotcha. And then, but there's still, he's gonna have to move out, or he was gonna have to move out?
Debbie was not happy about it, and and the idea was, John was not supposed to be moving in, but because of the situation going on with his mom and Andrea, he didn't really have anywhere to go. So that's why he was moving this way. And I was not expecting him to do that this fast. We talked about him piecemealing and slowly moving things, and it went from a slow thing to everything got moved in one day. And he kind of cut Devier
That's surprised.
very quickly.
So that's what, so when you were talking about it earlier, saying that, yeah, he wasn't good with it, but he understood, like, when we're trying to figure out the dynamic with everybody, like, when you say you two are married, I'm thinking, yeah, you guys are in love, and you guys, everything, you guys are one happy family over here, and then now you're bringing in your ex.
That's why we don't tell anybody we're married, because you automatically assume the word marriage, this is what you have.
Yeah.
But a lot of people get married for
So I get it. I totally understand it.
and if you see my medical marriage, you will definitely understand.
And sorry to hear that. The issue and stuff. So
When you called me, I was actually on my way to get an EEG.
yeah.
I had to switch the schedule.
You said you went and picked up your daughter's prescription on the way home yesterday? Or after you left the house, right? Well, which place did you go to?
CVS on Cheyenne, Seagull. I have to receipt if you need it.
It was Cheyenne, right?
Seagull, soaring balls.
sawing those. And then after that, you just come straight home here?
Yes, sir.
And you don't remember what time you left?
No, sir, because I left and I went straight. I went and came here, so my receipt will say what time it was.
Okay, so we can check just the time. Just get like a time frame. It's like when you left the other house. So, I know you said you weren't sure exactly when you left. The video at Burlington shows, or at least what my partner was saying when he was there, when you guys get there, you talk to the security guard, but then all you and Janaea and Tamaya basically split up from Jonathan at that point.
Tamaya didn't go with us into the bathroom. I know that for a fact. It was just me and Janaea.
Did she follow you while you guys were going that way? Even though she didn't go into the bathroom?
I don't think so. I don't think she came with us that way.
Okay. As like I said, my partner he was at the Burlington factory, looked at the video, and that's what he saw. So when you guys get there, you talk to the security guy, and then you and your two daughters walk,
Okay.
and then Jonathan walks away from you guys.
I know when we came out of the bathroom, she was definitely with me because we were looking at all the little knickknacks, like towards the back of the store.
Okay, was she waiting for you right there?
I do remember when we came out, she was right there.
Right by the bathroom entrance? Or
No, by the gate. She didn't go into the bathroom. There was like a gate blocking it off.
oh, okay. Was Jonathan anywhere around there? When you talked to Tamaya, how sure was she about what she said to you about the guy coming up to her? I guess, how did that come up?
It was a matter of fact, oh, well, there was a guy that said something, and I'm not sure the exact words, but she brought it up.
Like how did she bring it up?
There was a guy at the store that said, I'm coming after you, or I'm going to get you, and she said that in front of me and her grandmother, so I was like, we were going to tell you.
And so she just volunteered that information. Do you know, I guess, did she have any reason why she would tell you that?
I guess that's what she saw or heard.
Okay. And then after you guys split up after going to all those stores, and you take the kids back here to eat, and then he goes back to the house to eat back in the house?
No, we left Vaughn's. We took all the groceries out of his truck, put them into my truck, and then he went in to eat, and then we drove. So we went back to his house after Vaughn's to switch cars.
And was your girls with you at that time?
Yes, sir.
And then when you switched cars, what happened after that?
I drove back here.
And he stayed there?
To load up his car.
And then you dropped the kids back off here?
I left him here and I drove back there to bring the truck down to help him unload it.
Okay. Carrie, do you have any additional questions?
No.
Okay. So, at this point, I have to ask you like I asked before. Do you know what happened to Jonathan? Okay. Well, the way how everything's investigation is going right now, it's not a normal, not a normal type of investigation, right? So that's why we have to go at the different avenues of this, make sure that we investigate every side to this case, okay? So that's why we're doing the search warrant here at this point. Okay, so I'm asking you, that like right now would be the time, if you know anything about what happened, or you're involved in any way, now would be the time to tell me. Okay, so we're not going around chasing, doing other stuff. Like if you knew someone that possibly did this, but you're trying to protect them, or if you knew something happened And if you're not telling us, now is the time that we need to know that.
My last thing I did was John. I was in his back, and then he went to smoke. And while he was smoking, I was talking to Yoko. And that was pretty much the end. And then I finished loading. He told me which ones he wanted me to take. And then that was it.
Say that again, you finished loading the subject?
No, he told me like the kids' weed controllers. There's like little things that were light enough for me to take, and he was gonna load up the bicycles and bring them down, because he was supposed to come down first thing in the morning for us to take the girls to school.
Okay. And when you guys were running around yesterday, what was, I always mispronounce his name. Devyn. What was he doing? Devyn.
He was here.
Did he work yesterday?
Sunday, no.
He doesn't work on Sundays? And was he home pretty much the whole day yesterday? Like when you came back here and had the kids, was he here at that time too?
Yes, sir. And then when we got home, he started cooking dinner.
Do you know when the last time him and his dad talked?
It's been a minute. They don't talk. John doesn't really talk to the majority of the people of the family, like, including his dad and everything like that.
And then
I'm sorry, so
you want to turn it down? Oh.
Jason.
You can shut the temperature down. Whose idea was it for him to move here?
His. He wanted to come here to be a family and have me and him under one roof with the girls.
Okay, and then was that up for discussion, or he just said, I want to move with you, and then that was like a done deal?
No, I wouldn't say it was a done deal. It was a lot of back and forth with it. Like, we've been talking about it for months.
And did Did Devyn know that he was coming?
Not yesterday, no. Absolutely not.
And I mean, did he know that, did Devyn know that John was moving in?
Devyn knew that John and I had talked about it. Devyn did not like the idea, but I did not know John was bringing all that stuff.
Last night. Gotcha.
We were supposed to just be moving like the girls' things, the bunk beds. I have packed up like all their old clothes, you know, like bags and bags of clothes I had packed up for them.
Okay. And what did Devyn and Jonathan talk about yesterday?
They didn't talk yesterday. Devyn opened the door, saw that we were loading into the garage, and that was it. And then,
oh, they never actually spoke to each other?
No, sir.
Oh, okay.
And then
Devyn made it sound like he might have talked to him. So.
No, sir.
So he saw him, went back inside, and that was it.
Yeah. I think he just opened the door because he heard noises. I mean, I can't speculate, but it was just like open the door and close it type thing. And then when I left, I just let him know I was leaving, and that was it.
Would Devyn have any reason to want to hurt Jonathan?
No, sir. No, sir.
You don't think so?
No, sir. I mean, they didn't get along perfectly, but no.
Anything like in the past that they've gotten into fights or anything like that?
Arguments, but nothing ridiculous, no.
Okay. Do you think Devyn would have anything to do with it? Or no, why do you smile and say that? Shake your head no.
He's one of those types that things don't bother him. Like, you could be angry and everything like that, and he's always very calm and mellow.
And how upset was Jonathan when we found out that you and Devyn got married?
Oh, he was furious at first, but once he started realizing, like, with all the medical things and everything like that, John and I, we started talking again. We hang out. We actually go to birthday parties and, like, the 4th of July, we get all the fireworks with the girls. Like, we actually were building our connection again so we could have more time with our family.
And that's something that you wanted to happen also?
Yes, sir.
And then, because like, the reason why I ask these questions is, as far as like him being the one that said that he was gonna move here, is what you guys make him sounds like he's very pushy and kind of wants to get his way when stuff,
Yeah,
right?
he definitely can be that way.
Like, was this something that he forced upon you? Like, hey, I'm moving back in?
It wasn't that he was forcing upon it, but I know he was having issues with Yoko, and she was trying to get him out of her house. Like the night, last night, she was telling me he still hadn't paid her any rent money. He owed her $200. She was saying, see if I could get his EBT card, so she could at least take the money off of that. So I know she was pretty
Upset at him for not being able to pay her back.
She said it had been years since he had paid rent. So, and I sat there and helped them talk to the car company to kind of get the payments back on track because he was falling behind with that. His phone was constantly being turned off for non-payment and things.
Do you think that, did he have any issues with Yoshida?
He said that they were basically using his EBT to live like a lifestyle. Like they would go and get the fancy food and everything and kind of use all the money and he would have it on the card.
That Yoshida and Yoko would do that?
Yes.
How upset did that make Jonathan?
Oh, they argue daily.
Do you think that Yoshida or Yoko would have anything to do to hurt him?
I don't see them being capable of hurting him. Like, I know they argue, but I don't see them being aggressive people. Like, I know Andrea had pulled a knife on him.
But how long ago was that?
Last year, I think.
It was last year.
From what I was told. I just know that he was trying to get out of that house as quickly as he could. And it was supposed to have been like a piecemeal type thing. And it went from a gradual thing to everything now.
Okay.
What about his relationship with his brother? When I first met John, they didn't talk at all. And then they started talking briefly, and then they stopped talking again. Same thing with the dad, John. We talked to him briefly, but he didn't get along with the wife, so he said he didn't talk to him at all. Like, I've never even met JC the whole time we were together. He showed up to the house one time to pick up Debbie when he first moved out here, and that was it. And JC lives around Cheyenne today, so not that far. But he's never reached out to us or anything like that.
So I know that your marriage with Deb is on paper, but I noticed that you guys wear rings.
Oh, I bought this.
I know, but he wears a ring too. So if it's on paper, why are you guys doing the rings and stuff? And you got your ex moving in,
I bought the ring. I don't know. The rings aren't really significant. It was just part of the little ceremony that we did.
Rings are very significant in marriage. They're a symbol of a connection to another person.
We definitely have a connection. He's like my best friend. And he'll tell others I'm definitely his best friend. I've tried to help him. Like, he's gone through a lot. And So have I. And he actually saved my life, so I'm very grateful for him.
It's just, you understand how it looks, right? So I completely understand that we need a medical power of attorney in a sense for the spouse. But to take it the next step and actually wear rings to show your connection to the world it is a romantic connection. It's showing that you're married to someone and that you have a respectful relationship with someone in marriage.
And we have a different, I would say, respectful relationship. But at the same time, John was like accepting of ours, so that's why he was doing that. At first, but that was like only like a couple of weeks, and then the more him and I talked, he was okay. And once you go back and look like at the text messages, you'll see like.
Okay, I wasn't sure what that relationship was, and like if this other stuff came out.
No, that he found out about it because of that, and of course he was like, you know, pretty furious. But that was in October, and by November we were already on decent terms, and I was going over to the house to see the girls and everything like that.
So the caseworker talked to you about your family dynamic?
Yeah.
So you got brought up?
Of course.
Okay.
But yeah, John and I had already started working towards things back last November.
And then, I know after you left the house last night, you went to CVS, got her medication, and then did you try to contact John after you got home and into this morning?
Early this morning I did.
And that's when he wasn't answering, you were trying to figure out the school stuff, right?
Right. Because he said everything was loaded up, and then when I got up to start packing everything, I couldn't find any of it.
Okay, oh, that's right, the school supplies, correct. Okay, so you're obviously contacting him. Now, how do you know that he does not have a PIN code on his phone?
Because I've used his phone when we couldn't get it to work, because for a long time, whenever I call him, it would go straight to voicemail.
Okay.
So I know his phone.
Okay, so you've been on his phone in the past. So one of the things that we noticed when we were walking up, we noticed the phone on the driveway. And then obviously we went in and talked to you, we talked to your daughter, talked out here, the girls brought it over. When we looked at the phone, there were no notification messages to show that there was a missed call and missed text. So I'm asking a direct question. Did you know that phone was there, and did you look at it and then just forget about it or something?
No, there should have been, because on my phone, it shows,
Missed call, missed or notification?
well, it shows delivered but not read. So it's showing that he's gotten them, and he's not opening them up.
Okay.
On my phone. So I don't know about no notifications on his side.
Okay.
Mine's showing me this there.
Okay.
I don't know how
Does his show a red? Like, does he have the
I don't know.
messages?
I know on mine, once he reads it, yes, it will say,
Okay. So on his phone, it should show red if you looked at his messages?
yes, just like Yoko says.
And back and forth. Okay. Okay. And then he never said anything last night about not knowing where his phone's at?
We didn't talk about his phone, no. The only thing he asked me about was his wallet that morning.
Okay.
And you can look at it and it says, where's my wallet? And then I called him and I told him where I remember seeing it. And then like a little while later, he sends me a picture saying, I found my wallet.
Sorry, can we touch up? What kind of wallet do you have?
A little skirt thingy.
Is it like a bifold wallet or?
It looks like it's about this, like a little square wallet.
Oh, okay, and does it, is there anything else in the house right now that belongs to him?
That belongs to him.
Anything, like, you said he found his wallet? And he found it where?
It was on the table, but he had put it off the table, so all the stuff he had moved, I've been out of that stuff.
And then he had lost his wallet yesterday?
Yesterday morning.
And he was looking around for it. Did he, do you know where he put his wallet after that? Like, did he have it with
He
him?
shopped all day. He used it all day.
Is there anything else that belongs to, other than the stuff that he brought over? Like, does he have any other belongings here, like clothes
Yeah,
or
there's a ton of stuff here now.
all of the stuff's here?
Yeah.
Because we couldn't, because his wallet wasn't at the house, Paladura. Do you know where it would be right now?
Yes, sir.
And then does he carry, like I know some people carry like their social security card, medical cards.
He gave me his social security card. He told me to hold on to it because it's very important. So that was in my purse, I believe I had
When did he give that to you?
yesterday.
Okay.
It's in a black plastic folding thing.
Okay.
He said it was very important for me to put in some of the stuff.
So we were sent a picture from inside. There's a picture of his wallet with his ID that was in one of the drawers in your bedroom.
Okay, one of his old ones, because I have a lot of his old ones.
Oh, he had like an old, what did they look like?
I don't know, like I have all of his old driver's license, I had all of his old stuff.
Okay. And then a old wallet with the driver's license? How many do you think you have in there?
I think I have 2 of his licenses.
And then are they both in wallets or
Yeah, we have an old one of Devyn's as well.
in separate wallets? Or?
No, just in separate places.
Okay. Where was those other ones? Like the ones for Jonathan? Where did you keep those at?
In one drawer and Devyn's in a different drawer.
Which drawer?
One's in like my drawer with like some doorknobs and stuff, and then the other one's in like a nightstand for on the other side.
Oh, okay. And you think you have a couple of his driver's license?
I know I do, and I have them on my phone too.
Oh, did he? And why does he give you those, or why do you
I
have one?
I know how it sounds, but he literally said, hold on to this because it's important. He literally said that.
About what?
Like the social and everything. And I have the EBT card, and you can see at the gas station, he handed me the EBT card and said, this is the code, and then he gave me the other one.
What's that?
I said, this isn't good.
Why did you say that?
Because he's telling me to do things, and you're asking me about it, and
Well, I mean, you're explaining it, that's why.
I mean, you can see at the gas station, he hands me the card and says, hold on to this in case you need something. Like, it's,
And that's the EBT card?
yes, sir. It is at the gas station. You can see him hand it to me.
The Arco.
No, and not the Arco. There's another gas station on the Pecos one where we stopped, and I think, yeah, because he gave me the card and then he went outside to smoke a cigarette. But it's on the security camera. You can see him hand it to me.
Do you know which gas station?
I don't know the name of it. It's by the Burger King.
Burger King, you know, like.
It's
General
off the
Area.
Pecos and Windmill. It's like right there. You can.
Pecos, Windmill, Burger King.
There's a gas station right there. He was talking about the man that works there. He parks right.
Like on the corner?
He was telling me about the man that works there, and he sleeps in his car and everything like that.
What time do you think that was at?
That was after we unloaded everything. We went right there, and I got a Monster drink, and I don't remember what he got.
So right after you left,
When we got back to his side of town.
so coming back is when you went to that gas station?
Yeah.
So after 9 o'clock. And that's when he gave you his EBT card?
Yes, you can see him hand it to me, and he walks out the door.
So that's right, that's near his place. You said Pecos and Windmill? The Burger King.
Yes, sir. Like, he kept,
It's well, because there's I think 2 gas stations. There's a Chevron right down the corner.
I think it's like a Charles Horse.
Okay, so there's Starbucks there, and then across Candy Corner from that gas station is another gas station. I think it's a Shell or something.
I'm not sure the other one, but
It was next to the Burger King.
yes.
Okay.
Please check the security. You can see him, and you can see him telling me the code and everything. I don't know why he was giving me things, but he was telling me to hold on to him and keep him safe. And that's what I was doing.
That was a social security card, what about his driver's license?
I've always had his driver's license. He's
The
always,
problem I have with that is that the driver's license found in the house is a current one. It's not.
but he just gave it to me.
I know, but he would need that for work. That's
He
why I
has
asked
another
you.
one.
You said that he gave you an old one, you had it in the drawer.
Well, no, he's given me old ones before. I have multiple ones. So you can look around the house. There's more than one.
Okay, and if this one's expired in 2025, that's gonna be his newest one. And it's weird that you have his latest driver's license, and that it was tucked in a drawer.
Yeah, I put it away to keep it safe. It should be wrapped in like a whole bunch of bags, right?
Okay, do you understand that?
I understand, but I also have social security. I understand, and that's why I'm like, it's just getting weirder and weirder. It's like I'm doing things that help, and it's not helping me. I got it.
Well, yeah, is that just being able to explain some of the stuff? That's all we need is
I'm
explanation.
trying to explain it, but the more I'm talking, the more it just sounds really stupid. And
Especially driver's license, that doesn't need to really be kept safe. But
No.
a social security card or birth certificate, I completely understand. Especially if somebody is transitioning their life and are wanting to find a new place to live, you want your important papers.
but I don't know what else was in it. It was just a lot of things.
Okay. But it wasn't his wallet, he didn't hand his wallet over to you.
No, it was a lot of things. Like it was like a square thing he handed to me, and then a black what are those called?
But not his wallet. You know what his wallet looks like, you saw him pull it out to go to
Yeah.
things. So he had his, so when we find his wallet, it's gonna have his driver's license and his cards. Okay. I just don't know why someone would give a driver's license to someone. But not, he didn't give you a
I
driver's
always,
license.
when John and I were together, I had everything. He had me hold on to it so he wouldn't spend money needlessly and things like that. Like he's like, hold on to this, and
Yeah, but you guys don't have that relationship right now.
we actually were.
So you're closer than we thought.
Yes, I went.
Are you?
He asked me to marry him yesterday.
And just can we know what time this is? I apologize, you guys, I do have to do something, and we have to end today at 3 o'clock. What time are we stopping this?
36 minutes and 55 seconds into the interview.
Okay, so we will pick that up on Monday. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna take our weekend recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read publicity, news, or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using references errors. You must not make any investigations, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspects of the case, or any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must have formal request and opinion regarding this case, so it's fine to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess till Monday morning at 9 a.m.
All rise for the jury. Okay, thank you. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock on Monday.
Okay, executive, you may be excused. I just remind you, you're still under oath. Do not discuss your testimony with anyone. And we'll see you back here Monday morning at 9 a.m. Okay, thank you. Make the record clear, we are outside the presence of our judge. Do you guys have any matters outside the presence?
Very briefly.
Okay, go ahead.
You know, things have been somewhat purged through the course of this case. We haven't gotten any bad acts of other people and things. Now the state has played this where there's a reference to Andrea with the knife. There was other evidence to confirm that. My concern is that I should be allowed to ask a question concerning Andrea, some violent act at the house, because otherwise it's going to make her look like she's lying about Andrea when she's not. So-
Yeah, and I actually leaned over to Miss Griffith, and when that came out, I said, wasn't that redacted? And we both thought it was redacted. Our person missed it. So we can have a discussion about that. I get what they're saying. We'll talk
No, I
about
think
it.
that it's more than fair, because at this point, I think that issue is out there based on the statements that were made in the recording.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys have a discussion, and then if there's some dispute, then I'll resolve it.
I don't think we'll have.
Okay? And just so you guys know, I did also review those CPS records. I don't know if I told you, but there's nothing in there that is discoverable at this time, because it's all the stuff that I kept out is basically what any of it's about. The sealed copy will be filed with the court, and I'll get you the minute order as I have reviewed that.
Thank you.
It's all the CPS information about all the stuff that's not allowed in this case.
I understand that. However, it's my understanding in the family court records, there was some sort of a concession or something that Jonathan had filed or failed to do or consented to her having custody of the girls.
Well, there's a couple of references to, there's a couple statements that were signed by both of them. Like, there's a family court order that comes out in regards to who has custody of the kids, and then there's a statement that they prepared. But this is, I believe, in 2019. This is when this is dated. I mean, I still have it, I'll review it, but it's like 2019, and there's a document that is handwritten, that is signed by her and signed by Jonathan, that is notarized in regards to the change of the custody of the children. But because it was 2019, and that wasn't coming in this trial, I don't find it to be relevant. I will re-review it and look at the date.
Because I believe there was something that she's informed us that concerning 2023.
If I'm not mistaken, that document is from 2019, but I will look at it again,
Thank you.
because it is in there.
This is the 2023 doc. We proposed this and did that. If you want.
No, what they're saying is Jonathan prepared something, I'm assuming it's those handwritten documents that you're talking about. There's a couple of documents that appear to be handwritten, but the ones I recall are signed by her and Jonathan, and there's a notary signature on there too. But I recall those being 2019,
Okay.
I'll look at them, and if
Okay.
it's a 23 one, I'll read that.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Have a good weekend.
You too, have a good weekend.
You too.